Chapter 916. After we finished, Cilicia appeared to be healed. I was a white mage, after all. So as soon as the curse was flushed from her system, my spells were more than enough to bring her back, even from the cusp of death. Her wound healed up, and she looked as good as new. She looked even better than that, after becoming so close to her. I suddenly found it a bit difficult to see her the same way as before. She looked just a touch more radiant as she looked at me. Her cheeks flushed, and there was a slight bit of shyness that caused her to become more radiant and beautiful to my eyes. She put her eye patch back on, covering the dark brown eye. The only thing that indicated her as different from the original Cilicia who had once died. After getting spare clothing from the girls present, she was starting to return to her old self. Furthermore, when our souls touched, I had also flushed out the contamination from Calypso's miasmic attack. Although she had resisted Calypso once, there was no saying Calypso might not use her again. However, that mark had now been destroyed, freeing Cilicia completely. I looked out over the group of bandits standing at the ready down in the arena. The rest of the girls walked up with me. Only a bit before, they had been battling these bandit hordes to the death. Now, we all stood above them, and they looked up at me with reverence. They were all controlled by me, and once I had ordered them to stand down, they had stopped fighting and had seemingly been loitering around, given the angle of the arena to the stadium box. They weren't able to see me with Cilicia, but that didn't stop them from being able to hear. Many of the men gave knowing grins and thumbs up as they saw me, having been well aware of what we were doing up here. To them, I was nothing more than their bandit king, although if they were asked why I became the leader, they'd just give a vague answer about how I defeated Calypso, and am thus the strongest. In that respect, having a harem of beautiful women was perfectly suitable for a bandit king, and perhaps even a sense of pride for the bandits that followed me. Many of them even recognized Cilicia, have it real. So seeing her conquered by their new leader left them feeling quite happy. Some might have known her as Calypso's right-hand woman, but many others had actually been bandits under her back when she was the bandit king herself. Of course, all of them had died. And these were only the remnant souls of those people. Although their souls had been captured completely by this dungeon, they hadn't been formed into miasmic bodies, but ground into food for the dungeon. Furthermore, these guys experienced endless amounts of death as they were sent out and encouraged to attack the countryside, creating more fuel for Calypso's growing ambition. At this point, they were shells of what they once were, and even Cilicia would struggle to pick out any one of them and recognize them as a bandit she once knew. It wasn't like they could hold long conversations about the past or act on any deep level. So, what should we do now? Xiao asked. I thought about it for a bit, and then I made my decision. Chapter 917. This dungeon needs to be destroyed, I said after coming to my decision. Aye, but we worked so hard to capture it, Celeste complained. Although I am the dungeon master at the moment. Calypso has the dungeon core. In short, while this dungeon seems like a strength, it has a terrible weakness. I sighed. Even if I had complete control of the dungeon, it wouldn't be very useful to us. How so? Tara asked. The bandits in this dungeon are only mobs. They're limited, and can only perhaps go a day's ride away from any entrance this dungeon offers. That means, when it comes to the war effort up north, we won't be able to use them. Furthermore, after dealing with Lord Rain, we may need to end up dealing with the demon Lord Aberes as well. He was powerful enough that it took the combination of 3 heroes to defeat him last time. I can't imagine he's any weaker now. Simply put, this dungeon and the bandits within do not give us an advantage. Furthermore, without the core, this dungeon won't be able to be maintained. I can already feel it weakening now. Not necessarily. Astria broke in. You have the dungeon you created. You could spare some energy from it to keep this one fed. It'd be possible to create a connection between them and feed this one like a mother feeds a baby in its womb. As she said this, she gave Cilicia a coy look. The other woman asked, seemingly not knowing what they were talking about. It just seems like a shame to throw out all of this. Tara sighed. Of everyone present, other than Elia and Astria, who had traveled here using some powerful magic, Tara was probably the one who understood the potential battle strength of a dungeon the most. She had used her will and strength to create a prison that restrained the clockwork dragon for years. She had also had some kind of crazy idea about a mobile dungeon. I wondered how such a thing could work. But when I asked for details, she'd blush and insist that it just did. However, there were limits to what you could do with an existing dungeon. The difference between a dungeon builder and a dungeon master is that a dungeon builder could define every step of the dungeon process, molding it to their will. A dungeon master could only influence. If a dungeon was a tree, then a master would be someone with shears, capable of pruning, and thus influence the shape of the tree, but only to an extent. A builder could guide the entire growth of the tree. The only limitation was what seed it started with. In that case, the seed would be the curse, the core that was composed of the negative emotions and feelings that allowed the dungeon to grow in the first place. As a builder, I was able to create a seed on my own. For most dungeons, the seed was created spontaneously, and there was no control over the ultimate shape it would take. We don't necessarily need to throw the entire thing out, Elia spoke up, catching everyone's eye. I glanced in her direction, raising an eyebrow. How so? With the lore gone. It's true that this place will slowly fall apart. The miasma will disperse and this dungeon will desiccate and break. As Astria brightened, Alea held up a finger. You could maintain it by using some of the strength of your other dungeon, but rather than being more powerful, it'll only force you to divide your power between 2 locations. Unless we recover the core, it will always be a weakness. However, there is another option. Since you are the dungeon master, you can break down all the bandits into miasma and then clear out all of the miasma and send it to our other dungeon. Not only will you gain the templates, memories, and experience, but your dungeon will rapidly grow too. Chapter 9:18. How does this differ from what Astrea did to the widow's dungeon? I asked. For me, I only drained out the miasma a bit and sent it home, Astrea admitted. Although I had weakened Leia temporarily, my conversion was extremely inefficient. Not only did I lose most of the miasma in the process, but there was no way I could take the elements of the dungeon. Elements, it was Alaya who explained. As dungeons grow, of course, they take on certain traits. You should know this best. Widow's dungeon held the trait of seduction. Car's dungeon held the trait of death, Astrea added. Alea nodded. Your dungeon, on the other hand, is a blank slate. But because you have total control of it, any dungeon you are able to consume in its entirety, you can make your own power. This dungeon seems to hold the trait of strength. It exists to grind down a person's stamina and challenge their fortitude. These bandits, on the other hand, were created with a strong sense that the strongest is in charge. So, if I am able to absorb this dungeon, then I can make strength an attribute of my own dungeon? I asked wonderingly. She nodded. You'll be able to not only use all the mobs in this dungeon, but you'll be able to infuse your levels with strengthening and weakening enchantments. You'll be able to add horizontal levels and underwater levels. It will cause your dungeon building to grow by leaps and bounds. Okay, then I'll do it. That was all I needed to hear. Call me impulsive. But I'd rather just go ahead and do it and see what advantages it gave me. I had no reason to distrust these two on this. Alaya gave me the instructions. Slave communication didn't just transfer words, but it could transfer thoughts and emotions too. Alaya wasn't a slave, but she was a powerful enchantress and seemed to be able to communicate in the same way. In many ways, it was a better form of communication than actually talking. Since I had to communicate with the girls the last week almost exclusively through slave communication, I had become extremely aware of this fact. Now, Alea was able to not just give me instructions, but include the feelings within those instructions. Strangely, it was much more informative. It wasn't particularly difficult. And with Dungeon Builder reinforced by Dark Priest, it wasn't too hard to figure out. Essentially, I was going to take all of the miasma in the dungeon and forge it into a crystal. These crystals actually could exist in the world, especially with a dungeon that had been destroyed and buried. Unable to resurface, I remembered the pressure I felt when the entrance was cut off. Imagine a dungeon that experienced a sudden avalanche, cutting off its access. It would feel increasing pressure, and if it was unable to reach the surface, it would shatter and everything inside would die. Since the miasma couldn't disperse, it'd slowly condense instead, eventually becoming such a crystal. If I ever found one in the future, I could use it to rapidly expand my dungeon. In this case, I was using my abilities to condense one, shortening what might have taken millions of years into a ceremony that took hours. Once she had finished teaching me the specifics, I raised my hands and began to harvest the bandit's respite. Chapter 9:19. Bandits, disperse? I didn't need to say anything. But it felt more final to command the bandits to break apart. There was a time where I would have struggled to do this. All of these bandits used to be people, and although they were only a shadow of their former selves, I would have felt that destroying them would be cruel. That was a version of myself I had to leave behind a long time ago. I wasn't the kind of man who would allow bandits to escape or show mercy to dungeon monsters anymore. I needed to use the resources available to me or risk losing everything. Countless lives had been lost to this dungeon. Calypso had likely used innumerable sacrifices to build up and grow this dungeon. If I just allowed that miasma to disperse, then I was letting all of those lives go to waste. Now, I coldly held out my hand, following the instructions that Alaya had given me to convert them into a miasmic crystal. I could then feed that to my dungeon, strengthening it considerably. The bandits collapsed. The weakest ones seemed to go first. They didn't seem to feel fear. There weren't looks of shock or cries for mercy. They merely dropped down and then faded into mist. As it progressed, more and more bandits dissipated. The smoky, dark miasma would then stream toward me, circling the palm of my hand before condensing there. At first, there was nothing to see, but slowly, a crystal started to form. At first, it was the size of a splinter, but it quickly thickened the more miasma I drew. Although I couldn't see them, those that existed on other levels similarly collapsed and disappeared. More miasma came through the walls from other parts of the dungeon, seemingly uninhibited by barriers at all. Finally, even the strongest bandits collapsed, and then turned into food for this crystal, despite everything. The crystal was still smaller than my thumb. This dungeon had already exhausted a great deal of miasma beforehand. So even after harvesting it this way, I couldn't expect too much. Not only had Calypso blown a lot of mana, throwing monster after monster at our party, but I had also consumed well over half the remaining miasma to rebuild my soul. It just goes to show just how much a miasmic creature cost a dungeon, considering the number of soulless monsters that could be created with just a wisp of miasma. Rather than create these more powerful mobs, it was no wonder that souls were broken apart into miasma. It was far more economical. Just as I was preparing to start consuming the remaining miasma of the dungeon itself, after the last of the mobs had turned to dust, I felt some kind of energy enter the dungeon. I was still new at this, so I couldn't figure out what it was, but it was moving quickly, blasting through wall after wall as it came here at full speed. I stopped my absorption of the dungeon as my brow furrowed. Just what could that thing be? Just as it broke through the wall, I finally realized what was happening. Oh, you got to be kidding me! The dungeon lore that Calypso had taken with her had reached a completed state. It had ripped right out of her grip and flown back here. It slammed into me, and I collapsed on the floor as pain shot through my body. Chapter 920. The images were distorted and unclear. Many years had passed since this curse was created. The lore was lost with age, the memories forgotten. If emotions hadn't been so high, if the deaths hadn't been so many, and the impact on this world hadn't been so great, then this curse would have dispersed with the sands of time. It was possible that this curse was tossed off from the fragment of a destroyed mega dungeon. The lore so strong that even after being destroyed, the scattered fragments found a place and started to regrow. Like a weed that wouldn't die, I could see a dungeon growing untouched, forgotten, and ignored. It's a location in the mountains. No one even realized it was there until it had already grown into a mega dungeon and beyond. The dungeon slowly began to form a hole through reality connecting with another world. Then, people from that world managed to find their way into this one. I could see a race at peace. They weren't too different from humans. They weren't blue like the murals showed. Instead, they had pointy ears and bright-colored hair. Their ears weren't long like elf ears, but they did come to a point. As for their hair, it came in colors of blue, green, pink, purple, and more. When they saw the rather boring brown and black-haired people with smooth ears come out of the mountains, they didn't know what to think. At first, they accepted these new people, even welcoming them with open arms. They held feasts and celebrated their friendship. However, the visitors saw the wealth of this new world, and they started to grow greedy. When they returned home, they spoke of a world ripe for the picking. The next wave of humans weren't explorers, but soldiers. They rose from the dungeon and started to begin a campaign. They were little better than bandits, slaughtering beasts for their alchemy and resources, and raiding villages for the people. Women with strange colored hair make a wonderful commodity as slaves. In fact, slavery didn't exist in this world to begin with, and the slave collar was brought over by these visitors. This wasn't won by a single war, but countless wars over the years. There were periods of peace and periods of the Great War. Slowly, the native people were pushed back, and humans continued to come. Humans seemed much more used to war, and they always invented new and horrendous ways to fight. At the height of the war, they brought horrific weapons to this world, the Malachrum weapons, which reaved even the soul. Then a hero rose, not of the humans, but this other race. She was powerful and strong and managed to bring the human war to a standstill. Eventually, she plunged into the human dungeon, and with much effort, broke to the final floor and destroyed it. It was the shattering of this dungeon that ultimately created Bandit's respite. As for why it formed here, now, it was likely the presence of that Malachrum dagger, buried and lost since a war uncountable years ago, that attracted it. The hero never left that dungeon, And although the humans were cut off from their original world, it was already too late. They were able to conquer the majority of the continent. The remaining natives fled, never to be seen again. If there were any more details to this story, they were lost with time. As for why I had somehow completed this story, it seems that by purifying the curse of the Malachrum dagger and then wiping out the human bandits invading the dungeon, I had inadvertently completed the dungeon's desire to be free from human influence. None of my girls were humans, and I had absorbed so much of the dungeon's native miasma that it didn't see me as a human either. The dungeon finished burning a lore tattoo around my right ankle, but a moment later it began to fade away. Congratulations. You have completed the Bandit's Respite Dungeon. True Dungeon Diver has increased to level 66. Dungeon Builder has increased to level 25. You have an increased affinity with dungeons. Your dungeon tattoos can be hidden at will. Dungeon absorption is now a permanent skill. Increased status in dungeons. 2x experience in dungeons. You have gained 5 dungeon points. Lydia has gained 2 dungeon points. Mickey has gained 2 dungeon points. Celeste has gained 2 dungeon points. Tara has gained 2 dungeon points. Xiao has gained 2 dungeon points. Astria has gained 2 dungeon points. Master, why are you crying? Celeste asked. It's just... Sometimes the world really does care. I wiped a tear from my eye. Finally, I could hide those tattoos. Chapter 9:21. Although it's not very many points, I mumbled to myself. Dungeon points were ultimately awarded based on how powerful the dungeon was. Considering I had taken away the majority of the dungeon's miasma before completing the dungeon, it was considered very weak. It might have been powerful when we attacked it, but I weakened it again and again. If I didn't have an affinity for dungeon points, I might have ended up with even less. At least, now the girls could equip a 3rd-tier skill with Reset. My party originally each had 10 dungeon points. 5 from Calypso's Tower, 5 from Widow's Dungeon. Now Tahir makes 12. Raisa and Faina only had 7. As for Astria, she just got 2. Alea didn't get any because she's a tamed monster, and I have yet to enslave her. Oh, I got dungeon points. Astria brightened. Why did you get points? Tara complained. You didn't even help. Didn't I, though? Didn't I, Number? Mother did nothing. Celeste nodded. Jeh, even my daughter stabs me in the back, Astria muttered. You took those points from Master. A useless, flabby fairy like you should give them back, Mickey shot back. Flabby? Oh, ho! A woman of such small stature has no place to complain. Mickey instinctively grabbed her chest. You hussy! Mickey's chest is big and beautiful, Tara defended. Why, you really think Mickey's eyes widened. I've always admired it, Tara said. Isn't that like a shrimp envying a guppy? Astria laughed, causing the two girls' expressions to drop. That'd make you a whale. Miki sneered. Je, I'll take you both on. One with each dit. Hey, let go of me. What are you doing? Alaya had sighed as Astria got into a fight with the two small-chested girls while standing on her shoulder. She reached up and grabbed Astria. Although Astria was powerful, fairies were particularly weak when grabbed like that. When compared to Alaya, it was clear who was stronger. She helplessly struggled in Alaya's grip. What's the big idea? She whined, but when she saw Elaya's stormy look, she shut her mouth. After all, of everyone present, Alaya was the only one who didn't get any points. Master, I want to be your slave, Alaya suddenly declared. Ha! I blinked. I had been distracted looking at the dungeon point menu. As it turned out, although my tattoos had disappeared normally, when I did things using the tattoos, like access the store, they still glowed. I guess there was no way to get rid of them completely. As a result, I had only half heard their conversation. Master, I am already your woman, your harem girl, and your monster. Please, I wish to be your slave too. She's just saying that 'cause she wants stuff now, Astria complained. How shameless. Miki shook her head. A truly evil woman. Tara nodded. You are all getting along now. Is this because I have the biggest chest here? Alea cursed. They all ended up giving her cold looks, their eyes particularly on those large things hanging from her chest. If they didn't before, they were now. The other girls joined in as well. Carmen and Fena were the only ones with a chest that was comparable to Alea's, and one of them wasn't present while the other was gone. Just because they knew she had the biggest didn't mean they liked it being pointed out. Alaya, it's fine. You can become my slave. Alea broke into a smile. Okay, do it. After shifting my jobs around, I raised my hand and activated the bond slave. A few moments later, nothing happened. I feel it. She smiled, opening her eyes. I feel our bond. Wait a second. Why does it feel distant? Huh? I am being summoned from my slave bond. Aloya? I asked, my eyes widening. Don't worry. I can take care of myself, dear. I'll be back once I figure out some things. She disappeared without another word, leaving everyone else flustered. Somewhere else in the world, Alaya appeared. She looked around, expecting to see some enemy. But what she saw instead truly shocked her to her core. Hello, Alaya! It's been a while, Deke said, a dark expression on his face. Where are my women? Chapter 9:22. 5 days had passed since Alaya had unexpectedly vanished. It was at a level where even her tame had disappeared. If she hadn't reassured me when she disappeared, I'd have been afraid that she had perished. As it was, I was deeply worried about her loss. I had sent some of my people to Deeksville to help them develop, but for the last few days, I had mostly mopped around in my room. The girls all stopped by to try to cheer me up, but I still had complicated feelings deep down. After working so hard to save Cilicia, I had turned around and lost Elia. She wasn't just another woman, but someone essential to me. She was filled with a lot of knowledge about the world, and also had a strong connection to the royal family. Losing her felt a bit like losing my hand. Master, how about we head to the Ost Republic? The wedding is coming up in just a few weeks. Miki offered. I want to see Master dressed up for a wedding, Celeste added. It'd help get Master's mind off of things. Xiao continued. Perhaps they were right, given that this wasn't a normal world. It might take several weeks to be able to get to another country, even with blue mages and portals. They often only made one portal a day. You might have to wait a week in a certain village before the portal opened for the next jump. If you had 2 to 3 jumps to get from West Aberys to the middle of a foreign country, it could easily take 2 weeks to arrive. Even then, many arrived earlier to discuss foreign matters and to form alliances. While I was staying in Cham, I was missing out on doing some of the most essential things an upcoming noble should be doing. Forming alliances and connections with those around me. I had always been told if you wanted to get ahead in any job, forming connections was important. Unfortunately, I didn't have any skill with that. Just as I was about to agree with them, there was a sudden knock on my door. Faina poked her head in without waiting for an answer. She used to be more considerate, but lately she had been acting bolder. She took particular joy in interrupting my personal time with other women. I think the other girls' attitudes were rubbing off on her in a bad way. She looked around the room, her eyes narrowing as she saw Miki, Celeste, and Xiao in bed with me. Lydia was out doing some chores, and Tara was reinforcing the wall and tinkering in her shop. Master, a messenger is waiting at the front of the mansion. The front? He won't enter. He says his message is for all of Cham. I frowned. But it didn't stop me from putting on my clothing and leaving. The other girls dressed just as quickly, and soon we were walking out onto the front yard of the mansion. A nondescript man was waiting there at the gate. As I approached him, he broke into a smile. Suddenly, he lifted a small crystal and then squeezed it. Watch out! Xiao put up a barrier as a surge of magic exploded from the man. However, it wasn't an attack. Instead, a massive form appeared right in front of my mansion, adjacent to the town square. The hulking mass was about 50 feet tall, and I recognized it. It was Lord Rain. Chapter 9:23. Citizens of Cham. I am Lord Rain, Count of Aberys. His voice boomed across Cham. Many people cried out or screamed, but they quickly realized that this wasn't a giant, but a projection. Lord Rain was partially see-through and flickered with magic like he wasn't really there. He had sent a message to Cham using an extremely powerful magic to deliver it. This must be some resource he got from Imperial Cloud Metho. I wasn't sure if I could break this enchantment, but I decided I'd rather listen to what he had to say since he went to such an effort to say it. First, I'd like to offer my condolences on the death of your leader, Lord Deekson, he said, his voice almost sounding sincere. Ha! I blinked. Lord Rain thought I was dead. No, it made sense. I had chopped off a sliver of my soul and sent it back. I'd since repaired that soul and regained my former strength. But there is no reason he wouldn't think the Deke he had captured and executed wasn't the real Deke. That meant he didn't know that Chom still was under my leadership and was going off the assumption the people were in a panic and worried about their future. You need not worry any longer. Lord Rain broke into a smirk. My army is on the way to take over and occupy your city. Rejoice. I am your new lord. This created a lot of mumbling across the town. Some people were confused, while others were angry. Everyone here was very aware of our current relationship with Alarith. They knew Lord Rain was the enemy, and they had heard many stories about how he taxed people to death. He's also a strong supporter of abusive slave practices. After all, the vast majority of those who died in the gladiatorial pits were slaves, and that included a lot of animalkin. In just under 2 weeks, open your doors and allow my knights in, and we will build toward a glorious future. His happy expression grew to a demonic frown. And if you don't accept this willingly, then you'll excuse me if I am no longer polite? One way or another, Chom is mine. Submit or die. First, he waved candy in front of them, and now he gave the stick. It was a mixture of threats and rewards. Join him toward a glorious future, or face his wrath. Of course, there was no glorious future for anyone in this city except him. He would take their resources, enslave anyone he liked, and then grow even more powerful and dangerous. As quickly as he appeared, Lord Rain's image disappeared. When I looked back down on the spot where the messenger had been, all that was left was a desiccated corpse. It looked like this man was a blood sacrifice needed to run such a powerful illusion. I could hear all of the citizens talking loudly. Some were filled with panic, and others were simply worried about what would happen. Celeste, I asked, not needing to say more. Celeste wasn't bright. But when it came to knowing what I wanted, all of the girls were experts. She used wind magic, causing my voice to boom out just as loudly across the entire city. Citizens of Chom, I said, this message changes nothing. We knew this was coming. This is what we've been preparing for. Originally, we planned on attacking Alarith. I never predicted Lord Rain would be so arrogant. He thinks I am dead, and that you are a chicken without a head. The one thing you must all remember, he was wrong. He failed to kill me, and he'll fail to hurt Chom. His arrogance will be his undoing. Not only do we know when he'll attack, but he actually plans to come here and fight on our turf. This is our land. We've watered it with our blood and tamed it with our lives. Rain doesn't know what he's about to walk into. This is our land, and he will never have it. There was the briefest silence. But then the crowd exploded into a resounding cheer. If Lord Rain had heard the exploding vigor and defiance of Chom at that moment, he'd have been much more cautious. Chapter 9:24. Here is Lydia, I asked. I had called everyone in for an emergency meeting. Every girl was there, as was the mayor and the guildmaster. The only ones that were absent were Lydia and Alea. Lydia hadn't been answering her slave communication, but I could tell she was close, so I just assumed she was busy. It still irked me. What could be more important than the imminent war she'll be here? Miki reassured us. I just don't understand. Why would Lord Rain announce he's coming? Tara shook her head. Is it that shocking? I asked. He thinks I am dead. He's looking to intimidate us. If he just marched in, they'd think it's an invasion. If he announces it, then there is a chance he can take the city without a shot fired. It's not important to understand why he did it. What matters most is that we're prepared to deal with it. Mayor, we're recalling all the troops now. The mayor nodded. Since you've dealt with the bandits, a lot of pressure has been taken off of us to maintain the road to the capital. Good. Actually, I didn't even know we had been doing that. Being a leader didn't mean you managed every single task. It looked like there were a lot of things done without my knowledge. It seemed that we were maintaining the merchant routes to the capital. As we grew, more people migrated here looking for opportunities for wealth on the frontier. Settlers poured in daily, and merchants were now making round trips to this city exclusively. The city had once been too large to support the population from the small old Chom, but now all the buildings had been filled, and they were looking at expanding. Tara was planning to create an outer wall. The current Chom would become the inner city, and the outer city would contain a second wall. Even the capital didn't have such an elaborate system, but they also hadn't been under threat from all sides, whether it be bandits, the wilderness, or Lord Rain. Even Old Chom is growing into a farming community to support the main city's growing need for food. The reason they were able to grow so quickly mostly had to do with the amount of money I'd personally injected into the city. I'd already provided half of Abaris' treasury worth of treasure, so it was natural Chom grew at a ridiculous pace. However, was that the reason that Lord Rain suddenly had an interest in Chom if Lord Rain thinks Master is dead? Then why does he suddenly want Chom Miki voice the question that had been sitting in all of our minds? There might be a reason, Astria said, somewhat slowly. Astria, it's possible that Lord Rain learned about the existence of our fairy fountain. I raised my eyebrows. Although we had kept it a secret, it wasn't like we had made a big attempt to hide it. My fairy girls had been seen all over Chom. The original Chom even had been known for selling the water from a fountain. Anyone who connected the dots might be able to reason that we had one. Is a fairy fountain really worth such an attack? Just as I was about to say something, I felt like I had suddenly been kicked in the gut. My eyes shot open in horror as a bond connecting me to one of my women suddenly was cut. There were only two ways this could happen. The first way is if someone stole my slave from me. Even then, I would have had a chance to struggle, and it wouldn't have been so easy. Furthermore, with my blessing, it'd be impossible. The only other option was that they were dead. Master, what's wrong? Shao noticed my sudden reaction first. Lydia. She's dead. Chapter 9:25. A red portal opened in the middle of a field. A young man stepped out of it. He was followed by a busty, fit blonde, a 12-year-old redhead, and a flat-chested, heroic youth. Of course. This was me and my party, having finally made our departure from Earth. As for what happened on Earth, I didn't want to think about it. It was simplest to say that it was no longer my home. This place was my home now. And my women were my family. Speaking of which, where was this place did we make it home? Bernice demanded. I don't know. I shook my head, not recognizing the area. Well, this isn't Alarith. It isn't Chom either, Carmen said smoothly. I opened my map, revealing a completely black screen. I even zoomed out twice, only to see black all around us. We're still not in Aubrey's. Damn it! Idiot! Bernice snapped. How could you send us to the wrong place twice? I don't know. It's not like I ever have done interdimensional travel before. I shot back. Let's just find out where we are before we get too upset, Garnet offered. Honestly? It'd be kind of nice to do some more adventuring. That last place gave me so many ideas. As she said this, she pulled out a tablet, playing with it. Before we left, I had made sure to buy many things from Earth. I had even gotten a few tablets, some solar chargers, and loaded them up with all of Earth's knowledge. It'd be enough to completely change the nature of this world. Naturally, a young blacksmith like that was interested. I suspected Tara would be really excited to see that stuff too. I wondered if reading upon robotics would help her with her golem research. I agree. Let's just find a place to stay the night. This could be a war zone, so keep your hoods up. On Earth? It hadn't been much of a problem since all of these women were human or could pass as human. If we ended up somewhere else, though, like some demon planet, the last thing I wanted to do was reveal that we were human. We took our cloaks and lifted our hoods. It looked suspicious, but it would be more suspicious if we were caught unaware. Bernice had the best ISMO, so she did the scouting. It was a few hours before we finally located a city. It wasn't small in size, but that might make it easier to slip in unseen. There was a large road heading into the city, and it appeared to be quite busy. So we blended in with the crowds. Once I got a closer look, I could see the people looked genuinely human. There were just two things about them that were off. First off, they had pointy ears. They weren't long and were in the same shape and spot as a human, but the top was a point rather and rounded. The second thing about them that seemed odd was that they had very bright hair. Their hair came in as many colors as a crayon box. There were green, red, blue, pink, purple, and even other colors. Everyone was vibrant in a way that one wouldn't expect to see in nature. What I didn't see was anyone with black, brown, or blonde hair. By the time we reached the gate, I had used illusions to give us all pointy ears and colored hair. Compared to changing the entire face, this was rather easy with Mimic. I gave myself blue hair and Bernice green hair. As for Garnet and Carmen, it seemed easier to just brighten their natural color. I made Garnet's red hair more vibrant, and I made Carmen's blonde hair a bright yellow. Hello, travelers. Welcome to the city of Humans Peak. Chapter 9:26. Humans Peak, It's named for that mountain over there. The guard pointed at a particularly dangerous-looking lone peak. It's a dangerous place, filled with death, just like humans. He spat to the side while the rest of us looked at each other. I was suddenly much happier that we had all taken cover. Hey, you'll have to remove your hoods. He leaned close. We got to make sure no humans sneak into the city. I see. The guard laughed. I am just kidding you. The only humans in the city are slaves. Why, we haven't had a human revoltin'. 500 years. Will you stop talking their ear off? The other guard glared at him. Ah! Sorry. But I was serious about the hoods, though. It's protocol. Yeah, no problem. The group of us took off our hoods. The illusions seemed to hold up fine. A glance past me, Bernice, and Garnet. However, when their eyes fell on Carmen, they started for a second. Is there a problem? I asked worriedly. Ah! No! The man shook his head. I apologize. I didn't mean to hold you all up. He had been acting casually before, but upon seeing Carmen, he had suddenly turned rigid and proper. I didn't like it, but I also didn't understand what the problem was. Her ears looked just as convincing as the rest of us with my illusions. Was it her hair color I had seen a woman in a carriage drive with yellow hair? So I assumed it was standard? My lady! He bowed as Carmen passed by. We headed in, but I still had a bad feeling as we passed the gate. I leaned next to Carmen. Yellow hair may signify something. Carmen nodded. I agree. I don't know what this means either. Let's just find an inn. Okay, I was noticing it wasn't just the guards, but everyone who saw her yellow hair started for a second. They then seemed to steer clear of our group. I'd have put our hoods back up. But it seemed like hoods up wasn't allowed in this city. We had no choice but to continue. As we walked, we passed by what appeared to be a slave block. It wasn't nearly as nice as the slave guild, and that was saying something. It was just a stage, and one person after another was dragged on stage, where most slaves in the capital were in okay shape, and at least looked clean and taken care of. The slaves here all had a filthy look to them. I could even smell it as we walked by. Worst of all, every single one of them had brown or black hair and no pointed ears. They were human. Just what kind of world did I take us to? I regretted entering the city immediately. Once we found a hidden place, I intended to portal out of the city. It was just too dangerous to stay there. Thankfully, there was an inn right in front of us, and it had an alley right next door. Once I got a little information about where we were, we'd be out of there. I didn't like to take risks. Chapter 9:27. Where are we? I muttered to myself as I contemplated everything I had learned. I was at the bar now, and I had just bought a drink. I was able to buy the drink using our coins. Thankfully, the bartender had a gold is gold, regardless of who printed it mentality. I guess there were a lot of different minted coins across this land, and people had to be flexible. I didn't realize it until he put it in front of me, but the drink was a wine made from blood. It turned out that they drunk blood. By making some choice conversation with the bartender, I slowly gained an understanding of these people. The residents were a species called Fae, and they were native to this world, but were forced to leave their homes by humans. They claimed that humans invaded their world at some point and drove them away from their homelands. This caused me to think back toward the Twilight Dungeon. The Demon King had claimed that demons weren't the first species to come to our world through dungeons. He said that humans were once the same. It seemed like in this multiverse, species were constantly invading each other's worlds. I felt there might be some kind of bigger picture at play here, but it was too far outside my pay grade to worry about such things. My goals were simply to return to Aboris and maintain a peaceful life with the women I loved. My hand tightened as I thought about my experiences on Earth. Moving on was the least I could do. Seeing as everyone else had already moved on, as for why I had ended up here from Earth instead of my home, I could only assume that the spell thought any place with humans would be a home for me. However, this place was as inhospitable to humans as possible, even vilifying the name to mean danger and death. Although the Fae had many similarities to humans, their differences were just as vast. A major difference was that this place didn't have dungeons. Unlike Aboris, which was largely wild, the entirety of this world had been settled and cultivated. The land itself was sanctified, preventing dungeons from forming. If a dungeon did manage to form, it was destroyed nearly as quickly as it appeared. Suffice it to say, people here were a much higher level on average than Aboris. By the way, they called this land the Fairy Plains, and their homeland, which was lost, was named Fereth. I noticed the similarities between them and elves, as well as Fereth was a name similar to Faina. I wondered if there was a connection between the Faes and the elves in our world. Well, I wouldn't be able to find out until I found our world. Or maybe my interdimensional travel worked. Maybe we were on the right planet, but we were on the wrong continent. Just as I thought that this might be a possibility, the door opened, and a group of people walked in. They were all in armor, but the one in charge was a yellow-haired woman. Her eyes looked over the entire group in the bar and finally landed on the similarly yellow-haired Carmen. I immediately got a bad feeling about this. I left the bar and sat next to Carmen as the other woman's eyes narrowed. She immediately walked right up to us. "Your name?" she demanded in a haughty tone. "Carmen," Carmen responded simply. "Only nobles have yellow hair, and I've met every noble across the fairy plains. I don't seem to recall a Carmen at all. So, tell me, who are you?" Her eyes flashed. So, it was something like that. It turned out we would get in trouble for impersonating royalty. This was going to get messy. Chapter 9, 28. "Excuse me, what's your name?" A yellow-haired woman had pointed a finger at Carmen. I had truly hoped that we would have a bit more time. It had only been 10 minutes since we entered the inn. The only reason I hadn't gone straight into an alley and portaled away is because I was concerned that we'd be seen. If we got interrupted trying to leave the city, there was no saying what would happen. There was a back door to the inn, and we could slide into the alley that way, then teleport without being seen. Regrettably, I had failed to predict how quickly they'd respond. It wasn't just anyone as well, but another yellow-haired woman. She must have sped over here as soon as she heard a yellow-haired person appeared in town. Now, with several armed men around her. She was pointing quite aggressively. However, Carmen barely responded to her aggressive acts, and I kept my face cool as well. The only one who gasped noticeably was Bernice, and everyone ignored her. Me, the yellow-haired woman, looked taken aback at being suddenly addressed. "I am Princess Oliviana, daughter of the king." "Never heard of you." "Excuse me." "I never heard the king had a daughter." I shrugged. Well, he did." She insisted, her fists on her hips. "How am I supposed to believe that? Frankly, you seem pretty suspicious to me." S, suspicious. Her face turned red, and she looked over at Carmen, who simply raised an eyebrow. How can I be suspicious? First off, you don't act like a princess at all. You are in armor. And you don't look nicely dressed at all. Thursday, that. We've been riding hard for a week, and for safety, she responded, defending herself. As we spoke, her guards seemed mostly just confused. Their princess was the one who led them, though, so they were merely waiting for her orders. Safety, perhaps I can believe such a thing, but would a princess, the princess of the king of this great nation, actually just bust into an inn and start pointing at people? My accusation caused her expression to turn shocked. "That's... Ah, see my lady, right here." She hasn't said a word, because this is the public. And her noble beauty shan't be defiled by interacting with the common riffraff. There were a few mutters at that, especially from people who didn't like being called riffraff, but I kept my face completely straight. Of course, I was taking full advantage of the mimic ability. How could I not pick up a few tricks after masquerading as so many people in the Twilight Dungeon? I was confident in my ability to infiltrate. Thursday, that's true. And here you are, having this conversation with me. I snort. Ah, I, I've been defiled. The princess gasped. So I crossed my arms. You can excuse me if I wonder, which woman here is truly worthy of being called a noble? She shook for a second, and then spun around. Guards! Why have you let me defile myself? The guards look on in utter confusion, but the leader finally stepped forward. Sorry, ma'am. It's just... You always like being in charge. Your father kept saying that you should act more like a lady. Tja! These words seemed to be an even bigger blow than anything I had said. I must go change into something befitting a princess immediately, she cried out. Why, yes, ma'am. The men salute. And then the group of them all left the inn. I let out a sigh. Thankfully, she was an idiot. Chapter 9, 29. I think we overstayed our welcome, I whispered to the girls. The anti-human sentiment in town was already far more than I ever would have anticipated. It was one thing if this race simply had never met humans or thought nothing of them. But we had hit the lottery on this one and came to a world that villainized them. On top of that, we already brought the worst level of attention to ourselves, and while I was able to trick my way out of it, there was no saying how long it'd take before she realized she was duped and came back. Thus, I squared away our bill and then carefully slid into the back alley. I then opened a portal and all the girls went through. Like that, we had left the city behind. Now that I had a bit more information, I'd need to think about how to proceed next. I wish I had time to get more information, perhaps. There was a human realm like the demon realm north of the Imperial Cloud Metho. There was that one place across the ocean. Ferrith. Unfortunately, I couldn't go there unless I had already been there. Just as I was about to think about things, there was a sudden roar. I let out a cry of surprise as a large dog, like monster, leapt out of the trees. It charged at the group of us. Bang! Before the wolf took a few dozen steps, its head exploded and it collapsed in a heap. Bernice lifted a smoking gun and then blew the smoke before flipping it in her hand and putting it in her holster. Stupid. I knuckled her head. Ow! What was that for? She cried out. We're not that far from the city. Don't you think they'd hear gunshots like that? Ah. Oh? I shook my head. I knew I shouldn't have let you buy those. With all of the armor and jewelry we pawned, it was rather easy buying all kinds of things. In the end, Bernice decided that she didn't want to use swords. After being defeated so easily by the Demon King, she seemed to have lost her passion for it. She was quick, but ultimately, she lacked the strength. She didn't feel her small size suited such a thing. So, instead, she ended up purchasing a pair of Beretta from my world with a bunch of ammo. This wouldn't last forever. But Garnet promised her that she'd be able to develop a form of magical guns with time. I was initially very hesitant to bring guns into this world, but Bernice had been insistent. I am a demon, slaying hero. This is The fastest way to slay demons? She demanded. I had allowed her to follow the path of using guns and even spend a day playing at a gun range with an instructor who taught her proper forms and maintenance. I allowed this all under a single pretense. She had to allow me to enslave her, and then swear that she would protect the secret of guns. It was the same for Garnett. I once had a large reluctance for slavery. But without the tattoo, they could be disbanded easily, and after losing all of my girls, I felt like this bond was extremely important. It tied me to them, and it gave them strength. Without my bond to Carmen, I never would have been able to last through those months alone, fighting in the forests of the Twilight Dungeon. Now, it was comforting knowing where all my companions were. Thus, Bernice had somehow become a gunslinger. That wasn't just because she had guns. I checked her status, and gunslinger was now one of her jobs. Did that mean guns existed in this world before? And I didn't introduce them. Or was the system infinitely adaptable? What other jobs could people gain? As I was busy being irritated and feeling we should move our position again. Carmen looked down at the monster, which did not disappear like dungeon monsters. That was normal. Since monsters that came to the surface slowly became mana monsters, and thus their body didn't degrade. I don't believe this monster came from a dungeon, Carmen said, such a surprising thing all of a sudden. Chapter 930. Are you sure? I asked, frowning at the monster. Has Master not noticed? Carmen gestured around. The mana here is exceptionally thick. I did. But I just figured that's because it's another world. Wait. I hadn't noticed it before. It'd be like noticing the oxygen you were breathing. So who would this world contained mana, but it didn't feel foreign at all? Miasma was just mana from another world. In theory, there could be as many different types of miasma as there were worlds. Curses corrupted mana and turned into miasma, but it was more like the invasion of another world. If that was right, then in this place, we should have been the invaders. In that case, the world should have been like a dungeon to us. And the native mana should have been attacking our bodies. However, there was no incompatibility. It was the same on Earth. But considering I was born there, I hadn't even considered it. As for the others, they hadn't mentioned any discomfort either. So I just hadn't thought about this. Was I wrong about mana? Or was there something else at play here? It's very thick here, Carmen repeated. As thick as miasma in a dungeon. My eyebrows raised as I watched her looking down at the monster once again. You are not saying. I believe this is a native monster of this world. A mana monster. Monsters came from dungeons. That was just common knowledge. They were created by the dungeon itself, formed from the condensation of miasma. When they escaped the dungeon, as they did from time to time, they would either weaken and die, or if they were strong and lucky enough, slowly convert to a mana-like body and then become surface monsters. The conversion weakened them significantly, so surface monsters were actually quite weak. However, The monster that just attacked us, despite Bernice dispatching it quite easily, was actually pretty powerful. Had it attacked a small village of normal people, it might have had the ability to wipe them out. Just because we were pretty strong didn't mean that this monster wasn't an abnormality by itself. However, given the thickness of the mana here, was it possible that this entire place acted just like a dungeon? Spontaneously condensing monsters. If that was the case, it would explain why everyone in the city looked to be cut from a stronger cloth. The standard soldiers seemed to be at the level of elites, and their citizens were at the level of stronger soldiers. Since they were constantly being threatened by the spontaneous creation of monsters, they had to fight to remain alive. As I was thinking this, there was another howl, and then more howls besides that. It sounded like our gunfire had attracted something. It wasn't soldiers from the city, but it might be friends of this monster we just killed. Come, I ordered everyone. We need to find a spot to protect ourselves. I need some time to test out a few theories and think. Chapter 931. Blue Mage has increased to level 10. You have unlocked the skill, Phase Shift. Aren't these skills from Blue Mage a bit excessive? They all seemed strong. But I guess this was a third-tier job for a reason. As we took care of these mana-based monsters, Blue Mage had quickly leveled. As to why I focused on Blue Mage, the answer should be pretty obvious. If I wanted to get home, the better my spatial magic, the better off I'd be. In that respect, it skyrocketed in level like a support skill should. I felt my blessing, which gave me an affinity for spatial magic, probably contributed to the rapid growth as well. Inventory had been the first thing to unlock with Blue Mage. I already had it from being a true hero, but this wasn't any slouch. Other than the standard mana plus boosts and such, the only other noteworthy spell was called Teleport. It used a lot of mana, so unless you were me, who had a ridiculous amount of extra mana, it wasn't something someone could use very often. However, unlike Portal, which I hadn't unlocked yet, it could be used instantaneously. The distance wasn't great. I could only move at most a mile. However, with my ridiculous mana stores, I could cast 10 of them back to back before it even became a problem. Although we were bunkering down in this cave and holding off the monsters, allowing me to level Blue Mage and for Bernice to level up in Gunslinger, ultimately, the question at hand was, where were we and how could we get home? I scrolled my map out to its max distance, and there it was. A small plot of discovered land existed on the other side of the planet. Previously, I hadn't zoomed out this far, so I hadn't noticed, but we truly were in the same world. Abaris was on the other continent, the one the phase called Ferrith. That would mean that the stories and hints I had heard of were true. Humans had once been invaders to this world, pushing the phase from their continent to this one. Now, the two cultures lived independently of each other, divided by a great ocean that looked twice the size of the Pacific, and that was the closer side. Presuming that this world was spherical, Then again, was there any reason to believe the world was spherical, perhaps? I would end up riding right off the edge of the world if I tried to go against the map. Of course, since I had been to Aberries, and I could point to it on the map, I could portal there any time. I wouldn't need to wait a week for the transdimensional portal to become available again. That's what I had hoped. But I had tried to make the portal and failed. It was similar to when I tried to make a portal from another dungeon. Either there were regional constraints on portals similar to dungeons, or I simply didn't have the power to make such a far distance leap. That left me with 3 options. First, I could try to forcefully cross the ocean using portaling to make our way at a rapid speed. Even if I converted every dungeon point to portal and kept portaling to the horizon, it might take months to reach Aboris. And there was no telling what existed out in that sea. The ocean was large and deep. There was no telling what grew in that abyss. Option 2 was to wait for the transdimensional portal and try to use it to just cross continents. It had to have a lot more juice than standard portaling, so I should be able to make the jump. Then there was option 3, which was the one we were on. I felt that if Blue Mage gained enough levels, I should be able to portal, especially with my spatial affinity. In that case, it was simply a matter of getting strong enough. Thus, it was safest to stay in the forest and level out of sight of the phase. I'd either be able to make a portal home, or we'd wait a week. Whichever came first. Just as I was thinking this, a scream came from nearby. Chapter 932. "Where are you going?" I asked as Bernice had turned to the sound and started moving toward it. She turned back, frowning. "It sounds like someone is in trouble." "That's possible," I shrugged. "However, it's only trouble. We already learned what we needed to. Now, we're just waiting to return home." "What are you saying? We should just leave them to get hurt. They've lived in this place far longer than we have. If they do reckless things, it's none of our concern." "What kind of hero are you?" Bernice snapped. She looked to the other 2 girls for support. However, Garnet continued to read her electronic pad. And Carmen was sharpening her sword. It was clear neither had planned to get up either. Her expression soured. "You are all going to sit back and do nothing? Someone could be dying right now. It might even be humans," Bernice protested. I sighed, standing up. Bernice's eyes widened, and she looked at me hesitantly. "Why, you are going—" "They're coming this direction." I had pulled out the map, and I could see the people running this way. They were also not considered a threat according to the map, but they were being followed by those considered a threat. It looked like we weren't being given a choice. I might have even relocated us. But I couldn't decide if that was the right decision. It was barely 30 seconds later when we could hear footsteps in the forest outside the cave. Bernice turned and pulled out her guns. I put the illusions upon each of us so that we appeared as Fays. Carmen also stood up. And even Garnet grabbed her warhammer. A group of people busted out of the forest. Although they couldn't see us in the dark, we could see them in the light. One of them pointed to the cave. In the cave. I made an irritated noise. Perhaps I should use teleport after all. No, it was better to stand and fight. This was a good defensible position. And even if push came to shove, we could escape later. The group consisted of 8 people. 4 of them appeared to be human, and the other 4 were familiar. It was the woman I had encountered in the city, as well as 3 of her guards. They looked haggard, like they had all been in a fight. The force following them consisted of nearly 20. Subdue. I breathed the order. As the first 4 entered, they were brought down quickly and easily. They were humans. So I hoped I could get information from them. I didn't want to kill them, but I also didn't want them to let out a warning. The Feyguards and the noble woman were protecting the rear. As they reached the entrance, they stopped and didn't call the humans or notice us. The blonde-haired woman seemed to be casting some kind of spell. A moment later, what appeared like a force field surrounded the entrance like a bubble. She let out a breath, turning to enter the cave with her companions. They stopped as they came face to face with my group. Give me a reason not to kill you all. Chapter 9:33. It's you. The woman's eyes widened as she finally noticed all 4 of us. Yeah. And you just led a group of hostile people straight to my cave, I snapped angrily. So, once again, give me a reason. Her eyes flashed down to the incapacitated humans and then back to me. It's even. 4 on 4. Carmen. She pulled her blade and held it to one of the unconscious humans next. Don't, she cried out. Okay. We'll surrender. That had been a test. I had no intention of killing the humans. Rather, I wanted to see how they reacted. This woman seemed to care about these 4 humans, and whether they lived or died. If they were just pack horses that meant nothing to them, then I might not have let them live even a bit longer. Although it was 4 on 4, I didn't feel like they'd be able to defeat us. They were already injured and tired, while we were rested and also had a route of escape. I waited with my arms crossed until she gave a nod to the guards and they all dropped their weapons. Garnet fetched them all. And only then did I give Carmen a nod. As she pulled her sword away, the noble gave out a breath of relief. She wasn't the only one. Bernice did the same. Did she think I was going to kill this woman? How little faith did she have in me? Then again, I didn't have my blessings. So I wasn't subtly influencing her to like and trust me as I did with the other women. You? Just who are you people? The blonde woman demanded. Why are you traveling with humans? I asked. She jumped, refusing to look at me. It's not important. Kaya, come out. I know you are in there. A woman's voice called from the cave's entrance. I looked to see a woman just outside the barrier created by Kaya. She was riding something that looked more like a bear than a horse, except that it had scales. She was a pretty tall, blonde-haired woman. Behind her were a group of armed guards that made the girl in here's group look like riffraff. Nerissa. She hissed. Who are they? I demanded. She bit her lip, her eyes looking to Carmen. I don't know if you really are a noble. The reason I followed you to the inn was that I feared you were one of my sisters tracking my movements. That's why I didn't follow through after leaving. I take it Nerissa is one of your sisters. I frowned. She is. She nodded. She hadn't entered the town, but she had been tracking us from outside the city. What does any of this have to do with us? I asked flatly. She bit her lip. Those 4. They're escaped slaves. That man is one of the leaders of the slave revolt. Okay. When she didn't see me react one way or the other, she nodded to herself. It's too late to be cautious, so I'll just say it. I was helping them escape. But my sister grew suspicious. If she finds us here, I will be labeled a traitor and locked in a dungeon. She may experience a similar fate if she's important to the noble family. She nodded toward Carmen. However, my guards, the humans, and all of you, my sister will kill you all to keep this secret. Chapter 934. Kaya! If you don't come out, I'll come in and get you, Nerissa shouted in a sing-song teasing voice. This is bad. Kaya's eyes flashed with worry as she looked out of the cave. I waved my hand, casting the white mage spell awaken, bringing the 4 humans back to consciousness. One of them appeared to be a youth. One of them was a middle-aged man. And the remaining 2 were women, one in her teens and one much older. My eyes fell on the middle-aged man. Who she had indicated was the human leader. Is what this woman's saying true? I asked, checking her story out before I reacted to it. Is she helping you escape? The man blinked for a few minutes, but he seemed to be quick-witted and quickly grasped what was going on. It's true. My name is Demetri, the leader of the Waterfield Rebellion. He lowered his head. I was betrayed by one of my own subordinates and captured. I'd have already lost my head, but the young lady Kaya helped me escape. Please, let the rest of them go. They were just in the same cage as me. They're not part of the rebellion at all. His words were filled with wisdom. He gave himself and Kaya up, yet pleaded for a small concession. However, something about Nerissa's demeanor told me that such an action would have failed with her completely. I don't know about the Waterfield Rebellion, I responded, still watching him while my mind worked through everything carefully. He winced. To you all, it may not have even been a blip worthy of being named, but to us, it was our last hope. The younger woman started crying, and the youth put his arms around her shoulders, trying to calm her. It was clear this group had broken down into despair. It was hard watching this. On Ferrith, I had yet to see a single face-lave. I wondered if there was a reason behind that. Meanwhile, the Fae seemed to hold no qualms about making the lives of the humans they capture miserable. While we sat on our continent, fighting amongst each other, the Fae were over here, growing in power and subjugating the entire populace. I am willing to help, I said after a moment of silence. The man, Dimitri, looked up in surprise. Meanwhile, Kaya held her hands in front of her, a flash of hope in her eyes. With 8 fighters instead of 20, we might just be able to fight our way through. At least, the humans will be able to flee. Make that 9. Dimitri stood up with a stiff back. I will fight as well. Dimitri, if you get captured? Then what was this all for? Kaya shot back. You both seem to be misunderstanding something, I spoke. Breaking their touching seen apart in an instant. The two spun to me in surprise. What? I said I would help. I didn't say I would fight to the death. Huh? How do you plan to help? First, I have a caveat, I sneered. You all must become my slaves? Chapter 935. Something important I had learned in the Twilight Dungeon is that you couldn't trust anyone that wasn't under your control. Perhaps that was a harsh lesson, but I had already felt like I lost too much in that dungeon. My bonds with all of my women had been severed. I had been left to die in a world of undead and demons. The Twilight Princess had to give her life, and so did Shin. In the end, we only managed to survive by pure luck. Had I not unlocked interdimensional travel at that moment, I would already be dead. Thus, my view of slavery had changed a great deal. I depended on these bonds. They helped me protect those I cared about and restrain those that would give me trouble. This bond wasn't even disadvantageous for those who took it. They'd be gifted with strength and experience boosts. They have me on their side, and if ever there was an emergency, I could come and help them. What was there not to love? The knights guarding Kaya did not seem to feel this way. Suddenly, they all pulled out hidden daggers from under their armor and stood in front of her. Her mouth was open, her eyes wide in shock. Even Bernice seemed surprised, although both Garnet and Carmen took this as a matter of course. Why, you are some kind of slaver, Kaya demanded angrily. You want to enslave these humans after I've freed them? You misunderstand. I shook my head. I intend to enslave you and your men as well. Me, but I am Faye. She seemed to say that like it explained everything, even though she was helping humans escape. It seems like she was still a bit haughty. It came with the territory. She was a princess. So how could she not think herself better than others? Can Fays not be enslaved? I asked. She gave me a strange look, but still answered. It's not that a Fae can't be enslaved, but we are extremely resistant. Someone would have to be many times more powerful to be able to force even a low-level Fae to be enslaved. If you don't have the slave master job, then it is impossible. So, that's why. I sighed at answering that dilemma. However, it shouldn't be a problem. I may not be able to enslave your knights, but they follow you. So as long as I can place a bond on you. How dare you? We'll do it! Dimitri's voice broke in. Leader, the human boy looked up in shock. The alternative is death. The longer we wait, the sooner that death will come. If this man has the power to enslave us and doesn't fear repercussions from that woman out there, then he might just have the power to save us. But we'll be slaves again, the boy protested. We'll be no better off than we were. Who says we need to be better off? The man gave a defeated snort. To be back where we started, even that could be considered a plus in this situation. Be becoming a slave. Kaya's eyes looked distant. My lady, you have already done all you can for us. Dimitri sighed. It seems like running into this person was just the fate of our human race. I will not force your hand for you. Perhaps, if he can truly help us escape, you can avoid retaliation from your sister. While he was saying such things, I had already placed a slave seal on the 3 others. They didn't put up a resistance. Rather, they looked defeated already. However, when my slave mastery started to take effect, their eyes blinked as a new source of strength flowed into them. The boy even looked up at me with a bit of idolization in his eyes. I didn't want to influence him in such a way. But it wasn't like we had time. Fine, I'll do it, Kaya cried out. I won't leave you all to this man. My lady! One of the guards said, Number. It's fine. Enslave me? But if you fail to protect us, then we will all die together. Chapter 936. I didn't give Kaya much mind as she stood there with her cheeks puffed out angrily. Instead, I put my hand on Dimitri's forehead and bonded him. I wanted to inform him that everything was going to be all right. And I did this just to make sure I wasn't going to be backstabbed. But frankly, Kaya irked me. I had a feeling if she found out I was human, she would stop engaging me on the same level and start treating me like I was beneath her. The prejudice inside Faze ran deep. Or maybe it was just me. The first 3 humans were predictably weak. They were roughly at the same level as the typical people of Chom. With my status boosts, they might be at the level of a city guard. Mind you, that was just with stats. There was also a complete lack of training or fighting jobs to consider. The only one who seemed strong was Dimitri. His level was about that of an elite guard here. Elite guards on the Fairy Plain were a bit stronger than the elite guards from Oberies. That might not be true in the bigger countries, but I didn't have enough experience to know. Mind you, this was all just from looking roughly at levels and guessing. Unless I fought them, I'd have no clue how strong they were. I finally moved up to Kaya. She seemed stand-offish at first, and her guards seemed to be fighting the urge to cut me down. Finally, she gritted her teeth and brought out her arm, not letting me touch her head. It didn't matter to me. I grabbed her arm and bonded her. Compared to the others, it used a lot more mana, but I managed to force it through all the same. Her body shivered as she was bound to me. Perhaps she thought I was lying when I said I could do it. After all, not everyone had the slave master job. While we were doing this, Nerissa was waiting outside patiently. It seemed like she couldn't easily knock down the barrier. She had to wait for it to die out naturally. However, she held confidence. If she knew I was in here, she wouldn't act so confident. How long will your barrier hold? I asked Kaya. She shot me a glare. 2 days. Then that's 2 days they can wait for no reason. I held up a hand and started opening a portal. Once the familiar blue pool opened, Kaya's mouth fell open. Why, you are a blue mage. A blue mage. And a slave master, her voice was very high as she spoke. It turned out she was very knowledgeable about those jobs, and also what they meant. It seemed like the Fays had a much better knowledge of the job system than humans did. Perhaps it was native to this world, where humans and other invaders only adopted it. Maybe that was why they couldn't see the status we'll go through and ride. I can make more portals, and we'll eventually be so far they'll never catch up, I responded. With my bonds on them, I could tell they didn't have any tracking on them, so even one jump should be enough that she'd never find us. Thank you. Master, Dmitri bowed, taking the first step through the portal to show his trust in me to the rest of the group. The others looked at each other and stepped through one at a time. The guards went before Kaya. She stopped right before stepping through. If you betray us... She didn't say anything else as she stepped through. Soon, I was the last person in the cave. Taking one last look at Nerissa, I took a step and then froze. Suddenly, I could feel something. It was a bond stirring inside, starting to form but not. I could feel it, and I seemed to recognize it. The miasma of it had a somewhat familiar feel to it. I gritted my teeth, staring between the portal and the fluctuating bond. I felt like I'd lose it if I didn't strike now. With a curse, I shut the portal and began to put all of my power into Slave Taker. The bond started to form. It was wisps at first, but it slowly congealed until I could feel a bond, faint and distant, but there. I had done it. I could feel her. However, how could I talk to her? Slave communication didn't work at that distance. My eyes danced across the abilities until an idea exploded in my mind. Didn't summons have a ridiculous distance people could even be summoned from other worlds? It seemed like bringing someone to you was far easier than ripping holes in space or sending thoughts. In my excitement, I threw out my hand and began the summoning. Slave summon! I poured all of my mana into it, holding nothing back. I only had one chance at this. I felt like that was true. At first, I feared it wouldn't work. But then the body started to coalesce. In a few moments, Alea had appeared in front of me, as dark and beautiful as she had ever been. Her eyes widened as she looked at me. But I only felt a mixture of pain and joy at seeing her. Hello, Alea. It's been a while. Where are my women? Chapter 937. Master Alea's eyes flashed hesitantly. I had already dropped my disguise. So now I resembled a human once again. Who else could it be? I asked, taking a step toward her. Where are we? Would the fairy plane mean anything to you, number? I shook my head. Darn, I was really hoping. It's a continent on the other side of the planet. I want to portal home, but it doesn't seem I am able to. The slave bonds. Do you remember months? No. For you, it would have been weeks. Do you remember when the girls returned home after nearly dying? She stiffened. I recall such a thing. I lived. I held out my hands. Carmen said you all might have thought I was dead. Carmen's here. Her eyes flashed again. And that you might all think she was dead as well. I laughed, awkwardly. She shook her head. I am sorry. I am just... To heck with it. I took 3 quick steps and grabbed her, pulling her into me and kissing her roughly. Her eyes widened as I grabbed her and kissed her passionately. Her surprise only lasted for a moment. And then her tongue became just as aggressive. The Alea I remembered came alive in my grasp. I groped her. And she groped me back. We finally broke our grasp, the pair of us gasping. Master! Ha! You are usually not so passionate. Her cheeks flushed. Are the rest of them fine? I demanded, my eyes staring deeply at hers. That's... Yes. She had a strange look on her face, but I felt relief at her words. All of them? Yes. All of them. Even Cilicia. Cilicia, yes. She was probably really hurt thinking Carmen was dead. Ah. Yes. Carmen. Her expression turned weird again. Kaya, I am getting very tired of waiting, a voice called out from outside the cave. Catching both our attentions, they seemed to not be aware that the others had left. That was good. It meant they didn't have something like map or sense life. What's going on here? Elia asked. Do you want the long version or the short version? I laughed wryly. It turns out humans invaded this world through dungeons, just like the demons are doing to us. Yes. She coughed. I've heard something like that. Well, those outside happen to be their descendants. They hate humans and think we're her sister who betrayed the throne to free some human slaves. I see. Ah. There was a scream as a girl was dragged out and tossed right in front of the barrier. The woman, Nerissa, dismounted the reptilian bear thing and then grabbed the woman by her hair. She let out another cry. At this point, I could tell the woman was a human, although she seemed like a complete stranger to me. Kaya. Let's not waste my time. Nerissa laughed. Stop hiding in the dark. This woman. I narrowed my eyes. Well, since you are going to be stubborn. She pulled out a knife, and before I could even blink, she sliced it across the woman's neck. Her next scream turned into a gurgle as blood splattered against the barrier. The woman convulsed before falling to the ground, still spasming as she died painfully. Nerissa grinned devilishly while holding the knife to her cheek. Those you are protecting. I wonder how much they are worth to you. Nerissa laughed. But I'll tell you what. I'll kill one of your precious humans every hour until you come out. I have plenty of humans to spare. Another girl was dragged out, but this one was young, only about 10. She let out a cry as Narisa grabbed her by the hair and pulled her down. She laughed as the little girl struggled. Master, my body was shaking, rage filling my mind and soul. I was going to leave by portal. Leaving them to their own devices, I said through gritted teeth. Now what will you do? I am still deciding. Chapter 938. What are you doing now? She asked helplessly. I am making a plan, I said. Carefully watching the group, I was working out scenario after scenario, trying to come up with ways to save the girl and defeat them. I wanted to tear them all apart. I didn't know FaZe personally, but they had enslaved all of humanity and butchered them like cattle. When I thought about the loss of my own slaves, it only drove me to anger. This seems like a hopeless battle. Alea spoke cautiously. You won't stop me, I responded. I will save her. You've changed, she said. You have a certain intensity about you. I know. A small smile formed on her face. I like it. Don't waste my time. I would never. Rather, I want to help you do two things at once. What if the power to kill them and the power to go home could be achieved simultaneously? Ha! It's something I only realized a short while ago. A new trick that can be done with your dungeon builder ability. What do you mean? Do you feel how thick the mana is in this cave? It's really quite unbelievable. Yes. This is what mana is supposed to feel like on this world. On our continent, the dungeons soak up the excess mana. So it's much thinner. That's exactly my point. You are a dungeon builder. What if you put a dungeon right here? I blinked. What are you saying? A dungeon forming here would be a black hole, dragging in all of that mana and converting it to miasma. Your miasma. My eyes widened. Miasma! You mean power? Yes. Your portal is granted by dungeon points, so it already acts like a level 100 portal. If even that isn't enough to reach our continent, then no matter how many levels you increase, it might not be possible. I winced at those words. I hadn't thought of it like that earlier. She had managed to instantly poke a hole into my plan. I was glad I had summoned her. But who was to say how long it would have taken without her advice? And as for them, dungeon masters can pull on the power of their dungeon to fight. If you make this area your dungeon and become the dungeon master, you can pull all the miasma into you and increase your fighting ability many times. Elia, you are a genius. I grabbed her and kissed her again. Ah. She blushed at being kissed like that. I totally came up with this all on my own. And it wasn't that old witch that gave me the idea at all. Okay. Then let's get started. I changed up my jobs, putting myself as a dungeon builder. I included mimic, demonic knight, and finally true hero. Then I sat down on the floor and began to start the process. This was something that would normally take hours. But I could directly manipulate karma, and it was easy to suck in the miasma. The mana was so thick it was like being right next to the fairy spring, although while the fairy spring was liquid and mana was released slowly, this was already freely in the air. Also, while I was only dimly aware of it, Alaya was a powerful miasmic dungeon boss, and she was able to draw in and corrupt mana, turning into miasma. As we worked together, the dungeon started to condense at a ridiculous rate. I didn't realize this, but as I worked outside, the entire world had changed. What is going on? Nerissa had been preparing to kill the human child. But suddenly the sky darkened. The world started to get dark and lifeless, and a funnel started to form in the sky. Coming down directly on the cave, something horrible was happening. Reinforcements! Narissa screeched. Get reinforcements? Chapter 939. My dungeon wasn't something fancy. It consisted of a single level and a single mob. That level was the cave and the area in front of it. That mob was me. However, it contained enough miasma in only an hour that I could easily build a 10 Forger dungeon. If I kept up this rate, in only a week it'd be 20 floors. Of course, this was a continent that despised curses. Phase would descend on this world in a day or two, and obliterate it if I tried to let it grow. Thankfully, that wasn't my intention at all. All I wanted was power, and as more and more mana flowed out of the environment and to me, the Fae was weakened, and I grew more powerful. Well, I didn't really know if they were weakened, but I had to assume that at the very least, the miasma wafting from the dungeon hurt their minds and psyche in the same way it did dungeon divers. Perhaps it was even more effective on them. One could hope. You are ready, Ilaya said. I will continue to channel power into you. But it will be up to you to take care of them. Act quickly and decisively, Master. My mind is made up. My eyes flashed open. If I allow them to live, they will only become a problem later. I will have to defeat them all. Although my plan sounded ambitious, I was confident I could do it with Alea's help. After spending the last 2 hours working things out, I believed I could defeat them. I stood up. As I did, I put the disguise back on as a fae. I would take every advantage I could. Even the confusion they felt like one of their own turned on them. I finally began to leave the cave. Even with the illusion, I could feel my body was different. I was emitting miasma now. My complexion had darkened, and even my irises were black. As I approached the barrier, I came out of the darkness of the cave that had obscured us until now. All of the guards had their weapons out now, and Nerissa had backed up and remounted her war mount. The only one left near the barrier was the little girl who was still crying, only a few steps from the bloody, dead woman. I stopped, walking over to the body. After a brief job adjustment, I touched her forehead. The slit on her neck disappeared, and after 30 seconds, her eyes popped open and she let out a gasp. During this time, her group watched but were too afraid to attack. When they saw the girl's eyes snap open, they all let out gasps. One would swear they had never seen resurrection before. Even the little girl covered her mouth, shaking. As for the woman, she stared up at me, blinking several times as she touched her throat. "You..." Nerissa narrowed her eyes. "How dare you help these filthy humans?" "Do you want to die? Watch the girl. Don't let her see," I told her. The woman acted more obedient to me than she ever had for her Faymasters. With a low bow, she ran and grabbed the girl, holding her close as the two backed away. With them out of the way, I finally turned to the group of 20 mounted armed knights. Several of the bear creatures took several steps back, as if a predator had just gazed at them. "Who?" Nerissa licked her lips, trying to put moisture back into her mouth. "Who do you think you are? Do you care?" I asked. "Excuse me, do you care when you cut down humans? Why would I?" she sneered. "They're just glorified dungeon monsters." "That's true." I looked at my open-gloved hand before clenching it. "I never really cared either when I kill dungeon monsters." She put on a cautious smile. Yeah. "Don't feel offended when I butcher you like a monster?" Chapter 940. My attack was aggressive and planned. But her people were ready. Several guards moved in the way. The first thing I released was the level 25 Demon Knight skill Fear. What it did was obvious, but for these knights, it was unlikely to be all that effective. However, their mounts were another story. They were already skittish around the miasma, which was a corrupted version of the mana within them. How could they not have an aversion to it and me as soon as I attacked? The reptilian bear creatures all erupted into chaos. The men let out shouts as they were tossed from the back of their animals. A few were caught in the reins and then dragged away as their mount ran. 10 met the ground without a mount. About 5 could only helplessly be carried around by their mount, and the remaining just managed to stay. But their mounts made it impossible for them to manage a defense. Since the dungeon was already made, I no longer depended on it and trusted Alea to do her thing. Thus, I had True Hero, Demon Knight, Dark Priest, Hero, and Monster Tamur equipped. I gave up my extra experience so that I could get a 5th job equipped. I knew going in that this fight would be difficult, so I pulled no punches anymore. As for why I had Monster Tamer, after driving the monsters into a state of fear, I struck them with various monster attacks. Beast Confusion, Low Tame, and Disobedience were among some of the skills I tossed out. I had never looked at Disobedience before. It was a level 17 skill and seemed pretty useless. Now, I realized the true potential of the Monster Tamar ability. It wasn't just a matter of controlling monsters in battle, but of destabilizing your enemy's monsters. As I cut down to knights in the confusion, I had managed to win over the temporary loyalty of 3 of the animals. Immediately, I used order to have them attack the knights on the ground. One of the tamed beasts still had the knight mounted, and he could only watch as his mount tore into a companion who had fallen off his. I was shocked by how aggressive these reptilian creatures were. They had a great war potential, and in just as short of a time, 3 more knights met their demise. Dismount? Narissa managed to keep her cool, leaping off the back of the bear and onto the ground. Selend! All of the beasts collapsed suddenly, and I let out a noise as my 3 tamed beasts died. There must have been some kind of death curse seal on them. And she activated it. Her actions were just as brutal and as decisive as previously when she cut that woman's throat. She killed all 20 mounts. With that, the men managed to regain order. Other than one guy whose mount fell in a way that his leg was trapped, the remaining 14 knights managed to regain. I used quick attack to injure one, but he was backed up by his bodies. And soon they had formed a defensive perimeter around the cave, pushing me back once again. I applaud you, Faye. You are a fine warrior, Narissa said, an ugly expression on her face despite her compliment. However, that is the last of my men that you kill. You may have had surprise on your side, but now we outnumber you and are prepared. Surrender and explain yourself, and I'll give you a swift death. I stroked my sword. It was time to prepare for phase 2. I began rearranging my jobs. True hero, basic magician, blue mage, white mage, and intermediate mage. It was time to see how their forces held up to a magical bombardment. Chapter 941. I took my sword and stored it in my ring. Seeing that I disarmed myself, the woman began to breathe easier. I had wiped out over a quarter of her forces in moments, so she was clearly alarmed. Furthermore, her sister and her sister's knights hadn't shown themselves. If she lost any more men, it would become impossible to be able to keep them in the cave. That was assuming they were in the cave. Wouldn't it be a joke if she sacrificed the lives of so many men just to harass a powerful and crazy stranger good? You have some sense in you. I did a teleport, instantly transporting away just like if I had used return. However, a teleport could be used in combat and directed toward any place I wanted. Where I chose to appear was behind them. Since they never imagined I could just disappear like that, the group didn't turn around to face me. A normal blue mage would never be able to use teleport like I just did. Even I downed a mana potion right after just to make sure I didn't run out. It was extremely mana using. However, the mana was very thick here, and thus mana regeneration was faster too. Furthermore, I had 5 jobs compounded on top of each other, all with mana and magic bonuses. My highest had already hit level 56. If it wasn't for the level boosts I got upon completing dungeons, then White Mage would have been my highest level job. I already had Silent casting with Intermediate Magician, so I didn't need to say anything. Thus, when I cast Incineration, they had no warning until the heat blasted them from behind. 2 men were engulfed in the flames immediately as the others dived away. "He's behind us!" Narissa shouted the obvious. spinning around. At that point, I cast several wind blades. I managed to kill one knight, but the others only struck armor, causing them to crack in various places. "He's a maja? Rush him!" she ordered. Nerissa continued to act swiftly. She didn't rush forward as she ordered them. Instead, she pulled out a bow and arrow, and without missing a beat, shot it directly at me. I didn't bother to move, using phase shift, and allowing her arrow to pass right through me. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Who is this guy?" she shouted. As she distracted me, she gave the remaining 13 knights time to rush me. I cast blinding light, and all of them were stunned and blinded by the unexpected spell. I grabbed the closest man and teleported again. By the time their eyes recovered, blinking weakly, they saw that I was no longer there. Nerissa spun around quickly, not intending to fall for the same trick twice. She turned just in time to find me absorbing the knight in my hand. I had already shifted my jobs again, and I was now sucking out the knight's mana and life force. With the support of the dungeon, it happened much quicker. He was already too weak to fight back, and in another minute, he'd be a desiccated corpse. Don't let him make another attack. Full force. With only 12 knights remaining, they all began to activate skills at once. Intending to overwhelm me, I tossed the unconscious guard aside. That was the level I was at. I hadn't depended on the dungeon yet, just my own skills. In fact, I was delaying for time as the dungeon continued to consume the mana, which was flowing in like a vacuum. I was able to engage a group of 20, and through tactics, whittle away 12. With how they were attacking me now, it'd be difficult to repeat it. As I would likely fall, maybe taking another half of them out in the process. However, I was supported by the dungeon now. It was time for Phase 3. Chapter 942. I create a dark barrier. Repelling all of their attacks against an impenetrable wall. However, I only held it up a second before I let it drop. The knights charged just like I wanted. As soon as they walked onto the land that was designated as part of the boss room, I attacked them. My movements were explosive. I felt like I had eyes all over the room. I could understand how dungeon bosses were so powerful. The dungeon was like an extension of their body, and they could sense anything within it. No one could dare hide or do a sneak attack. I had complete control of the confrontation. I attacked without hesitation, cutting down knight after knight. I used my sword, carpeting in miasma, and then striking with aggressive and brutal hits. Every attack reminded me of the humans they were happy using. When I had teleported behind them, I had seen the group of slaves, ordered to sit down in a circle, casually awaiting the point until they were dragged up and slaughtered. Also, a woman could save herself a today wait. They didn't even have someone watching the humans. They were bonded with slave marks, and if they defied, they would only have death awaiting them. Since they had no protection, if a monster happened to wander close, it could easily snatch one of them and then run away before the knights had time to react. I only felt more and more anger as I thought about this, and I found my movements moving even more aggressively. When another 6 fell despite the knights fighting with their full ability, their courage finally broke. There were only 6 of them remaining, and they didn't even have their mounts anymore. As they tried to flee, I created a wall of fire that covered the edge of my domain, blocking them inside. At this point, Narissa had finally realized the situation was heading south. She was the only one outside the far wall. Her legs seemed to want to run, but she also felt like jelly, unwilling to abandon her troops. She could only watch helplessly as I killed the remainder. The last man begged for his life, but filled with rage. I didn't even hesitate to cut him down. At this point, the firewall diminished, and my eyes fell on Narissa. She let out a cry, trying no backup, but she stumbled and fell on her butt. I started to walk toward her. WH, who are you? You're death. That's all you need to know. I am a princess. If you kill me, the Fey Emperor will have your head. You'll never be safe. Why do I care? She tried to pull herself back, trying to escape me, but I kept walking toward her. Please. I'll do anything. Don't kill me, she screamed. Money! Power! Humans! I stopped for a moment, but when she said humans, I continued forward again. Why, you monster! Demon! Her eyes suddenly flashed. Why, you are him, aren't you? The Demon King! I heard about him. You must be him. I am not a demon, I sneered, letting the illusion spell draw and display my true features. I am human. I raised my sword. Why, you are? The Human King. She cried out, her words filled with horror, the name filled with just as much malice as Demon King. I am. I swung my blade. Chapter 943. Wait! Deke's swing stopped, and he looked over to see the group he had just teleported away had returned. The one who had shouted at him had been Kaya, the sister of the woman on the ground. The group of us hadn't ventured that far, so although I opened a portal, I could only send the girl so far. It looked like when I didn't go through, they had come back here to check on me. It was my fault since I had neglected to use slave communication to reassure her. When Narissa saw her sister, she smiled like a cat. Oh, there you are. So, I was right? You were conspiring. Mother would be appalled. Kaya's expression dropped slightly, but then she firmed her will. Narissa would have said more to aggravate her. But I brought my sword to her neck, causing her to finally stop talking. What are you doing here? I asked. Even though I knew the answer, the girls formed stubborn looks on their faces, and it was Carmen who spoke. Although I trust Master, it is my duty to be your shield. I can't do that if you are gone. Did you do all this alone that came from the young human boy? You are human, Dimitri said. Ah. Key let out a cry as she noticed my ears and hair. We all are, Carmen sighed. I waved my hand, ending the illusion of the other 3 girls. I am not, Garnet harumphed, crossing her arms. The three elite guards suddenly looked more cautious, stroking their blades, while the two humans looked flabbergasted. As for the old lady and the young girl, they had stayed back. A glance at the map showed they were in the forest but nearby. As for Kaya, she drew away from Carmen's group instinctively, putting herself closer to her guards. "I am human," I responded. "This woman callously tortures and murders humans. Why should I leave her alive?" As I spoke, the two human girls emerged from the cave. The little girl hid behind the bloody woman. Anyone who took a single look at her could guess what had happened. "You have resurrection, you brought them back." "Right," Kaya spoke uncertainly. "Then can't it be left at this? My sister has already suffered." "And you have already corrected her mistake?" "Mistake?" I made a face. "Is that what you call murder?" I was angry. I knew that in this world, murder was done casually, but that didn't make me feel any better. In a world where anyone could be resurrected, it made sense that life was casual. Killing a human as punishment was simple. Even the king had once chopped off my head just to make himself feel better. I hadn't died that time. Azalea had managed to reverse it before I could receive that kind of damage, but it was still a traumatizing experience any way you looked at it. "You don't understand." Kaya shook her head. "We're not the same as you humans." "What is that supposed to mean? We were born in this world." "We're intricately bound into the life cycle of this realm. Our species. We cannot be resurrected." "All of those men you just killed, they are dead for life. As for my sister, if you killed her, she wouldn't come back." Chapter 944. When a dungeon monster died, it returned to miasma and could then be reborn. This was an absolute truth. When someone entered a dungeon, it could theoretically toss monsters at him all day long, giving it hundreds and hundreds of chances to wear down and defeat the warrior. This is why dungeons were so deadly. And you had to always be wary. Only if you died in a dungeon did your soul get captured, then it would be ground down a little at a time until it became nothing but miasma. If it was strong enough and survived, just like a ghost with unfinished business, it would linger in the dungeon, becoming corrupted and serving the dungeon as a karmic soul. This was more or less what I had worked out from my time in Twilight, after having been infected with karma and gaining the mimic job. Human beings, demons, and other surface sentient beings could be resurrected various times. Only when the soul became old and no longer wished to remain bound by a body would the person pass away. Although there were other methods, such as spells and weapons that directly attacked the soul and the ever-dangerous dungeons. Plus, if no one resurrected you, your soul would eventually decay away. This was also an absolute truth. Yet, it seemed like those two truths were connected. We could be resurrected because we weren't born in this world. Our souls may have adapted to this world, but we were distinctly different. It seemed like the soul of a fae was too much like the mana stream from which they came, and if they died, Their soul would not be recoverable like our own. Since no fae existed on Ferrith anymore, and every creature there derived from another world, this was no longer common knowledge. This also explained to me why faes, despite having greater abilities than humans, were able to be pushed off their continent and forced to flee. Humans could keep resurrecting themselves. They might be weaker, but they could keep coming back over and over again. They had to be. Like a wave of undead zombies. No wonder the Twilight Dungeon had represented humanity as the undead. That's also why the demons haven't been able to run over humanity like we did to the Fae, since both sides are more even. To species fighting over a continent that had once belonged to a third. It was pretty ridiculous when you thought about it. Humans shouldn't be so strong. Kaya's words brought me back to what was going on in front of me. Where do you come from? I come from a small island in the south. It's an island free of the Fae, where only humans live. I lied. You are. The king there. I am. The more I realized about the fate plight, the warier I grew. I didn't want to explain to them that I came from the other continent. I was quickly realizing that my presence here was dangerous altogether. Human king? Dimitri fell to one knee. Have you come to free us from the slavers, my king? I had just been trying to spread disinformation, but my words seemed to strike a chord with these rebels. In their hopeless situation, they likely didn't even know about the other continent. Just hearing about a small island where humans were free was enough to light their hearts with glee. They seemed to be seeing me as their savior and lord. Chapter 9:45. The one who didn't look pleased by my words was Kaya. First, I still had the blade to her sister's neck. Secondly, I wasn't the face she thought I was. She may have helped some humans escape, but she was ultimately still a haughty Fey noble. She likely saw us all like dogs. It was one thing to help and shelter an abused dog, but it was quite another when you found a vicious, muscular dog who had just killed someone and with a mouth full of blood was growling at you. In her mind, I wasn't the same as Dimitri and the humans she rescued, and I could see that clearly in her eyes. So, Fae only have one life, I spoke out loud, looking down at Nerissa. Kaya, to ally yourself with these dogs? You have truly disappointed me. To hear Nerissa voice my very thoughts, I could only shake my head. Lying on the ground. And you still act this way. What if I do? Nerissa laughed. You won't kill me. Humans don't have the guts. Right, sister. Kaya shook her head. Shut up, Nerissa. Ha ha. You know, Kaya recognized your ability to use resurrection, but did not. Are you one of those white mages in the war? We tried to wipe them all out. It's a shame that some must have survived. So, there were once white mages. And they were wiped out. She seemed to speak as if she didn't know priests could use resurrection. Unless, perhaps humans lost too many white mages and couldn't replace them. And so what happened when you couldn't do something? You rely on faith. The religions of the country might have sprung up as an answer to the lack of white mages. Priests might not have existed during the First War. Well, it would have been stranger if a bunch of monsters crawling out of dungeons did have a church. Of course, there are no white mages here. Do you understand now? I frowned at her words as she shot me a gloating smile. Kaya gave a panicked expression, and it took me a moment to realize what was being implied. She had suggested that because I resurrected the humans, that everything was even. However, on this continent, the resurrection spell didn't exist. Since Fae couldn't be resurrected, they naturally didn't learn it. Maybe they couldn't learn it. So every human that had died on this continent had died permanently. When Nerissa had murdered the woman and her little girl, she had no intention of bringing them back. It was always intended to be for good. As realization formed in my eyes, the smile grew on Nerissa's face. You understand now. Your species is nothing but ants to be squashed. When I leave here, I will report to my father. And our army will find your nation and wipe it out. Sister, stop! Kaya cried out. Please, human king! I will do everything in my power to protect you. You cannot kill her. If you do, the king will attack your island in retaliation. Even Kaya's words, meant to be disarming, were filled with veiled threats. This was the plight of humans on this continent. They were animals to be dealt with. I let out a sigh, lowering my blade. Kaya, your sister will betray you, and me as well. She thinks nothing of murdering others. Humans may have come from dungeons, but it is clear who the monsters are. Please. She went as close to begging as her pride would allow. I looked away. Alea, is it time? Elia walked out of the cave, causing Carmen to cry out in surprise and everyone else to look warily. Enough mana has been absorbed. Also, I could sense an army of these so-called Fae on the way here. We have about 5 minutes before we're overwhelmed. I see. Then I suppose it's time we're on our way. There is no running, Nerissa snarled. I looked down at her and shook my head. There isn't. Which is why I've decided to fight. The war between us is inevitable. I've considered my options carefully. And you cannot be allowed to exist? What? Her eyes flashed for the first time in surprise. No! Kaya was only to get out a single word before I raised the sword and took Nerissa's head. Chapter 946. You bastard! I'll kill you! Kaya screamed, drawing her sword and racing toward Deke. Carmen appeared in front of her, her shield up, an impenetrable barrier that Kaya could not pass. Without attacking Carmen, she couldn't attack Deke. As for the other 3 knights, they had their swords drawn. But they barely took a step before they were stopped by Garnet and Bernice. Bernice had a complicated expression on her face. But she also remembered what Nerissa had said before she died. The Fae reminded her too much of demons for her to be forgiving. I wouldn't move. Bernice pulled her guns on the knights while Garnet held her hammer menacingly. The headless body of Nerissa started to dissolve, being eaten by the dungeon. You didn't have to do it? Kaya cried, tears falling down her eyes. She was a rabid monster, I responded darkly, glaring at Kaya. You think that just because you were here first, you somehow have rights beyond the lives of others? I came here without any grudge against your people, but I won't stand by while you abuse and demean my people either. Why... She had no argument. But she still glared hatefully my way. My lord! Dimitri spoke up, a complicated expression on his face. Although she's Fae, she saved our lives and risked her own. I'd like to beg on her behalf. Dimitri seemed to recognize the situation better than anyone. He was still subservient to me, but he still couldn't sit by and say nothing if I cut down Kaya. It wasn't that he believed he could stop me, just that he had to try. With a sigh, I waved my hand, breaking the slave bond between Kaya and me. I had unlocked Cancel Slave Contract at level 35. But it had never been important to me because my blessings prevented me from using it. I decided to give it a try on her now. Her eyes popped as the bond broke. That worked pretty well. I was at a level where I didn't even need physical contact. Leave. Her expression flashed with reluctance. But, my lord has shown you mercy? Please leave. It was Dimitri who suddenly showed. Her eyes flashed with shock. You... After everything. Dimitri bit his lip. You are Fae, and we are human. You saved me because you felt sorry for me and wanted to act against your father. However, there is a time where I will gather humans and fight back against the Fae, and the Fae will die. You had to have realized this. Her eyes flashed in surprise, and then they lowered. This. Even so. She wasn't someone who thought about things in such a complicated manner. To this point, she had just been reacting to what she experienced. Although Dimitri had used her help out of necessity, he was a leader capable of seeing the bigger picture. At some point, she'd either have to betray the Fae, or they'd be on opposing sides. It was clear she wasn't satisfied with things ending this way. With her sister gone, she wanted retribution. However, she was now at a disadvantage to humans. This made her uncomfortable. Fae were always in charge and humans were weak. It was that simple. Her eyes finally flashed darkly. She had no choice but to flee. However, in just a few minutes, there would be reinforcements. Very well. Let's go. She finally pulled back. You seem to be mistaken about something. I stopped her as she turned to leave. What? I said you could leave. I said nothing about them. I looked at the soldiers. You go too far. Alaya! Hey! Alaya wore a demonic smile as she flashed, appearing behind the guards. A black mist exploded from her body, piercing the chest of each of the three men. They let out cries, attempting to attack. However, her movements were vicious. Garnet and Bernice didn't even have to react as she brought them down. They let out screams, but they grew weaker by the second. Kaya moved to help, but Garnet slammed her hammer down, forcing the woman to jump back. By the time she recovered, her 3 knights were nothing more than desiccated corpses. Chapter 947. I had nothing against the 3 knights, but the less people that survived, the better. Kaya was a bit foolish, and there was very little she could probably glean from me. Her knights might have been more observant, and while they hadn't spoken, they might have realized things she didn't. It was also one of the reasons I killed Nerissa. She was too observant, and I feared she might figure things out about my identity. The other reason I killed the knights, and subsequently allowed the dungeon to consume the girl, is because of Elia. Although the dungeon had absorbed enough mana that I could make a portal home, it would also paint a red flag to where we came from to those that were coming toward us. The only way to hide our actions would be to self-destruct the dungeon behind us. And that needed more mana than we had time to gather. The corpses of the 24 bodies were just enough that I could cause the dungeon to explode and hide all of our presences. You! Monster! Kaya shouted. Do you wish to join them? Elia asked casually. Of everyone present, she'd be least bothered to be called a monster. In fact, calling her a human would be grossly inaccurate, despite her appearance. With the miasma leaking from her body and sucking the 3 knights dry, Kaya didn't show any restraint in her revulsion. She turned away. Her hands clenched and tears fell down her face. This isn't over. She breathed. You are going to threaten me like your sister. Where did it get her? I glowered. I normally wouldn't act so hatefully. But the truth was that I was running out of time. We had only minutes before Morphe arrived. I could even see them on the edges of my sense life. If I was going to escape and destroy the evidence, this woman definitely couldn't be there. Had she thought clearly about it, then she would have tried to procrastinate longer. Thankfully, she was too angry to think clearly, and instead began to walk away. Remember my name, she shouted. We'll meet again. She disappeared into the forest. I fear you've created an enemy. You should have just killed her. Elia shrugged. My lord, you must escape. Dimitri finally stood up and approached us with a lowered head. Dimitri. I live on the original continent of the Ferrith. I don't know how much you know, but humans once came from dungeons, and we forced the Fae from their continent. We still live there today and thrive. Will you join us? Dimitri shook at this news. I had heard rumors. They're true. Now that I know what is going on here, in time, we will help free our brothers. If you come with me, then you can live a free life with less danger. Dimitri genuinely looked tempted, but after a moment, he shook his head. I am sorry, my lord. I would very much like to follow the human king, but my fight is here. It may be years before you gather the strength to invade. That was an understatement. I wasn't even a king. I had no clue how I was going to gain help. The only advantage I had was that I could just open a portal when the time came. At that point, my dungeon should be powerful enough to be able to do it without too much waste. In that case, it was just a matter of bringing together all my allies and then trying to collect all the humans I could. I even had a dungeon skill called Advanced Sense Life. It could probably help me identify and find humans quickly. Well, I wasn't going to destroy his confidence by telling him that right now. Then, "You will stay. I will do the best I can to prepare them. You will bring our people hope. Great human king. We await the day of your return." Chapter 948. I could only do my best. It sounded like the old man was giving me way too much credit. I did want to help, but I wasn't some savior or something. Still, time was short and I couldn't explain myself. Instead, I created a portal behind the group of incoming Fae so that the humans could sneak away. The 6 of them gathered the remaining slaves that had still been waiting lifelessly, unaware that their fate was going to suddenly change. "Be free," I declared. I first took their bonds using Slave Taker. Since their owners were dead, the slave bond transferred to me with ease. I then simply canceled our contract. I did the same for everyone else as well, except when I went to remove Demetri and the boys, they protested. "Please." "We'd like to remain your slaves, Master," Demetri said. "The power being your slave gives me. I am not ready to give it up." The boy stubbornly added, "I don't know how much benefit you'll find from me at this distance," I admitted. "But it will be easier to find you when I return if I leave this bond attached." "Very well." The 2 bowed in appreciation, making me feel a little awkward. Although I had been a lord for a bit, the people of Chom didn't go out of their way to bow or fret over me, so being treated like this was a little awkward. The way I had casually destroyed dozens of slave bonds had also had a meaningful impact on the population, too. It might have been only a minute, but for a minute they all felt a surge of strength and power and an adoration for me. That feeling lingered, and many of them cried and smiled looking at me. "I am not your savior. Will you guys stop worshiping me?" To move things along, I got them all to enter the portal. Once all of the humans left, I created a new portal. This time, I used the power of the dungeon. Miasma flowed in, and I poured it all into the portal. It finally opened up. At this moment, I heard a cry. "It's there! There are humans!" a Fae leader shouted. "It's all set," Alea assured me. "Let's go." As the Fae barreled toward us through the trees on their bear lizards, the group of us jumped through the portal. When the portal slammed shut, the dungeon core, a thing only half formed, suddenly erupted. A massive explosion erupted, wiping out an entire contingent of Fae. Naturally, the news of a dungeon spontaneously forming when one hadn't formed in decades swept through the nation. Some people believed the dungeon exploded exactly because this continent was too resistant to such contamination. Others had a different theory. As the rumors spread, other rumors were spreading across a different community. The human slaves began to speak to each other in whispers. A rebellion had begun, one that wouldn't be defeated like before. This was because it was led by the human king, a powerful hero who could break the bonds of servitude with the wave of his hand. Despite Deke's best hopes, the legend of the human king hero had begun. Chapter 949. We're home. I smiled. We're finally home. This is a dungeon? Bernice asked in wonder as she looked around the safe room. I had opened a portal directly into the dungeon boss room of Chom. Normally, since I had lost my tattoo, I wouldn't be able to portal directly into a dungeon. However, this was the dungeon that I had created. And thus I was allowed to do such things. I could also speak with slave communication and other such things. No one else, however, should be able to do that. This was one more way that I protected myself. Even if there was some magical way they could trace a portal and reopen it, they'd find themselves trying to open a portal directly into a dungeon and not be able to do so. In the end, even if they did succeed in managing all that, they would instantly encounter the giant dungeon boss, who was already a formidable monster, even I couldn't defeat, and with the support of my dungeon, which was in turn supported by a fairy fountain. Calling it a slaughter would be an understatement. Correction. This is my dungeon. I sighed. It's so good to be home. Ilaya stretched out happily. You've only been gone a day. Carmen sniffed. Stop acting like you've been through some great ordeal like us. Hee hee. Well, it has been an ordeal. Hasn't it? After all, I hadn't been completely sure of Deke here until now. I was worried to might be some kind of clever imposter. Elea chuckled. How can that be? I snorted, walking down the stairway into the main boss room. Ah. Deke, actually. Elea suddenly grew flustered. Deke? A voice cut into what she was going to say. You look better from the last I saw you. Ah, thanks, I laughed, feeling good over seeing a familiar face. Now that I had met the real Shin, or at least a part of Shin, I really could see the similarities between the two women. The Shinin Twilight Dungeon had been a woman, albeit a tall and muscular one. The woman in Widow's Dungeon had been a larger-than-life giant. I wondered what created the differences between the two women. Was it how the dungeon saw the two women, or was there something else at play? Master? I think there is something we need to discuss. Elea spoke uncertainly. At that moment, there was a sudden feeling. It was a resonance, like something on me was trying to pull away. The giant's friendly smile suddenly turned strange. What is this tugging feeling? The giant asked uncertainly. Ah. That. It must be Shin's soul. I equipped my mimic job and then tried to contain her karmic soul, but it seemed like it was trying to get out. Zin the giant's eyes flashed. Wek, what do you mean? Shin's soul Elea cried out. whatever she was going to say completely lost. That is, I probably should take it away. It seems to want to merge with you, I said helplessly. The giant hesitated for a second and then straightened. No, release it. Seriously it. Feels like me. It's like a piece of me is missing. I want to feel whole. The giant bowed, which meant her head was still hovering over ours, but her hair ended up slapping my face. Ah, if you insist. I released Shin's soul. Chapter 950. As I let go of my control. And the miasmic soul burst forth from my body and then headed straight to the giant, slamming into her. She took the hit. Even backing up a step, for a giant her size to be pushed back, the force could be imagined. She let out a grunt, and then her eyes closed and her body started to glow. A mixture of light and miasma flowed around her body in concentric circles and exploded out, sending waves of power echoing around the boss chamber. Thankfully, this was the perfect place to contain such power. Carmen put up a defensive shield to protect us from being buffeted by the power, while the giant in the center of the room started to change. No one watched her more closely than Alaya. While she didn't have any clue what was happening, Shin had been her friend. And that giant had been the last fragment of a friend she had lost. That fragment was now undergoing an unbelievable change. As her body glowed, it began to shrink. She grew smaller and smaller until she was only about 7 feet tall. She'd be considered somewhat short for an Austerian woman, but nothing compared to the giant that she once was. Her clothing didn't shrink with her, and it fell off of her as her body no longer began to fit it. When the glow finally faded, a beautiful naked woman stood in the middle of the boss room. Her features resembled that of the giant, but that also much more closely resembled Shin. Ah. I didn't expect my return to occur so quickly. She touched her body. Exixin. Alea was the one who stepped out, tears in her eyes. Alea? My love. Shin shook. I am not prepared. There was a flash of anguish and guilt on her face. After all, she had been the one to kill the king, leading to Elia's death. She had then fled the country. Well, she had ended up getting controlled by Aberes. But she still felt intense responsibility for everything she did. You are really Shin. Your soul is all corrupted, like mine. Alea chuckled, but she was crying at the same time. Your soul was never corrupted, Shin said, shaking her head in denial. Your soul was always beautiful. I never deserved you. Just shut up and kiss me. Alea took the last few steps. And although she rose on her tiptoes, it was ultimately Shin who bent over. Given her size, one could be forgiven if the scene resembled a man pulling a woman off her feet and kissing her. The group of us could only look on awkwardly, although Bernice looked on with a bit of interest. The girls finally broke away, breathing hard as they held each other. Then Shin's eyes landed on me. And she leaned forward and whispered something into Alea's ear. Alea chuckled, and the two women turned to me. Master, why are you not getting in on this? Elia licked her lips. I mean, Shin and you. Aren't you lovers? When it came to King of Berries, the pair of us could not agree. Alea shrugged. However, that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore, what? But Shin and I, you don't need to worry about me. Shin blushed. You had already impressed me in the Twilight Dungeon. Besides that, if you think I am different than that nameless giant, you are wrong. I have both her memories and my own. We were based on the same person, but it isn't like she ceased to be. She is me, and I am her, and her feelings for you should have been obvious. Oh, obvious. Her cheeks reddened more. After all, you were inside me. How could that not affect a woman before? Our bodies weren't compatible. So I could only keep my mouth shut. Now, I no longer have to hold back. I love Master. Chapter 951M. Master. For the proud and noble Shin to suddenly call me master and look at me with such lewd eyes, leaving me feeling dazed. Garnet looked amused by this. Why Carmen was different. Bernice was looking at me like I was scum. But I suppose I expected that from her. Won't you accept her? Ilaya asked, gesturing to Shin's naked body like she was putting it on display. I mean, I didn't know what to say. When I spoke of resurrecting Shin, I hadn't expected it to just happen spontaneously like that. It went smoothly. Now, there was a girl who was neither Shin nor the giant. I guess I could say she was both of them wrapped up in a single package. Master. I know this is a lot to take in. Shin stepped forward. However, I am the same person that I was before. Rather, you could say that there is only one of me, and before this, I had been divided. That's why I hope you can come to accept me for who I am. I am the dungeon master you trusted. And I am also the woman who you fought the Demon King within the dungeon. She had a worried expression on her face. Too much truly had happened, and she was scared of her future. Even Elia, although she didn't show it, seemed a bit concerned. Shin, I am not a man who will ever reject a woman who needs me, I declared. Whether you are one or both women, you are mine just the same? Beast, Bernice grumbled. Oh my. Shin acted bashfully. So passionate. He. I like this version of Deke. Alea giggled. Then it's decided. Alea reached down and started pulling off her dress. Elia? Shin's eyes widened. What are you doing? I asked. Huh? Aren't we going to have sex now? Is that what you were going for? I cried. You haven't changed at all. Shin said at the same time. It's fine. Since we all love each other, then we should smash our parts together. This is just common sense, Alaya explained. Whose common sense? Shin was now covering her body, completely flustered. How about this? I interrupted. Why don't the pair of you get reacquainted? I have things I need to do. We can all. Aham. At a later date, it wasn't that I wasn't turned on by the prospect. However, I had just found out Shin was into me. Jumping into a threesome seemed a bit aggressive. Plus, the other girls were looking, and even Carmen was frowning at me. They kept saying I was more passionate and daring, but even I wasn't that bold. Foo. Fine. The two of us letting out a breath of relief. In that case, have fun. The rest of us will be off. I am eager to reunite with the girls. I grabbed the other girls and fled the room, leaving Alaya to play with Shin to her heart's content. I was still worried over my girls whose bonds I no longer had. Since I fled before Alaya could say anything, I failed to hear what she said next. Wait. At that point, we were already gone, and Alaya could only give a sigh. Well, they'll figure it out. Now. Shin. Where were we? Ah. Yailaja. I only just regained a body. Gee, go gentle on me. The proud and aloof warrior Shin, despite towering over the other woman, looked like a scared little kitten under her predatory gaze. I think we both know when it comes to restraint, I don't have it. Chapter 952. Leaving Alea behind. The group of us headed back to the mansion using the back door entrance into the basement. As we reached the mansion, Garnet and Bernice looked around at the lavish hallway with wide eyes. The pair had never really been in a mansion or palace before. Bernice lived the life of a poor person, and Garnet typically moved to small towns and slept in the dirt more often than not. Only Carmen was comfortable with this kind of lavish environment, although I didn't think she'd ever seen my manor before. Since I had previously left her at my properties in the capital or Alerith. Why, you really do live in a mansion? Bernice's mouth fell open. I know you said you were a lord, but... Yeah. I guess. Since you are my slave, you are welcome to stay here as long as you want. If you'd like to stop being my slave, then I am happy to release you. But then you also wouldn't get to stay here. Are you trying to bribe me? Bernice demanded. I am just being clear on our relationship. I shrugged, just trying to make sure everything was handled. Our relationship. Carmen, why don't you find Garnet and Bernice a room? The mansion still has plenty. I tried to redirect them. Isn't Master just asking that so you can play with your girls without us watching? Carmen asked Riley. Thursday. That's not true. This time, my face turned red. Since I had taken her to bed, Carmen had grown more territorial and a bit more willful. She was usually the strong, silent type who took all her pain on the inside. But since her mind had been invaded from the karmic infection, and we had gone through a life and death battle together, only for her to end up as the only girl with me in my world, well, our relationship had changed. She was someone I cared about deeply and who I trusted to keep me safe. That's why she was more comfortable with teasing me about these things as well. Animal. Bernice gave me dark eyes. Even though Master has me, he'll run into another woman's arms. Garnet jokingly added. They didn't linger to torture me, though. Carmen took the two women and walked off toward one of the unused wings. The wing I slept in had been filled up, all of the women closest to me wanting to sleep closest to me as well. They all slept in my room most nights anyway. I guess they hadn't been doing that the last few months. No. It had only been weeks for them. I had to keep reminding myself. I went toward my wing, heading for my bedroom. It felt strange not being able to feel where any of the girls were. I supposed I could locate them using the map and sense life, but I felt like I lost something doing that. Thankfully, I didn't have to go far. Upon opening the door to my room, I found one of them waiting for me. As soon as I saw her, my heart nearly beat out of my chest. Ah, Master Lydia smiled at me. I am back. Welcome back, Lydia responded. Ah? From where? Chapter 953. If round at her words. Of everything I expected from appearing, I didn't expect Lydia to barely react at all. She was as lovely as always. But she wasn't upset, excited, or confused. She might as well have seen me just a little earlier today. Ah, Master. Why did you just tell us to meet you in the war room if you are here? Lydia suddenly asked, cocking her head. War room, I blinked. What war room, Lydia? I've been gone for weeks. It was Lydia's turn to be confused. What do you mean I just saw you this morning? I took a step forward, and Lydia suddenly looked even more doubtful. Elia! She was trying to say something. You've seen Elia? Her eyes flashed. Lydia! I am Deke. The last time I saw you was when we were in Lord Rain's castle. I cut off a piece of my soul, and then teleported all of you home. Lord Rain tossed me into a dungeon. I only recently escaped with Carmen. As I spoke, Lydia's eyes grew wide, and her alarm seemed to grow as well. The slave bond. I cut off the slave bond. I shook my head. I had to do it, send you away. I am just glad you're safe. You don't understand. Deke came back with us. What, Deke? I mean, he's been here all along. That... I looked down for a second, and then back up. The Demon Lord. What? Do you know who attacked us in Alarith? The person that forced me to cut my soul? It was Demon Lord Aberes? He's the power behind Lord Rain, not Imperial Cloud Metho like we thought. Thursday, the Demon Lord died. That's what we thought, but when Shin and Alaya killed him, he made himself reborn. Since then, he's been gathering power. I explained. Don't you understand what this means? He sent back a copy with you? This Deke? He must be some kind of spy created by Lord Abaris to confuse all of you. No. That can't be true." She shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion and worry. "Think about it. Is there anything questionable about him? Had he acted strangely, that is?" Lydia's eyes started to flash with realization. It was a she. What? The one who came back was a female version of you. She takes potions to remain male. As for their behavior, they can be a little cold sometimes. Don't you see? It must be some kind of fake. Lord Aberys must have done something to send it. The soul piece that was cut off was far too weak to have survived on its own. But look, how much of my soul went with you? Almost nothing. All of it was me. I am the real Deke. I had started to approach her, and soon I was right in front of her, my eyes filled with passion. Even if that Deke was me, it'd only be a shadow. I am the true Deke. M. Master, her eyes looked into mine with realization. Suddenly, I felt the bond between us snap back into place. With a smile, I grabbed Lydia and kissed her, as I passionately held her. Lydia melted into my arms. It seemed like things were far worse than I had hoped. It was fine. I'd fix everything. I was home now. Chapter 954. From the moment Lydia suddenly ceased to be connected to my bond, I immediately began looking for her. It didn't take long before I thought to bring up the map. I had to reset my dungeon points to bring out a skill, Sense Life Plus. I hoped I'd gain it in one of my job titles soon, but it was extremely useful as a dungeon skill too. I had found that if I used it, then any dot I selected on the map would also display the information regarding that person. I quickly located Lydia. She was in my room. She also appeared to be next to someone. However, when I attempted to click on their name, it brought up question marks. It was someone I couldn't identify. What kind of creature would be able to confuse my sense life? It left me rather terrified. I quickly ran to my bedroom, and behind me, all of the girls followed. We were supposed to be discussing war matters regarding the appearance of Lord Rain. Now, I was dealing with the loss of Lydia. Was this some kind of trick Lord Rain came up with? Was he stealing my slaves now? That question mark was that the strange man who had attacked us in the castle. If Lord Rain had sent him, then we had a major fight ahead of us. If he also could break the bonds between my women and me, even despite my blessing, it left me feeling afraid. My mind worked quickly through a million different possibilities. I'd even considered just casting Meteor and destroying the entire mansion. No, that was perhaps too impulsive. However, that could be a possible plan. I could always resurrect everyone later. On the other hand, if this mysterious monster was allowed to wipe us out, it could mean Lord Rain won without a single shot fired. It'd be horribly embarrassing. "Master, is Lydia okay?" Mickey asked worriedly. Of all the girls, Mickey and Shao were the closest to Lydia. There was a time it had just been Mickey and Lydia. They had fought together in Carr's dungeon when they thought they had lost me, and even had to drag my corpse back together when I unexpectedly died retaking the city. As a result, the girls formed a closer bond. Celeste was a bit of an airhead, and Tara liked to keep to herself. Shao, on the other hand, saw Lydia as a repository of sexual knowledge and her ideal to strive for. Either way, all of the girls respected her as the leader and scout for our group, and if she was lost, our fighting potential was also lost, as well as a close friend. Rather than answer, I opened the door to my bedroom and looked in. My eyes landed on Lydia. But what I saw was far worse than her being dead. If she was dead, I could summon her back to life. Instead, she was in the arms of another man. They were kissing passionately, his back to me. A cold feeling spread through me, and I pulled out my blade. Whoever this man was, he would die. Chapter 955. Ah, Didik. Lydia broke off the kiss and cried out when she noticed me looking at her. How could you Mickey covered her mouth? Completely shocked by what Lydia had done. She not only abandoned her slave bond, but she ran into the arms of another man. How could Deke not feel extremely hurt as he coldly watched her, the man who had been kissing her turned around? So, you are the bastard who has tried to steal my life. His voice was filled with anger, as his eyes practically glowed red with fury. The girls behind me let out gasps of shock. I only sneered as I looked at this strange clone. At least, Lydia had just been confused. I would be willing to forgive her once everything was sorted out. What's going on? Celeste cried out. Demon Lord Aberris. That is what is going on, the other Deke said darkly. The man in the Ost Republic? Tara asked wonderingly. That was merely a diversion, Deke sighed. The true Lord Aberris is in Alarith. He's been using Lord Rain as a puppet all this time. He's the source of the demonic knights. Oh, no! Astrea hissed. He's coming to attack us soon. Faina worried out loud. I didn't know if what the duplicate said was true. If it was, it actually explained a lot. That strangely powerful person that had suddenly attacked us. I had been worried about facing him for some time. This also explained his confidence in being able to conquer Chom. A few weeks ago, I cut off a piece of my soul to save all of you. The Demon Lord must have taken control of that weakened soul using a karmic infection, and then sent it here to destabilize our power. I am sorry it took me so long to return, but that creature is an imposter. The other Deke pointed at me. I blanched at his words. Of all of the things I'd expect him to say, I never thought he'd be so shameless. I was right here, and his gig to seduce my women were already up. But he still had the gall to make these kinds of false claims. I had thought his words would be tossed out instantly. But all of the girls looked around in confusion as if they weren't sure. How can you believe this clown? I demanded. He's been in the clutches of Lord Rain for weeks. If he's speaking the truth, and it is the Demon Lord, it's even less reason to believe him. We've all battled replicas before. In Widow's dungeon, they were also able to hijack my slave abilities and make an exact copy. even if this guy was the other half of my soul. It's clear he's a dungeon doppelganger. We've all seen what they are capable of doing. That's true. Perhaps he was reforged in the dungeon, Miki responded defiantly. Miki, of everyone here, you should be most sensitive to the soul, this Deke declared. I don't have a karma soul. You should be able to recognize that I am truly me. That... She looked uncertain for a second. But then she pulled out her staff and stepped forward. Miki, don't. I tried to grab her arm. But she dodged my grab and then waved out, nine tails forming behind her. After a moment, her body shuddered and her face flashed in shock. Yamam. Master the second, she said the words. The bond between her and me broke like the same manner that it had before. A dark grin formed on the other Deke's face. As for Miki, she cried out, looking shocked and even more confused. There is no point in continuing to discuss this. I hissed coldly. There is only one Deke? I pulled my sword from my inventory and then attacked. I had to kill him immediately before he took anyone else. Chapter 956. The girls let out cries as the imposter Deke burst out through the crowd, attempting to attack me. From the moment I had heard about this imposter, I had already been working out a plan to deal with him. With everyone focused on me, no one had noticed I had summoned the three girls to meet me here. Carmen was standing behind everyone with Garnet and Bernice, and I had already given her a heads up before the imposter had even attacked. The other girls had all not expected such an impulsive attack. Even I was surprised by it. Lydia was only just moving to try to protect me. Everyone else who was behind me didn't even have a chance. It didn't matter. As the imposter got close enough that I could see him, I waited to the last possible second. Switch! My body replaced Carmen. And Carmen appeared where I was. She already had her shield up, ready to take on the imposter. As soon as the form changed, the imposter balked, trying to stop his sword from slamming down. However, he couldn't stop his momentum. The woman he was fighting was Carmen, decked in her full light armor from the Twilight Dungeon. Even if she didn't use the shield, he'd be unlikely to harm her. In her garb, she was a true force to be reckoned with. She shoved back, doing a shield bash as his sword struck it. His body slammed into the shield and went flying back. The girls let out a cry as the imposter was tossed back at them. However, Carmen didn't just block. She took this opportunity and attacked. She lunged forward at the unbalanced and stumbling imposter and then brought down her sword, intending to chop him in half. A form suddenly appeared in front of her, erupting with miasma and darkness. It was Cilicia who blocked the attack. She wasn't defensive, but she could attack someone else attack, and that's what she did. Carmen was never as powerful an attacker as she was a defense. And she had no choice but to jump back and defend against Cilicia's miasma strike. When things settled, Xiao had caught the imposter in her hands, and Cilicia now faced Carmen. All of the girls wore stunned expressions on their faces upon seeing Carmen standing there. No one was more stunned than Celicia. Sister? Celicia's eyes widened. Why did you block me and protect this imposter? Carmen demanded. Her back stiff and her eyes cold. He's not an imposter. He's Deke. Nonsense. I've been by Deke this entire time. I can guarantee I am traveling with the true Deke. Traveling number. You died. You died. In a dungeon. Celicia's eyes flashed. You are a dungeon copy. Like me, what a copy. What are you saying? You don't need to be afraid, sister. Celicia smiled. You died in that dungeon. Lord Rain must have brought your soul back as a monster to confuse us. But it's okay, you see? I died to once. I only remembered recently, but I was born in a dungeon, like you and Alea. So, my sister died. I was as shocked as she was. I didn't have any close attachment to Celicia, but I did grow close to Carmen. Although she barely reacted, I could feel through the bond that her mind was in turmoil. And hearing about this deeply bothered her. I really wanted to grab her and hold her, but now wasn't the time. Her eyes flashed, and her body started to glow with light. Then, since you are an evil being, I won't feel bad fighting through you to kill that abomination. Just as Master doesn't want an imposter, neither do I. Chapter 957. You won't hurt Master, Celicia shouted defensively. Now. I know you couldn't possibly be my sister. My sister would never defy me like this. While Celicia was standing in front of me, protecting me with her life, I could only feel a deep affection for her. Finding out that Carmen was alive had been shocking, but I had no particular deep feelings for her. As for Celicia thinking Carmen was a dungeon fragment like her, I was more sensitive to these kinds of things, and I saw no trace of this. The only conclusion I could make is that the dungeon Deke had brainwashed the real Carmen. However, my focus quickly left them, as there was still the matter of the dungeon Deke. If he switched with Carmen, then... Where was he? I looked at my map and then spun around with a cry. We're surrounded, the girls cried out. Spinning around to see Dungeon Deke casually surveying the situation with his arms crossed, a somewhat angry glower on his face. The girls moved to either side, creating a pathway between us. Still looking back and forth between the two of us, as if they didn't know what to do. I had to give it to Lord Rain. This tactic of his was much more effective than I would have thought. Do I need to provide any more proof? He tried to kill me and even attacked his own slave? This is clearly not me. You? I stepped toward him, ready to attack again. Bernice? He snorted. Haven't you always wanted to shoot me? My pleasure. A woman I had never seen before, but seemed strangely familiar, stepped forward. While she was a stranger, the things she pulled out were not. My eyes widened in shock, and my foot stopped. How did you get a gun? I cried out. She pointed the weapon at me and fired. A blast shot out. I may have grown powerful, but being able to use a sword and being able to fight a gun were two different concepts entirely. Just as I saw my life flashing before my eyes, a form appeared in front of me. Celeste stood between me and the bullet. She used her wind magic, and as the bullet approached, she slapped it away with the wind. The bullet's trajectory changed, hitting the wall behind me and causing Lydia and Carmen to move out of the way. The woman named Bernice seemed surprised that her bullet hadn't landed. She began to fire bullet after bullet. Celeste kept moving, slapping them away one at a time. She could only just change the trajectory enough that they missed both her and me. I realized at that moment that to accomplish this, Celeste's speed was greater than that of a bullet. Bernice? Stop shooting her! The other Deke hit her on top of the head. Ah, it's not my fault some big-breasted bimbo got in my way. Celeste, why are you defending him? I am the real Deke, he declared. Deke is Deke, Celeste cried out, her eyes closed. I don't understand what's happening. Deke is Deke, and I will protect him. If there are two Dekes, I will protect two Dekes. If there are two masters, I will love both masters. Leave it to Celeste to not be able to grasp what was going on. I supposed I could forgive her for getting confused. She was protecting my life, after all. Enough of this. Girls, kill this man, I ordered coldly. You... Everyone, don't hold back. Kill the imposter, the other Deke declared. Chapter 958. Although the both of us pointed at the other and ordered the girls to attack, no one moved. It seemed like the impostor's ruse had worked too well. Everyone doubted that the other Deke was an enemy. I felt angry. Although it wasn't specifically at them, I felt angry about this whole situation. I had been gone for months, expecting to come home to girls who were worried sick about me, only to find that they barely even cared I was home. This impostor had taken a precedence in my mansion, somehow stealing all of the slave bonds in my absence, and then pretended to be me. Once the blessings had been lost, it would have been all too easy for them to systematically take the bond with slave steal. After all, with me in another world, and him looking just like me, the girls would have willingly let themselves be stolen. I had foolishly thought there was nothing to worry about, and they'd all be fine. But I had a lot to worry about. Come. We're leaving. I finally dropped my hand and sent a slave order to all of the girls on my side. Lydia and Miki cried out at suddenly being addressed, but after I gave them a look, they followed Carmen to my side. When the impostor saw this, his looks darkened. At that moment, his body started to change, revealing the female Deke. Lydia had mentioned that this Deke wasn't a boy, but it took seeing it for me to truly realize it. Where do you think you are going? She coldly huffed in a feminine voice. Do you really think that is me? I demanded, looking at each of the girls. That's not even a man. Her eyes widened, and then she grabbed her chest. When she realized she had changed back, she reached for her pocket. But after a second, she took her hand away, staring at me defiantly. "Master." "Please don't do this," Celeste begged. "There are just two Deeks now." "It's okay." "There is only one Deek," I responded. "And I am him. This is something else. I know you are all confused. But I need you all beside me. We're going to retake Chom and stop Lord Abaris's plan. Remember? This fool still thought it was just Lord Rain. I fought him. I know what he's capable of. I've even defeated him and escaped his dungeon. Victory comes through me. Will none of you come the girls in front of me were Astria, Celeste, Terra, Shaup, Raisa, Cilicia, and Fena. Standing on my side were Lydia, Miki, Carmen, Bernice, Alaya, and Garnet. At this moment, I was slightly worse off. Never mind the fact she had the support of Chom. It was possible I could get Shin's help, but Shin was trapped in the dungeon, so she wasn't someone I could call on too easily. "I am the real Deek," the imposter said, her voice filled with ice. "I shouldn't even need to have this conversation. You've all been with me all this time, but where was he? I've been by your side. You know it's true." At that moment, the bonds changed again, and one of my slaves disappeared. Chapter 959, Bernice. The fake Deek shot a look at the girl I didn't know. "Humph, a female is far more to my liking," Bernice responded, walking over to the other side. "Besides, you are an animal. This Deek is far cooler. You weren't even bonded in this world." I was just as perplexed as he was. I didn't even know this girl. But suddenly I could feel her slave bond. Sorry. "And you are," I asked sheepishly. The girl suddenly ran up and grabbed my hands. She smiled at me. It was actually a pretty cute smile. "I am Bernice." "At your service, master. I've been forced to work under that beast of a man. However, I'd much rather work under you." "You Ender, you shouldn't drink those potions, master. They make you weak and may also make you impotent." "It's much better to stay a woman. Don't you think impotent?" "That's a lie. She's lying, right?" "Ah. Sorry." "You don't recognize me. You might recognize me as Bernard." The hero, as she said this, she pulled back her hair. With that, there was a flicker of recognition. Bernard was a girl. This was the woman who was the once-place champion. All the other girls made noises of surprise as well as they finally realized who the stranger was. I didn't know her, but she seemed to be holding on to me now. I didn't know how to react. "Alaya?" "You are going to join this Deeg's side?" Astria asked. "Alaya," my eyes jumped to see Alaya in the back next to him. She had disappeared, only to show up next to him. It was clear to me that the fake Deek must have stolen her. Yet, Alaya was a powerful undead queen. If she wanted to, she should have had the ability to return to my side. "I am." Alaya chuckled. "And so will you?" Astria raised an eyebrow. I will I? Master and I have already claimed the dungeon. You what? I cried out. Since the moment I was summoned, I thought something like this might happen. Thus, I made sure the dungeon bastion closes up. I've sealed the entrance to the mansion, and if anyone not bonded to my Deke attempts to enter, they will be seen as an enemy and attacked. Elia, I could kiss you. The fake Deke grew excited. My expression grew ugly. Alaya was a diabolical woman. I had already known this about her. However, when she was on my side, that wasn't a problem. Now, she was on the enemy's side. Thursday, that doesn't mean I'll join you, Astria responded hesitantly. You think I'll allow you to keep receiving miasma if you are on her side? Elia asked. Why, you... Astria looked guiltily in my direction and then sighed. Her bond suddenly disappeared, and I could only shake coldly. Astria? Get your fairy butt over here, the fake Deke barked. Why, yes, master! She flew over quickly rather than float over slowly. She didn't have to look slightly like she enjoyed being barked at. Faina, I need you as well, fake Deke suddenly said. Faina's loyalty to me had always been a bit questionable. When I first made her my slave, she had left to be free. I understand. Faina lowered her head. I am sorry, master, but if I am to continue my species, I'd need a man, not a woman. Ha! Fake Deke blinked. No, I meant I hate cooking. I haven't had very many delicious things because of that. I need you to cook for me. See, cook! Her eyes widened, and the bond disappeared like smoke. Hey! Where is your reluctance? I cried out. Sorry, master? He needs me? Faina ran into his arms. She didn't need to hug him and give him a kiss. Why was her big chest suddenly pissing me off? I will be back for the rest of you in time, fake Deke declared. Wait for me? You dare! Just as I went to attack him, he grabbed all the girls and disappeared, using a teleportation spell. Like that? Half of my girls and ultimately my fighting force was gone. Chapter 960, Alaya. Why have you decided to help? Miki asked. Both Dekes are the same. You should know this better than anyone. Alaya cocked her head. Isn't it because it's fun you? They really are both Deke. Is that even possible? Lydia asked. If a soul is truly powerful enough, and each side survives, then it is. In truth, the female Deke should have died. However, a strong spiritualist mixed with her own white mage abilities, a rower, and she was able to recover. They really can't be put back together, Faina asked worriedly. Both souls have already healed. Didi used a dungeon and created a karmic soul. Meanwhile, it seems like Deke used a powerful elixir that repaired the missing portion of his monosoul. They both have completed souls now. Although they do seem to be linked. From what I can tell, they both level together with the same jobs. Although the blessing isn't replicated, they each have access to the same number of dungeon points. The slave bonds seem to be split between them as well. As for where the slave bonds connect, it's to whomever the women are feeling the most loyal to at the moment. Ah, that. I can't help it. Lydia blushed. This Deke, he's so passionate. As a spiritualist, I have a natural distaste for karmic beings. I hadn't realized it myself. But Dee Dee's karmic soul must have made me inclined to follow this master first. Miki sighed. I feel like that was a slight toward me, Elia responded flatly. You are imagining things. So, what should we do? Do we really have to pick one Deke over another? You can do whatever you want. Alea shrugged. As for me, I'll be continuing to watch over this Deke and help him in his pursuits. It will be difficult for the pair of them to come to terms with each other. Honestly, I thought things would go a different way. Garnet pouted. What is that? Miki asked. Ah. That. One is a girl. One is a boy? That. They say that if you meet yourself, there are only two things that can happen. You can either fight or sex, Lydia declared proudly. If you understand Deke, then you should have seen that things would end up a fight. Alea sighed. Really? Garnet asked. Deke's own worst enemy has always been himself. Octius once mentioned this. Deke is a man who resents his weaknesses. He has always second-guessed himself when confronted with a manifestation of all the parts of himself he cut away. He'd naturally wish to destroy it. I love Deke. All of Deke. How can he be so hard on himself? Lydia's eyes started to form tears. It's because he's hard on himself that he was able to come so far, Astria spoke up. I think, perhaps, we shouldn't interfere too much with what is happening. You want to let him kill himself? Miki cried out. I am just saying. Alea's right. We should let this play out. Yes, there is risk, but we risk ourselves every time we enter a dungeon. He may learn something about himself. I think he will grow from this and use the opportunity to refine his strength, grow confidence in his ability, and become the man he was meant to be. I see. Are you all done yet? I asked. Feeling a bit grumpy. You know, I can hear everything you are saying. Good. Miki stuck out her tongue. Did any of it sink in? Have we changed your mind yet? Actually, something you said did click with me. I shrugged. This other Deke, Dee Dee, she already has an army around her. Even though we've cut off her access to the dungeon, she's still much more powerful than me. However, we have alliances she hasn't pulled on yet. I think it's time I saw what the Tybalt family is up to. Chapter 961. That coward, I growled. He should have just faced me and died, actually running away. He was in enemy territory. Not that he's an enemy. Or is he? Celicia cocked her head in confusion. He's a fake, I assured her. We must prepare for the next time he comes. He's clearly here to destabilize our power. It's no coincidence that he showed up just after Lord Rain announced his intention to attack. Ah. I tossed my hair back. You don't need to worry about the girls. I will get them back. I won't let any of you fall into the hands of such a lek. So cool. Ahem. Bernice cleared her throat with a blush. Finally letting go of me. Perhaps I'll be of some assistance there. I reached out and grabbed her this time. You will. I am sorry, but I need to learn everything you know. I'll have to probe you thoroughly. On... Why, yes. Master, she said, her face red. She's drooling, Tara muttered. Definitely drooling, Xiao added. Bernie swiped her mouth. Ah! I mean... Please probe me as much as Master desires. My body is completely at your disposal. You can do whatever you want to it. But Master needs her mind, Tara muttered. Who knew the champion was such a pervert? Xiao responded with narrow eyes. Ah, Master wants me for my mind as well as my body. Understood. Bernice nearly saluted. The body wasn't even mentioned. I could only shake my head. However, with half of my girls suddenly being whisked away, I had to take what I could get. If she was half as good as I recalled from the battles, then she'd be a good ally to have. However, at the time, she used a sword. Now, she was using something that raised some questions. I looked down at the guns in her hand. Just how had she obtained these? From Earth, Bernice declared. Do you like them, Em? Ma! I mean, that beast bought them for me. Earth! Xiao's eyes snapped open, and she took a step forward. I was just as bad, grabbing her once again. What do you mean? Eartha. That. I was there. We were all there. He can transport to Earth. Ah. You are squeezing too hard. Actually, squeeze harder. I let go of her and Xiao and I exchanged a look. Home. This man even had a means of going to Earth. That only made him more dangerous. I took what he did as a threat. Before I kill him, I'll have to make sure I find out just how he did it. Is this really okay? Raisa whispered to Xiao and Tara. I feel like this might really be an accident. I think they're both the real Deke. When that Deke looked at me, I really felt like he cared for me. I don't think he'd do me any harm. It was that kind of feeling. Raisa was extremely sensitive to threats. If the other Deke had intended any of them harm, she would have felt it clearly. All she could sense from that Deke was a fiery passion to protect and love them, a feeling that made her heart beat fast. Had he not fled, there was no saying which side she would have been on. Deke is Deke, Celeste overheard and spoke up. Still feeling confused and angry that no one was listening to her. Don't call me Deke any longer, I said. What? The girls all turned to her in surprise. From now on, call me Didi. I don't want to be confused for that man. I won't be taking the gender-changing potion anymore either. The last I need is for you all to be confused again. If you see me and I am a man, it's him. Capture him immediately. Chapter 962. Eliana. Decom. As soon as I saw Eliana, I couldn't help embracing and kissing her. She was the mother of one of my children. And while it was only just barely starting to show, to me it had been months since I had last seen her. I was a little surprised that there was only the slightest of bumps, which I could only feel when I put my hand on her stomach. Ah, Deke, you are being so affectionate. Eliana blushed as I felt her stomach. Deke, you came just in time. I finally managed to find you a potion that will permanently change your gender back to a man, Prince Edward declared, pulling an item from his storage ring and handing it to me. I took it, looked at it for a moment, sneered, and then dropped it on the floor. Ah! Eliana cried out. Deke! Prince Edward's eyes widened. We need to talk, I said, smashing the potion under my heel. A few minutes later, I had explained the basic gist of the situation. Prince Edward, although he often acted like a fool, was actually an extremely thoughtful man. When he was thinking, he put his hand on his chin and nodded. It was anyone's guess what things that went through his head. But he caught basically everything. So, he said after I had finished telling my story, what you are saying is there was no reason to smash that expensive potion I went to a lot of effort to get. Yeah, I mean, it allowed that imposter to continue to look like me. True. But I could have just put it in the treasury or even sold it. Just because I wasn't going to give it to him didn't mean it was best being smashed on my floor. I scratched my head awkwardly. It hadn't been an impulsive action on my point. I had already considered cutting off his supply of gender-bender potions. It stood to reason that the girls wouldn't stand indefinitely by him as long as he looked like a girl, and that by preventing him from changing, it'd further divide the line between her and me in their minds. That's also why I decided to refer to her as Dee Dee as well. I was Deke, and Dee Dee was a female imposter who tried to steal my life. I see. In which case, please take this as a compensation for my poor judgment. I pulled something from my inventory and handed it to him. With Blue Mage, my inventory was expanding every day. At this point, it was nearly the size of a small car. I wondered how much space it would have once I reached level 50. What's this? It's a bit complicated. But I have recently traveled to distant places, and I was able to acquire a lot of interesting and rare things. These are seeds for fruits and vegetables from my world, while yours are nice because they are magically enhanced. They use something called genetic modification to grow larger and fuller. If the two were combined, I'm curious about the results. Anyway, from what I understand, these seeds are sterile and you won't be able to grow more plants. If they turn out to be desirable, the only source of seeds will be me. It's something like that. Aberystwyth was seriously lacking in the food department. Most farming was just wheat and grain, and most of their meals were nasty mush. Most meat came from dungeons since surface monsters were too much for a normal hunter to handle. Since I stopped by Earth War, my natural desire was to increase the level of fruits and vegetables available in Aberystwyth. One of the reasons I grabbed Faina was to use her to create recipes. The current me found these kinds of actions tedious these days, but she seemed to like cooking. Seeds. He opened up a box filled with little baggies filled with various seeds. Is that not acceptable? I worried over his hesitation as he stared at the box. It is this. If these seeds produce exotic foods, then you should keep them for Chom. If you turn the wilderness into farmland, it could become a major export, he said. I intend to. Honestly, if you grow them, you'd be doing me a favor. As I said, you won't be able to grow more, and you can help me test their growth potential on your market and in your fields. This was something I had decided to do already in advance. I see. Then I will accept them. He nodded. In that case, let's discuss what you came here for. You are looking for an army, right? Chapter 963. We're preparing for war. I announced. Increase production. Perfect your training. Increase your levels. Are these maps accurate? Yes. I believe this would be the best dungeon to rapidly level soldiers in. Tara pointed to one of the dungeons labeled in a crude map of the wilderness. It's small, with no lethal traps on the first 10 floors, and it seems to have a meek temperament. Speaking of a dungeon's temperament seemed silly, but it was true that dungeons seemed to have moods. These were often a reflection of their dungeon master. Mina's dungeon had been aggressive and angry, while the mirror dungeon was calm and stable. The wild dungeons weren't tamed like the great dungeons, but this seemed to be the timedest of them. That could change if we started sending tons of men in, so it was a risk. But I refused to wait. Dungeons were dangerous. These men had to accept that. Reza, I am not comfortable with you going. It's okay, Master. I'll stay in the safe rooms, Reza declared, blushing slightly. I am not that pregnant yet. I can still be useful to Master. I truly did need her training, especially since Lydia had left. I had always seen Lydia as the most loyal to me. Losing her and Miki had truly shattered a lot of my confidence. Although I refused to change back into a man until Fake Deke was defeated. Xiao and Tara had lay with me last night to comfort me. I didn't let Celeste sleep with me since she decided she was bisexual. She could get a little handsy and it made me uncomfortable. I put my foot down when she shrank down and tried to go inside me like I had done to a certain giant once. She was seriously a pervert sometimes. Speaking of the giant and my dungeon, Alea had spoken honestly. Although the miasma didn't reject me, the dungeon had seemingly gone hostile. The basement path had been sealed up, and the only way I could go in was through the entrance. She had hidden the once-level safe room and then quadrupled the mobs on the first level. Looking for it would force me to have to fight through my monsters, which would only serve to weaken us in the long run. This was also why I needed to use one of the dungeons the ladies had spent the last few weeks mapping out. Then again, leveling my guys in my own dungeon was basically exchanging the power of my dungeon for levels. Ultimately, it made more sense to use a foreign dungeon for this anyway. Very well, I give you permission. Celeste Death, you can make portals to ferry the men and race to and from the dungeon. Keep them safe. Level them as quickly as you can. Yes, Master, Raisa nodded. I will, Celeste added. Terra! Have you finished the moat? Yet I'd like the walls to be reinforced next. Master, I was hoping you could give me permission to work on another project. After seeing Carmen en masse? The other Deeks sighed. She has a very strong armor that she must have gotten from a dungeon. What about it? Although I will finish the moat in time, reinforcing the walls to any significant degree would be useless. Thus, I'd like Master's permission. I've had an idea for a while now. I'd like to build something that can increase my fighting power. Chapter 964. You know, we live down the street. And I've never even visited, I responded lightly. What I thought you lived in Chomgarnet tilted her head. True. But I also have a property in the capital. That will be our home for tonight while we're gathering forces. Elia and Astria are putting a boundary over it that will keep Dee from portling right into our property. When Elysia had managed to make such a barrier, I had thought such a thing was rare. They are rare, Master. Just knows a lot of crazy people, Miki sighed. I mean, if Dee wanted to attack, she could just make it right in front of the property. Carmen frowned. Well, for that we can have proximity alarms. They said they can put up all kinds of defenses, even if King Aberys declared war on us. He'd have difficulty breaking into my mansion. You shouldn't be so paranoid that as to plan a war in the capital. Lydia cried out. I am not paranoid. I laughed. I am just being thorough. You never know what might happen in the future. Right. Well, here we are. Whatever else the girls wanted to say on that was cut off as we came to a certain mansion. Despite my flippant words, I actually had been to this mansion once before. This was the mansion of Lord Tybalt. While Aberys wasn't willing to dedicate any troops to me directly, he recommended a few people I could visit that could help. Many of them were nobles from the southwest who had fled from the tyranny of the bandits. As much as I hated Dee, I had to give her credit where credit was due. She managed to clean up the southwest of any bandits. Those that remained had been all but scattered according to the reports I got from my girls as well as the capital. Of course, she had bungled the whole thing, not only letting Calypso get away, but also losing the knife. The girls didn't want to admit the mistake, but I found out the truth. If it was me, I never would have made that mistake. Of course, I still had the Silv-Thrill sword in my inventory. There would be a time where I'd kill Didi with it. That was my little secret for the moment. Besides all of that, Didi had chosen to ignore all of the nobles that still lived in that area. Although they had fled, and many of the citizens might have been bitter about that, they were still the rightful governors of that area. Like me. Didi had also evicted them from their homes. True, she hadn't specifically said they couldn't return. But she had apparently started a city called Deeksville in the middle of the territory. And all of the citizens were now treating Chum as their governing power. Meanwhile, the people here hadn't been asked to return and only found this out by the news that had only arrived recently. This offended a lot of these nobles, who might have gladly fought to help reclaim their lands. When things were more in their favor, the way I saw it, Didi had been too impulsive. They were an untapped resource. Most of them had a large retinue of knights, soldiers, and employees. If I could gather them all together, then that would make a substantial army. The biggest struggle would be explaining how I wasn't the one who offended them. The best way to do that, as advised by Prince Aberys, was to have a strong and influential noble already on my side. Once I had a Tybalt sworn to fight by my side, the rest of these nobles will quickly offer their service toward defeating Didi and reclaiming Chom. Like that, I would have my army. Chapter 965. So, what you really need to watch out for is the Silv-Thrill sword. Since you have a soul made of miasma, you'll be super sensitive to that thing. If it cuts you, you may even die. Bernice declared while getting a second helping of stew. You are a really good cook. Deke never cooks. But I guess that's because he's a man. Men can't cook. That's a fact. You don't say. I sighed with my chin in my hand. I had gone to question Bernice and find out what she knew about my opponent, but it turned out the quiet champion was just a lie. And underneath was an extremely talkative girl. I wondered if the fake Deke had to put up with this level of annoyance from her. A thought just struck me. What if he had deliberately left her as a means of sabotage? That diabolical bastard! Well, it wasn't like all of the information she gave was useless. When I had a monosoul, I had faced a cut with the Malcolm dagger. I knew all too well how dangerous and damaging that could be. Now that I had a miasmic soul reconstructed with the power of a dungeon, I imagined this Silv-Thrill sword would be just as damaging. According to Bernice, the demon lord Aberys had gone to a great effort to get that sword made. He had desired to use the sword to conquer dungeons and raise the power to defeat his father. I had to admit that using such a sword would make all things regarding leveling much easier. However, ultimately, I didn't know if the Demon King possessed a mana or karmic soul. That information would be extremely useful. Well, it wasn't like I was going to fight him tomorrow. Right now, I had to worry about its son. Yeah. I was shocked about that part too. I never would have guessed that the demon lord who fled south and took over the old Osteria would be the escaped son of the Demon King. who had once also attempted to murder his father. He had been destroyed and then reincarnated through the body of Calypso. Well, I knew the second part of that story. That would make Calypso at least over 100 years old, maybe even 200. It looked like Demon Lord Aberis had reincarnated a second time when Alea and Shin had destroyed him, and then was reborn in the body of Shin. Shin ended up getting tossed into the dungeon, while Lord Aberis started experimenting with his own dungeons. Then, I stumbled on and destroyed his test dungeon, the Widow's Dungeon. Whether he was a dungeon builder or just was playing around with the dungeon, I didn't know. I didn't find it to be a coincidence that this dungeon was making the rare magical metalluricalcum. He must have been doing some experiments trying to produce magic metals, or should I say mass produce. He had even managed to attract a deep dwarf there. That would be Ruby, who was now in the possession of fake Deke. Well, Bernice said he called her Garnet now. Wait. What was that last part? I had caught something that Bernice had said while she was still speaking. Oh. Yeah. Garnet said that she thought that she might be able to make a pair of magical guns. They'd work like these guns, but they'd use compressed magic instead of bullets. I stroked my chin, yes. Let's talk about that. Chapter 966. You may wait here, sir and ladies. The butler bowed and then walked away, leaving our small group to ourselves in a large receiving room. Alea, Astria, and Faina had been left at the mansion. The first two were setting up the wards and protection, while Faina was preparing a meal and making sure the house was clean after weeks of neglect. The other Deke had all but forgotten the property, and Faina hadn't even managed to set up someone to keep the place dusted while we were gone. That meant that I was with Carmen, Lydia, Mickey, and Garnet. The head of the Tybalt household, their father Lord Octavian Tybalt, was on the border. He'd be heading to the marriage soon. As it turned out, Otto was currently down there with him. Unfortunately, he was the Tybalt who owed me the most, and he wasn't here. That meant that the one I would have to deal with was Octius. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. The man was a bit much at times. However, he was a powerful general and smart person. That was what I was thinking when the door suddenly burst open. A muscular woman suddenly stormed in. She was nearly as tall as an Austerian, but where someone like Elysia was lean and pretty, sure was a mass of muscles. Like a pro wrestler. Her eyes shot across the room and instantly landed on me. You boy! Are you Deke Deekson? Her voice sounded filled with anger, and it instantly left me worried. Ah! Yes, she stormed across the room. Carmen even braced herself, preparing to pull out her shield before I held up my hand. That's when the woman reached me. She grabbed me, and I was just about to use teleport when I suddenly was hugged against her beefy chest. Her arms squeezed, and I could feel my back pop as she gave me a bear hug, my feet a few inches from the ground. She finally let go of me and I stumbled a bit. Thank you for taking care of my stupid brothers. She then bowed, her head nearly head-butting me in the process before I dived out of her way. Be brothers? Yes! She stood back up. As you can see, I took after my mom while my brothers took after my dad. Why, your mom, I am Octavio Tybalt, at your service. She did a curtsy, which was somehow worse than her bows. At that moment, the door burst open and a haggard looking Octius appeared. He had only applied half of his makeup, and his hair was a mess. Sister, I said I would get it. Humph! I wanted to meet the man my brothers speak so highly of. If he is a friend of the family, he should be a man worthy of it. If you weren't busy putting all that crap on your face, then you would have been here before me. Ah. But a guy's got to look his best. Right, Octius cried weakly, no longer appearing so tough when put up against his overbearing sister. Somehow, I was starting to understand Otto's plight a bit better. His brother was a girly boy who wore makeup and revealing outfits. But his sister was a muscular beast of a woman who had no decorum and was like a bull in a china shop. With this muscular specimen as his main example of what a woman should be like, I was starting to understand why he favored muscle men. Chapter 967. Shao, Cilicia. I have a dangerous mission for each of you. Whatever you want, I will do it. Both girls were eager to please me. That was good. I needed people I could trust. I had never thought Lydia or Miki would ever betray me, but it happened. In a single night, that fake Deke had managed to steal half my women. He had claimed my strategists and my powerhouses. If I didn't have a home field advantage, I would truly be screwed. Not to mention I had to face a war on two fronts. Lord Raynor, I guess I should start acknowledging that it might be the Demon Lord, was pressuring me from the north. And the fake was pressuring me from the east. I'd have to overcome both challenges to become a victor. Fake Deke had the advantage that Lord Rain didn't even know he existed. Then again, it was thanks to this fake that Lord Rain believed I was dead. As for the idea that fake Deke was sent by Lord Rain, I was no longer as sure as I had once been. Not everything added up when I thought about it. For example, I had already figured out he fled to the capital. I had even tried to open a portal in the mansion only for it to be blocked. This wasn't an ability that he had, so I figured it had to belong to Elia. Shao, I need you to head north and spy on the forces of Lord Rain. I need to see what he is doing. Don't get too close, though. If that demon lord is with them, we can't risk it. Yes, mistress. Shao lowered her head. Shao! Are you okay? With all of this, you've been rather quiet. She raised her head, but then looked away. That? I am just not sure about this other Deke. He looks and acts just like you. Plus, the other girls seem to trust him. Yes. But you stayed. I put a hand on her shoulder. Your loyalty. I will reward it. Her body shook slightly. Even if you say that? What is it, if he's evil as you say? He's still a copy of you. Right. Can't we change him? You once changed me. If they're a copy of you, then clearly there is good in them. After all, you were their template. I blushed at those unexpected words. I don't know. Frankly, I am not even sure how to handle them. Well, their actions should be your actions. Shouldn't we use the same techniques we used facing the doppelganger in Widow's Dungeon, you mean? They'd act how I'd act if I was in their situation. My eyes raised. That. Then, to defeat him, I must predict how he'd act, and then act like he wouldn't expect. Ah. I thought we were talking about changing him number. This will work. I will defeat him now. You are both Deke, though. There is only one Deke, I snorted. Thank you, Shao. I am more certain the path I've decided on is correct. Why, you are... Shao looked at me uncertainly. I am... You'll just have to trust me. I sighed. I know what I am doing. Oh, okay. Master, what should I do? Celicia asked. You will also perform a spy mission for me. I grinned. How do you feel about returning to your sister? Celicia's eyes began to widen as I told her my plan. Chapter 968. That woman is a fraud who stole your position, Octavia shouted. That's so aggravating. If I get my hands on her, I am going to get on top of her, and I am going to pound her. Sister! Didn't we talk about phrasing Octia's side helplessly? What I am just saying, I want to tear her apart. From the inside. She'll be crying when I am done with her. I am going to wreck her. She'll never walk again. That's your sister. Right, I asked, feeling just as helpless. At this point, things had calmed down. Octius managed to quickly assemble his makeup while I explained the situation that was happening. Octavia seemed to be an extremely emotional girl, and instantly sympathized, even promising great pain upon the imposter DD. However, given her appearance, one would question if what she had between her legs was truly of the female variety. I am afraid it is. Octius sighed, drinking a cup of tea while massaging his head. As much as Otto got a headache dealing with Octius' over-the-top antics, it seemed like Octius had the same problem dealing with his sister's antics. The two siblings couldn't be more different. In the end, it seemed like Otto was the most normal of the bunch. Deke! We shall march our armies out and burn their city to the ground, Octavia assured me. Ah. That's my city, though. I laughed awkwardly, wondering what to do regarding her behavior. Sister, we've talked about this. Remember how Dad says you are too impulsive to fight with him on the border? Octavia stiffened. He might have mentioned such a thing. And remember that incident at Jade Harbor? That city was made completely out of wood. Any spark could have burnt that place to the ground. It was built out on the ocean. Either way, it never caused Dad any problems. That's because there were no survivors. Moving along, I interjected. You don't need to necessarily give me all of the forces. It's more about borrowing your name so that the lords and ladies in the city more easily follow me. Octius grew serious in thought. I see. And you say that the demon Lord Aberes is involved? That's a difficult pill to swallow. I fought with him myself. If he succeeds in conquering the West, it's only a matter of time before he sweeps across Aberis and conquers the entire territory again. Neither Elia, Shin, or the king are still the heroes they used to be. I suppose if Elia managed to somehow sidestep death, there is no reason to doubt that the demon Lord Aberes had managed to do it as well. As for this Shin you have taking care of your dungeon, are you sure that it is the true Shin? I am positive. Why nothing? It's just that upcoming marriage ceremony, the nobles are all preparing to head south for it. They've invited everyone in Oberes. Aren't they worried it's a trap? Very worried. Octius sighed. The most worrying part, Shin, is on the name of the ones inviting. In 20 years, this is the first time that we've received any evidence that Shin was indeed in the Ost Republic. It had been assumed she went there, but they kept any news quiet. Now, you are saying that you have the true Shin with you. If that is the case, then is there more than one imposter? I will join you and bring half of my forces. I'd like to investigate your DD, as well as this Shin. Frankly, I think we should be focusing on the demon Lord Aberes. But those two should inform us about him as well. However, I'll leave the decision of how we approach this up to you. I nodded. Good. Just trust in me. I know what I am doing. Chapter 969. I stepped out into a portal. A second later, I jumped to the side as a slash came where I was. I rolled and came back up to my feet, spinning around. I found a woman standing there. She wasn't quite the size of an Asturian, but she also wasn't a giant. Her face had changed as well. What happened to my dungeon boss? I demanded. Deke. No. The imposter. The woman standing before me shook her head. I am not the imposter. They are, I snapped. Alaya had attempted to keep me from entering the dungeon. She must have forgotten just who I was. While the other Deke seemed to lack the dungeon blessings, I still had all of mine. Opening a portal and entering the dungeon wasn't something she could prevent. Well, she was able to prevent me from entering the mansion, so maybe she did have her ways. But they didn't work just because the dungeon had gone rogue. It was possible that because my blessings no longer showed thanks to my last blessing, that this Deke just assumed we had both lost the blessing. I was fine leaving him believe that. Either way, it was a simple matter to see what was going on in my dungeon. For it to suddenly be hostile against me put a bitter taste in my mouth, only reminding me of how many problems the appearance of that guy caused. The woman touched her head. I have the memories of that giant, but I also have the memories of Deke from Twilight Dungeon. Elia explained to me that you are both Deke, and that I shouldn't kill either of you. Is that what she said? I frowned. You have a funny way of showing it. Alea had been with me up until a few days ago. Then she had ended up with him. Suddenly. She was on his side. However, she had instructed this woman not to hurt me. Then perhaps she was trying to play both sides. I just wish I understood what was going through her mind. That woman was an enigma. I am sorry. You suddenly appeared in the boss room and I reacted without thinking. I am still trying to come to terms with my new identity as Shin. She could be a bit aggressive. She blushed. So, you really are Shin, then? I sighed. I had heard from Bernice that your soul was trapped in a dungeon and that Deke had united you back together. Shin nodded. He did. I bit my lip for a second. Will you help that Deke defeat me? Alaya ordered me not to lend my help to either side. Hey. I bet the other Deke doesn't realize that. I sighed. Are you doing okay? She blinked. Doing okay? I mean? The giant. You were once that dungeon boss, monster, giant? Whatever you want to call it. That's true. She cocked her head thoughtfully. What are you getting at? You used to be less direct. I sighed. I am trying to ask. Do you regret it? Regret? Combining? I mean, you are not the Shin you were or the giant. It's like to people ceasing to exist. To generate some third unknown. Maybe they're more like the original Shin, but they're also different too. I see. Shin nodded slowly. The simplest answer would be, no, I don't regret it. Really, people change all the time. You won't be the person tomorrow than you are today. It's a sum of our experiences that make us who we are. If I add the experiences of both of them, it doesn't make me less me. If anything, it makes me more me than I ever was before. Does that make sense? Yeah. I guess it does. Anything else, Master? I like your new look, I said. You are beautiful. I can see why Elia fell for you. You... She blushed, looking away. Either part of you, you are still a lady killer. Chapter 970. As the group of us headed home from the conversation with the Tybalt siblings. There was someone waiting out in front of the mansion. They were sitting on the curb, kicking their feet. When they saw us, they smiled and stood up, waving excitedly. Immediately, Carmen raced out, holding up her sword defensively. What are you doing here? She demanded. Celicia stood up, holding her hands out defensively. Sister! I took off and abandoned Dee Dee. If you are with Lord Deke, then I will be with Lord Deke as well. All of the girls looked at me. She's still bonded to that woman, not me. Carmen took a threatening step forward as Celicia cried out. That's not my fault. Mistress and I had grown closer these last few weeks. However, I didn't say I am following Deke. I said I am following my sister. You should know more than anyone where my loyalties have always lay. I will follow her to the ends of the earth. Even if I must abandon Mistress. What was that talk about you being a dungeon monster? Carmen demanded. She lowered her head. That is true. I thought you had died, so seeing you there I came to some inaccurate conclusions. The truth is that when the church took you away, I tried to do all the things I told you I did. I became a bandit and tried to obtain wealth and power. However, it was Calypso who was the bandit queen. I thought I had the power to face her, but she cheated, and I died in a dungeon. My soul eventually was corrupted, and I became the dungeon boss within that dungeon. Calypso used her abilities to control me, and I ultimately became a pawn controlled by her. She made me the bandit queen of that region to watch over it while she was gone. So, you are just Calypso's servant? No. She shook her head tearfully. The me that has been beside you contains the full soul of your sister. I always have. Although my interest in Terra's dungeon was influenced by Calypso, who sought to increase her power with the rumored guardian. She would have had me take control of you and the clockwork dragon if she had complete control of me. I helped Master destroy it and save you instead. That was because deep down, I'm still Cilicia. Mistress saved me from Calypso's control, and now I am my own woman. All I want is to continue to be on my sister's side. It's what I have always wanted. I gestured to the girls, and we got into a circle in front of Cilicia. What do you guys think? It's possible that she speaks the truth. Carmen's cheeks were slightly red. She's a spy, Lydia said. Definitely a spy. Miki nodded. I mean, I am not saying she wasn't sent by Didi. Carmen pouted, but everything else was probably true. I am not going to decide on her yet, I sighed. It's better the enemy you know than the enemy you don't. Since Didi is trying to spy on us so shamelessly, then we can use Cilicia to our advantage? The group of us broke apart and then turned to Cilicia. Very well. You may come into the mansion, Carmen said, causing Cilicia's expression to brighten. But we won't have the same room. In fact, I'll be in Master's room. What? Lydia cried. When did this happen? Miki added. The girls all turned to me. For you guys, it's been weeks, but we were gone 4 months. Although Carmen was captured a lot of that time. We ended up growing closer, despite everything that happened recently. Avian. The girls were quite noisy as we entered the mansion, discussing who was going to sleep with Master tonight. I missed when that was the only thing we had to worry about if that time ever existed. Chapter 971. Mistress. They're not unto me. They have totally accepted me as one of their own, Cilicia said over slave communication. It was the next day and I contacted Cilicia to make sure that her infiltration went okay. I didn't think that this Deke would hurt her. If he did so, he'd lose all credibility with the rest of the girls. It seemed like I had no reason to worry about her since he had fallen for it completely. Why are we out here? Master, I had gotten Terra and Celeste to join me early this morning. After getting Cilicia's response, I stopped focusing on her report and then turned to the girls and gestured. We were standing in the middle of a field east of Chom, and a bit south of the original Chom. This will be the location of the battle. Hudik will bring his army through here. And this is where our two armies will fight. Really, how do you know? Celeste asked. Because this is where I would direct my army. Since we think alike, then I have to assume he'd make the same choices I'd make. Unless he knows you'd suspect he'd make the choices you'd make, and then changed his choice in order to catch you off guard, Celeste declared. Ah! But you forget, I knew he'd do that. That's why I made the choice he'd make, knowing that I knew what choice he'd make. But I'd also acknowledge, I am so confused. Tara shook her head. Unless he knows that you knew that he knows, so he chose a choice that you wouldn't choose. Perhaps he even trusted in Elia's choice. Celeste declared, Hey? Then I've already won. You have. Tara looked between the pair of us. If Bernice is to be believed, then this Deke is a planner. He's not willing to go outside the plan that he makes. That means I can predict what he's going to do before he does it. As for me, I just have to change the plan once I see whatever plan he makes. In that way, I am guaranteed victory. Okay. I guess. But why are we out here, Tara? I know your time is tight. But is there any chance you can get that golem printer working? I'd like you to increase our forces. Even if I printed out the golems, they'd be too weak. That's been my problem with new golems. They only look impressive. But they don't have the strength I've been aiming for. Tara sighed. No, I don't want the golems to be fighters. I need them to be workers. What workers? All they'd be good for is digging holes and piling dirt. You don't have time to make that moat? But what about 100 golems? Master. That's brilliant. Well, it's not just the moat I want. I want this entire battlefield built in our favor. When Deke arrives, we'll be ready for him. And the Lord Rain too. Right? Ah. Yeah, sure. Him too. Wonderful. Celeste, I'll need your fairy dust to run the machine. Why, yes, mistress. Now, if I just had someone who could help control them, Tara sighed, that I am working on. I grinned before returning to the slave communication. Celicia, you still there? Why, yes, mistress. Your target is Rub. Ah, Garnet. You need to convert her to our side, and then send her to me. She shouldn't be that loyal to him. Yes. I will see her over by any means possible. Well, it's best if she comes willingly, but do what you need to do. I ended the conversation and smiled. They'd never see it coming. Chapter 972. So? Celicia is totally going to try to convince you to join Dee. I explained to Garnet. Aye, how do you know? Because that's what I would do. And if Dee is anything like me, then you'd be her target. Why would I be her target? Garnet asked. Is it because Master secretly likes Slowless after all? Miki asked, smirking. So... It's true. Master likes little girls. Alea sighed. Master. If you wanted me so much, you just had to ask. Garnet looked up at me with pink cheeks. It's not. You are a blacksmith. Chom's biggest weakness to date is the lack of someone skilled in making armor and weapons. Don't forget, we have a warehouse full of orichalcum that has just been gathering dust. Shouldn't this side be making use of it? Lydia asked worriedly. It wouldn't be too difficult to take it if we wanted. No. We're not recruiting and training people. We're getting help from foreign sources. Those sources already have their own weapons and armor. I am not going to hand other nobles our orichalcum armor or something like that. It's our own under-equipped forces that would be advantaged the most by Garnet's help. Then I won't go or help. You will. You are going to agree to go with Cilicia. You'll go to Chom, and you'll do blacksmithing for Didi. Except, you'll be working for me. Ah, really, I mean, even if I am a spy. Didi probably won't trust me enough to explain any of her plans. That won't be a problem. Although it'd be nice if you could glean a few of her plans, I've been told that she isn't much of a planner anyway. She just makes things up as she goes along. Therefore, I've already won. Why, you have 'em. A good plan accounts for any variability. In this case, when you make armor for her army, I am going to have you infuse it with my own karmic control. You don't mean... I nodded. That's right. She'll be creating an army that I can disarm with the snap of my finger. That's why I am not worried about her army getting orichalcum weapons from you. You just need to make her fangs. And then I'll choose the time to defang them. That will really work? Lydia asked. It will. So, just leave it to me. Then... Where are we going today? Miki asked. You are going to stay here. I'll be bringing Alaya, Faina, Carmen, and Astria for my next mission. Why them? Lydia asked. Ah! It's just, they're the best equipped for my next mission. I scratched my cheek. What do they have that I don't have? Miki demanded. However, then her eyes slowly fell to their chests. Hey! Wait a minute. Are we going to the church? Carmen brightened. That's right. I am going to see Mary. With the demon lord Aberys involved, I am hoping that she'll be willing to offer more aid. You are going to see Mary? Garnet blinked. I'd like to go. I knew that Garnet and Mary had some kind of relationship, and Mary asked me to rescue her. And I intended to use that to get her help, but her body didn't meet the type. If I was going to flatter and ask for their permission, it wasn't just Mary whom I needed to impress. You need to stay here so that Cilicia can proposition you. I came up with such an excuse. Why does that make me feel scummy? Garnet cried. Isn't he just bringing big-chested girls to try to smooth things out with the big-titted church? Why is my chest not big enough? Lydia demanded. Just accept it. Master wants women with appropriately sized assets. Alea shoved her chest into the conversation. Exactly. Master needs us. Fena's chest pushed in from the other side, nearly burying me. If you don't like it? How about you join Dee Dee? She doesn't like her women with chests bigger than her. Is that true? Lydia's face went white. I thought everyone knew, Elia responded thoughtfully. So, that's why you are sending me away. Garnet grew tearful. That's another aspect of your personality. I must go to the flat-chested Deke, where I belong like Bernice. No wonder you took Elia and Astria. It all makes so much sense, Miki cried. I guess I am fated to leave as well. What? No, that's not true, I cried out. I like Hall Tits. None of you are leaving. Stop it! It took some time to convince all the girls that I liked their boobs. This day was getting off to a bad start. Chapter 973. A day later, a portal opened in front of my mansion, and Garnet walked through beside Celicia. It's been a long time, I greeted the dwarf girl with a smile. Ah, but we've been together all this. Never mind. Garnet blushed. Celicia, they have no clue I am on your side, Master. I will continue to infiltrate them. Good. Is there any chance you can win anyone else over Miki, possibly? She frowned. Well, just keep doing your best. Yes. Master. She bowed, and then went back into the portal and let it close behind her. Now, Rabah. It's Garnet now. Right, MM. Although I've been considering changing it. Changing it, yes. It's customary for dwarves to change their names upon each major chapter of our lives. The name I was born with was Jasper. When I came to the surface, it became Ruby. When I became a slave, I called myself Garnet. Really, what's the occasion for changing it now? She blushed. I am not saying. Okay, so what will your new name be? If and when I decide to change it, I'll let you know. I see. Don't worry about such things. You invited me to work with you, promising orichalcum. Yes. Bernice claims you are a magic blacksmith. You must have leveled quickly in the dungeon, please. Becoming a decent blacksmith involves more than just leveling. Although leveling can certainly speed things along, it becomes practice. The time within that dungeon moved differently than time out here. I had been within that dungeon for over 5 years. 5 years. Bernice mentioned something like that in her rambling, but I didn't realize it had been so long. Is it the same for Carmen and the fake Deke? No, they were tossed in there much later than me. They had only been in there for about 2 months. No wonder my level suddenly jumped. Nothing. Let's just focus on your tasks. Shall we? I escorted her to a nearby blacksmithy. It was set up using the recommendations of the current blacksmiths in town. We had numerous, but none of them were at a particularly impressive level. Attracting opportunists was a lot different than attracting skilled laborers. It should also be pointed out that most people skilled to a certain level didn't usually end up as slaves on a slave block. The recruitment process that Faina started a month or so ago worked splendidly for the infrastructure of the city. But when it came to my own personal strength, we were still lacking. I had hoped to recruit that powerful blue mage Siti and her master, but one was dead and the other was under the control of a psychopath. In the end, Aberys was just too small of a country to recruit too many experts. That I ultimately needed to depend on Garnet showed how few magic blacksmiths there were in this country. Even she'd just be considered a fledgling when it came to how strong they could become. God-tier equipment was still a long way away from us. Wow! Is this place all mine? Garnet ran around the shop excitedly. I nodded. And you can take your pick of assistants too. I want you. I don't know anything about blacksmithing. I said that before realizing that apprentice blacksmith did appear under my job list. Right? That was him. She frowned. Not wanting her to dwell on what she lost by joining my team, I ushered her out of the shop and across the street. The other reason the blacksmith was set up here was that it was just across the street from Tara's workshop. I'd like you to meet someone I think you'll get along with. I escorted her into Tara's shop. Tara stood up when we entered. And Garnet gasped and took a step back. You don't need to be alarmed. She might be an earth golem, but she is also a person. I assumed she had been surprised to see a golem in the shop. I hadn't told her much about Tara, and I didn't know if the other Deke had said anything. As a dwarf, she probably had some kind of sensitivity to such things. Thursday, that's not it. It's just true. This is the flat-chested master. What and nothing. Chapter 974. A week passed by quickly. By the time I returned from the church, Celicia had already sent Garnet away. I was surprised to see that she remained, but it was fine. I knew she was the spy, so I wasn't going to reveal anything to her. Instead, I kept myself busy by getting the army together. I had spoken with Mary, the Tybalts, and numerous lords and ladies who had previously fled the West. Although I could look down at them and call them cowards for fleeing the West, I could say the same thing about anyone who refused to enter a dungeon, which were many people. Calypso had been on a rampage conquering the South to wage a war against Aberys. It was just a shame she had her eyes in the wrong direction. Anyone she captured could have been dragged into a dungeon and fed to it. So in the end, it was probably right that these nobles fled. The nobles that hadn't fled from the West were now all dead. However, she was gone now. It was as good a time as any for them to reclaim their lost territory. The trick behind that had been for them to sign an allegiance to me. I thought this would be difficult. But I was already at the rank of count, and most of them were viscounts, barons, and knights. Adding to that the power of the Tybalt household, the father being a duke and the children already reaching the level of counts and countesses, and the support of the church. And they quickly all fell in line. Lord Deekson, a man lowered his head. It's an honor to serve. I sent my daughter to warm your bed, but she said she was rejected. You are the hero who tamed the wilderness. Right. I see it's true you are surrounded by great beauties. I heard you've defeated dozens of dungeons. Air. I don't see the blessings. Perhaps it is an exaggeration. These kinds of comments filled the last few days, and in many ways, they were more exhausting than battling dungeons. However, at long last, all of that elbow grease had finally led to this army. If compared to the Chom militia that I started, it was far grander. These were nobles, heroes, paladins, priests, and knights all dressed in their finest armor and given their best weapons. They had the experience that the volunteer army couldn't possibly have after only a month or two of preparation. Are we ready? I asked my hands behind me. I wish I could send more. Prince Aberys sighed. The demon lord Aberys is a true threat. I am glad to see you've been able to raise such an army. It's almost as large as the army on the southern border. I am a bit jealous. First things first. We'll be conquering this called Deeksville. I'll be launching our attack on Chom from there. Ah. You are attacking her. The other Deke. Aberys's expression grew awkward. There is only one Deke. I sighed. You are just going to have to trust me. Okay, I will. He nodded. Please. Be careful. Eliana appeared next to Edward. Her eyes wet with worry. I grabbed her and gently kissed her. I will be back. That reminds me. After defeating the demon lord, I will put in to have you promoted again. No one will be able to deny that after. Edward added while scratching his cheek. Marquis. You said after he was a Maquis we could get married. Eliana cried out. Ha! Well, you will be the ruler of the West. You should honestly be a duke at that point. But your promotions are occurring a bit too rapidly, I fear. Also, you still need to officially reach rank S as an adventurer. That will come. I nodded. And after saying my goodbye, I turned to the waiting army. Let's move out. Everyone stared in surprise as I naturally commanded the army. I had absorbed the karma of numerous leaders, and even taken on running some armies in the Twilight Dungeon. At this point, this was somewhat natural to me. That was another reason I felt like I could take on DD. She had no experience in command. Under my direction, the army started to walk through the portals we created. It was time to start the invasion of Chom. Chapter 975. Shao was busy in the north trying to get a sight on Lord Rain's army. Raisa was working on training soldiers in one of the wilderness dungeons. Garnet was busy making armor and weapons, while Tara worked on her own project. The golem printer was up and running, and a few hundred golems had been created and were being run by Celeste as they prepared the battlefield. I had put Bernice on it too, as I wasn't sure how much I could trust her. Celeste would make sure Bernice didn't do anything untrustworthy, while Bernice would make sure Celeste didn't do anything dumb. As for me, I spent my time strengthening the magic spring. by continuing to fill the spring with water's life. I was continuing to make it stronger and stronger. This mana already fed the entire city, as well as my dungeon. The greater its strength, the greater our strength. I had already discussed things with Shin. And she was preparing a little surprise for me, but she had to pull heavily on the mana spring to do it. I had Shin's agreement that she wouldn't interfere in this fight between Deke and me, but I convinced her to do this much. I felt like this was the best way to prepare for the inevitable showdown. Mistress, Mistress, he's moving on Dekesville. What? I cried out loud, causing the fairies who had been relaxedly bathing all around me to suddenly flutter away. I had been casually checking on everyone, but when I got to Cilicia using my slave communication, she dropped such an announcement. He dares! My eyes narrowed as I realized what he was doing. I didn't find out about it until he already moved. We're going through the portal now. True to her word, Jiap. A few moments later, the slave bond suddenly grew much closer. Although I could slave communicate with her from quite a distance now, it still was a bit tiresome. It felt easier to establish the connection with the distance suddenly cut to 1/3. We're going to stop him. Hurry! We'll be marching on the city in less than an hour. With a curse, I began to use slave communication. I recalled everyone immediately, and then left the fairy garden and ran straight to the front of the mansion. By the time I arrived, portals were already opening by the girls who could make such, and everyone was returning home. What's going on, Master? Xiao demanded worriedly. I was just starting to get a visual on Lord Rain's army. That's not important right now, I responded, throwing back my hair. It's that fake Deke. He's begun his attack. Oh. It's just that... What are you all saying? This is extremely important. He's conquering Dekesville. Yeah. But he's Deke. He's conquering it from himself. I let out a growl and opened the portal. We're going to stop them. That's an order. Master? This. Move it. All of the girls filed through the portal, which appeared at the entrance to the city. Ah! WH, what's going on? The elder cried out. He was at the gate and had been looking out as a large army seemed to be approaching. When I saw the army, even I was taken aback. He had made something this large in only a week. I shook my head. It was time to have our showdown. That was all that mattered. Close the gates. They're enemies? Ha! But isn't that Lord Deke? It's a fake? And who are you? The elder frowned. I had always been under a potion when I dealt with them in the past, so they weren't familiar with my female form. I shot a look to Xiao, who sighed and then began to toss our orders. She had spent some time over here and they were familiar with her, so they accepted her words. By the time the army stopped out in front, the gates to the city had been closed. They weren't nearly as formidable as Chom. But they'd have to do. I was standing in front of the city, all of the girls lined up behind me. It was time to face the fake Deke. Chapter 976. Shall we attack? Sir a Knight asked. Number, I shook my head. Ladies, let's go. The rest of you, stay back. It's not the time to attack right now. The recently developed city of Deaksville stood in front of us, and in front of it was the imposter DD, along with the girls who had yet to join me. They stood defiantly like they were going to keep me from entering. I didn't want to get the rest of them involved in this fight for a few reasons. First off, I didn't want the girls being unnecessarily hurt. Secondly, I didn't want the troops to get demoralized or decimated. My girls were amplified by my slave master and harem master. Even soldiers of the same level wouldn't be their match. On the other hand, I didn't want Deaksville to see us as an invading force either. Once I defeated Dee, then I didn't think they'd resist. After all, I was the real Deke that they named themselves after. Many of the girls they recognized were on my side. They should have no problem with me coming and returning order to the southwest. With my group lined up in front of their group, the army was witness behind me, and the residents of Deaksville watched from over the walls behind DD. I've come to reclaim my land, I declared out loud. I am the one who helped build this city. DD shot back. My actions are sanctioned by the King of Oberies. To defy me is to defy Oberies. That caused some mumbling to occur behind DD. She didn't grow angry, though. Instead, she threw back her hair and snorted. There is only one Deke. You are just a fake. Stand down and surrender? You are the one who needs to surrender? I snapped back. I see. It seems like there is no way to resolve this. They haven't tried very hard, Lydia whispered to Miki. Aren't those harem girls all on Lord Deakson's side? It feels like a civil war. Someone from the city mumbled out loud. This isn't a civil war, Dee cried out. I am Deke. I thought you were Dee. Who said that, sir? I am confused. I thought we were fighting the demon lord. One of the barons asked. We will. Look. The only way to defeat Oberies is through her, I explained. Just follow my plan and trust I know what I am doing. Do you, though, both sides seem to be growing restless? Realizing that their resolve to attack each other was starting to diminish, I threw out my hand. Ladies, attack. Slave order. Ah, the girls all cried out, but as I started running forward, they followed me. Don't be afraid of killing someone. I will resurrect them if they die in battle. Dee yelled. Stop him. That's an order. Kill. Spoken like a true imposter. Ladies, don't hold back. Two lines of women raced at each other. And soon a massive battle broke out as the sides fought. I ended up facing Dee, with our swords risen. The pair of us began to battle. Chapter 977. As everyone faced each other, they started to match up. On Deke's side there was Lydia, Miki, Alea, Astria, Cilicia, and Carmen. Faina wasn't present, but she wasn't capable of combat anyway. On my side, I had brought Tara, Xiao, Celeste, and Bernice. I hadn't brought Garnet. as I wasn't confident in her combatability at all. It would have seemed we were outmatched. But Celicia suddenly threw out an attack at Carmen as they were running. Carmen lifted her shield and managed to block it. Ha! I was on Mistress's side the whole time, she cried out triumphantly. Yeah, we knew. Deke cried out as I attacked him with my blade. Bernice ended up facing Miki. Celeste ended up facing Astria. Xiao ended up facing Elia. Lydia ended up against Tara. As the girls faced off, they didn't immediately attack each other. Rather, they were feeling each other out. They had never fought each other on one like that. So it wasn't clear who would win in any given fight. The one who was most confident in her match up was Bernice. She let out a laugh, stepping forward. So, I ended up facing off against you, little fox. Aren't you a spiritualist or something? What strength do you have to fight against me? You think I am easy to defeat, then? Give it your best, Miki responded with a challenge. How pathetic! Well, Mistress did say I could kill you. At least, I'll make it swift. She pulled a gun from her holster and shot. Her aim was exceptionally good. And the bullet struck Miki right between the eyes. A hole formed, and then blood fell from it. Miki collapsed to the ground dead just like that. Seeing this, some of the other girls gasped or shot Bernice a look of shock. See, concentrate on your own fights, Bernice snapped. She walked up to the dead corpse of Mickey. In what world could you defeat me? She raised her gun to put another bullet into the corpse just to make her point. But she realized that what she was holding in her hand was a banana. WH, what? She cried out, dropping the banana onto the ground. It landed where Miki should have been, but her corpse wasn't there. Foolish girl! Bernice spun around to see Miki standing where she just was. H, how are you still alive? You were dead. I walked the line between life and death, and you want to tell me you know death? Death and I are old friends. As for you, you are outclassed. And no! Bernice raised both guns and started shooting. Miki suddenly moved. Her body leaving afterimage is as she dodged every bullet. She suddenly appeared right in front of Bernice and slugged her, causing the girl to go flying. She landed hard, rolling several times before ending up back on her feet. She immediately turned to face Miki, but her cocky demeanor was completely gone. Miki held out her hand and then turned it over, sending all of the bullets Bernice had just fired to the ground. You can't be that fast. How is this possible? Humph! We haven't even started. Wait. That's right. You are a spiritualist. This is a soul attack. You are attacking my mind. This is an illusion. Hey! You figured it out? Well, it's not like you can stop me. Miki snorted. I can make you experience your biggest fears. You are in my world. I fear nothing. Die. Bernice began firing again. The world suddenly went black. Arms reached around and grabbed Bernice. She let out a cry, but when she spun around, her guns were gone from her hands. Rather, They probably were never in her hands to begin with. She froze when she saw Deke standing behind her. However, he was completely naked. What is this?" she cried out. "Bernice, I love you." Her face turned red, trying to avoid looking at that which was growing. "WH, what are you saying? I know you want me to. So, let's make this official." I don't want it." Bernice took a step back. But her knees hit something and she fell back. Feeling both sides, she realized she had fallen back on a bed. Deke closed the distance, and she could no longer stand up. "If you didn't want me, then why are you naked?" Deke asked. "What?" I am naked." She looked down to see she wasn't wearing clothing. She tried to cover her body, but Deke grabbed her arms and held them up over her head. "You are beautiful. Be my woman." "I see can't." "I love you. I love you. I'll love." Bernice screamed and thrashed on the ground. No, please, anything but this. New. What did you do to Bernice?" Deke shouted to Miki, who was standing over Bernice with 3 of her tails glowing behind her. I just made her experience her greatest fear." Miki watched the writhing girl. "I wonder what she's seeing." All of the girls looked at Miki warily. Of anyone present, she had dealt with Bernice before many of them had even made their first move. Could it be the one everyone considered the weakest in combat potential was actually the most terrifying? Chapter 978, Daughter. Astria let out a laugh. "Do you really think you have any chance against me, as the only 2 who were airborne?" It was natural that Astria and Celeste came into a confrontation. "I don't understand why everyone is fighting," Celeste declared stubbornly. "Foolish child, since you are not interested in the battle, then just step aside." "Your mother will take care of everything." Celeste froze for a second. Then she looked up at her mother, who was looking down at her with a mocking smile. Of course, Astria floated slightly above Celeste. Didn't she always do that? Something started to erupt in Celeste that she never felt before. It was hot and uncomfortable. It made her feel angry. "Take care of everything?" she asked, her voice cold. "Of course, daughter." "You don't have to think about it. I'll handle things like I always do. Like you always do. Like you handled me. Of course, I..." A wind blade catastria off, forcing her to lower herself to Celeste's level or get her head cut off. "Daughter, you dare attack me? Dare." Hehahi. Let's talking about daring. Daughter. The smile on Astria's face started to slip. "I was your daughter." "I was your daughter and you enslaved me," Celeste screamed out. Where is this coming from?" Astria looked around. But everyone else was too busy for support. "You killed me. You trapped me. You controlled me. Was that your plan, Mother? Wind blades began to shoot out, forcing Astria to duck. Enough of this. I am a dark fairy. I was the dungeon master of Chom for 20 years. I've had enough of you. A sudden wind slammed down, sending Astria spiraling down to the ground like a kite that lost its tail. I am done listening to you. You've done nothing for me. Ever. Not once in your life. You are selfish and cruel. Daughter! She looked up, her expression darkening. You don't seem to understand who you are dealing with. You are just a fairy, and I am a queen. You will bow before me? Just a fairy? Ha! Hey! What a joke. You failed as a queen. You'll pay for those words, Astria screamed out, sending black waves of power out as she attacked Celeste. The black struck Celeste, but she faded away. It was only her afterimage. Bernice might have thought herself fast, but Celeste was a fairy of wind. No one had her speed. The sylph slammed into the ground, an explosion of wind erupting out and shoving Astria back. Astria attacked, dark claws of mana erupting from her fingers. Her claws struck a wind barrier, stopping short of Celeste. Celeste slowly stood up, the wind pushing back Astria's arm as she stood. Where is that payment, Mother? Rather, where is my payment? You stole 20 years of my life. You left me to wander aimlessly. You were my mother, and instead, you spent my entire life having a hissy fit? Silence! Astria screamed, attacking with her other hand. Shut your mouth. You are a bad fairy. You failed to keep the fairy spring growing. You failed to take care of your spawn. You failed to take care of me. You acted selfishly and childishly your whole life. Celeste threw Astria back. What did you have to show for it? In the end, you have to cling to my master. No, my man. Just to feel like you are worth anything. Stop it! Astria cried out, tears in her eyes. Stop it! Stop it! I'll make you stop it. You are a bad mother. Astria let out a roar. And she poured all of her magic into a powerful attack, and then threw it at her daughter. Celeste did the same, sending a maelstrom of wind magic tearing through the air. There was a massive explosion. Magic erupted out, even causing nearby battles to be interrupted as a resounding boom exploded out. The result was that Celeste's magic tore through Astria. Although she was a powerful dark fairy, her primary weakness had always been wind. Her biggest fears were made a reality. Her daughter was stronger than her. Perhaps she had always been stronger than her. After all, from having almost nothing, Celeste had crawled her way out of the dungeon, found a worthy master, helped found a powerful fairy spring, and had done all of that without letting the trauma of her past bring her down. Meanwhile, Astria had led her spring to disaster and then crippled the hand that fed her, bringing the entire city down in a 20-year-long tantrum that took Deke to finally settle. Her daughter had been right. As the dust cleared, Astria was on her knees. Her dress had been torn apart, leaving her mostly naked. Celeste wasn't in much better shape, but she was standing. Both girls were facing each other, breathing hard. Celeste lifted her hand, and then a spear made of wind appeared. She slowly approached Astria, and Astria realized she had nothing left. "I don't need you, Mother," Celeste said as she approached. "I've never needed you." In fact, it was always the opposite. You needed me. You needed me to make yourself feel powerful. However, I am done being your good little girl. I've outgrown you. Celeste lifted her spear over Astria. Astria suddenly burst into tears, wailing loudly. "You are right, daughter. I am so sorry. I am a bad mother. I am selfish and stupid. I don't deserve you. Mom." Celeste's anger started to subside, and the spear in her hand disappeared. "I am sorry. I am sorry. I've made so many mistakes in my past. My entire life is just my stupidity. The only good thing I've ever done is have you." "Mom," Celeste broke down in tears, collapsing to her knees in front of her mom. "Daughter!" The two women, bawling their eyes out, grabbed and held each other. Any other words they said were nearly unintelligible over their crying and hugging. Their noises filled the battlefield as their naked bodies created a scene that made many of the watching spectators look away awkwardly. As it turned out, Deke wasn't the only one who had some issues to work out. Chapter 979. So, my sister truly did die in that dungeon, Carmen sighed. I suppose that explains you. What is that supposed to mean? Celicia narrowed her eyes. Your obsessive personality. Your despisal of the church. Your conflicting actions. Take your pick. Dungeons are only the lure of a real story, but they become corrupted with time. It is similar for those created by the dungeon. The true Celicia died in a dungeon, and all of her strongest feelings were remade into you. You are a parody of the sister I once had. Don't feel sorry for me. Celicia sneered. I've become more powerful than your sister ever was. I was able to achieve her dreams where she failed. I don't feel sorry for you. Quite the opposite. It makes it far easier to kill you. Carmen leaped forward, slashing down with her sword. As if you can. Celicia caught it with her own blade. A black cutlass that she had acquired in a dungeon at some point. The two exchanged several blows. It quickly became clear that Celicia was faster and the better with the blade. Carmen threw a wide strike, and then Celicia struck her. However, she might as well have been fighting the wall. Carmen caught every strike on her shield, and even tossed up the shield, throwing Celicia off balance. She leaped back, opening up space between them. You won't be able to get through my defense. Hey! You forgot. The last time we truly compared my offensive ability with your defenses. It took the support of Master's entire party just to keep you standing, and you still ended up passing out in the end. What makes you think things have changed now? I am not the same woman I was back then, Carmen responded. Being Master's woman, it has changed me. You'll find I am not so simple anymore. Oh, funny. I was going to say the same thing. Celicia laughed. Then, how about it? Let's see if you can handle it this time. Celicia held out her hands in a familiar position. This was the same skill she had once used on Carmen when they were chasing after them in Terra's dungeon, in what seemed like forever ago. Wait, this was a beam attack using darkness. Celicia's magic wasn't technically miasma like Astria's was. Astria was a dark fairy with a mana body that had been corrupted into miasma, making it a miasma body. Her techniques were different from Celicia and Xiao. Xiao used shadow and demonic magic, while Celicia used darkness. The difference between miasma, demonic shadow magic, and darkness magic would be like the differences between mana, holy, and light magic. To the inexperienced eye, they'd seem interchangeable. But what they were and how to use them was fundamentally different for each girl. Although Carmen worked for the church, her magic was inherently light-based, which put her closer to Deke's white mage job than a priest. Darkness magic was a direct counter to light. That was to say, it had an inherent property of decay. In short, where light was the fundamental of healing, darkness was the concept of destruction. The two sisters couldn't be more apart. One was born from this world, and the other was born from a dungeon. One was high defense, the other was a high offense. One favored rapid regeneration and high armor offered by light magic, while the other favored the destructive properties of darkness. As a beam of darkness shot out from Celicia, a light exploded out around Carmen. The two strikes collided, causing the ground to rumble and the very world to both simultaneously darken and brighten, blinding everyone present. Celicia put everything into the strike, holding nothing back, just like the time in that dungeon. Meanwhile, Carmen remained steadfast, holding off the darkness with her shining light. Sister? Although the power exploded out in the flurry, the darkness and light didn't create a sound. So Carmen's voice carried over to Celicia. Celicia shook when she heard that voice. Sister, when I lost my family, I joined the church to find a new one. Ultimately, my presence there was always a shallow one. Carmen spoke calmly, even while resisting the dark attack. When I found Deke, I didn't just find my place in this world. I found a family where I would no longer be lonely. Carmen. Celicia's mouth fell open and her strength wavered. I've never once stopped seeing you as family. You've been there with me from the beginning and even after death. You've remained by my side. You are, and you always will be, my sister. Celicia's beam of darkness died away. Sister. Sister? She let out a cry and then ran for her sister. Her arms held out, tears running down her face. Carmen gave a welcoming smile. Just as Celicia leaped out at her, Carmen raised her shield and then bashed the other woman on the head. To anyone watching, It'd look like Celicia leaped into Carmen's shield face first with her arms out, and a dumb smile on her face while laughing. Whir. Celicia collapsed to the ground in a heap, even though she was unconscious with a bump forming on her head. She had a smile on her face. It was filled with relief and happiness. Carmen looked down at her. Only you would fall for such a trick. You really are my stupid sister. Carmen let out a sigh. But there was a slight smile on her lips, too. Chapter 980, Tara. I was always curious how tough you are. Lydia pulled out her blade. I've also always been curious how sharp your blade is. We've always stood together at the front of the party. I am his shield, and you are his sword. I am curious how you measure up. Would you like to make a bet? Lydia asked. Tara's eyebrows raised. A bet over who wins. What do you have in mind? If I win, I want to exchange pointers. I don't use a sword, though. I am talking about Master's sword. Ah? Why, you mean his Pepe? His sword. Her face turned red. Miki, Celeste. And Shao have all let me help them improve their sexual techniques. But Tara has always given me the cold shoulder. Even the times I've been present, you've always done it under the sheets. You are using now to push that? Tara blushed. Say it, with Master, is a personal thing. In truth, of all of the girls, Tara was the most conservative. Although Miki was shy, her curious, mischievous, and inquisitive nature often led her to experimentation. As for Tara, she was extremely vanilla sexually. When other girls participated in relations around her, she usually kept herself covered and kept her interactions to a minimum. Unlike Celeste, who had announced her sexuality as bi, Tara wasn't interested in women. She'd occasionally joke about her experience, but despite her time with her master, she hadn't done much. Part of it came from her lack of confidence when it came to her own sex appeal. Whether it was her dry, rough skin not unlike the earth, her small stature, her flat chest, or her deceptively heavy weight, she was sensitive about her body. Part of it just came from her upbringing. Her parents were wizards, and she was a bit reserved. The day she threw herself at Master for the first time in that pool was the most daring time of her life. To Lydia, who had been taught many sexual techniques and still found it as the best way to serve Master. Tara's lack of initiative was something she wanted to fix. She had worked hard to get both Miki and Shao to express their sexual side more aggressively. For Celis, it wasn't necessary. As the girl had no hang-ups, that left Tara as the final one. Will you do it? Lydia asked. Ah. But what do I get if I win? Tara shot back. Lydia tapped her finger. How about 1 week? 1 week, You can have Master for 1 week without interference from other girls. Master. All to myself, what about the rule? The rules only worked when it was just the 5 of us. However, I can make sure Master is with you alone for 1 week, presuming I lose. I see. Then I must win, Tara declared. We'll see, Lydia exploded out, attacking Tara with her sword. Tara blocked with her arm. The blade sunk into her wrist about halfway before stopping. There was no blood spurting out, and when Lydia pulled back her sword, it was stuck. Before she could react, Tara lashed out with her fist. At that range, although Lydia was fast, she only managed to pull back as it struck her. Tara's fist was like an anvil slamming into Lydia's chest. With a cry, she flew back, the sword dislodging from the force and sending her stumbling back. She looked up at Tara in surprise. Tara's arm healed at a visible speed, and within seconds there wasn't a single sign of her attack. Not bad. You won't be able to damage me enough to put me down, Tara declared. I may not have Celeste's speed, nor do I have the ability to do a ton of damage in a single hit like Xiao, but of the 5 of us, my speed and skills allow me to do the most damage over time of any of us. A single slice may not hurt you, but death from 1,000 cuts is an inevitability? Lydia leaped forward, her blade moving with extreme speed. Her attacks were lighter this time, making sure they didn't get stuck within Tara's body. However, her speed was faster than Tara could manage. She got hit time and time again, cuts forming all over her body. Tara gritted her teeth, trying to follow Lydia's movements as she danced around her with her blade. More cuts form on previous cuts, and some of them didn't have enough time to heal before even deeper cuts were made. Tara made a desperate action, leaping forward and forcing Lydia's next hit to land deeper than she intended. Tara grabbed the sword, locking Lydia's movement, and then threw out another punch. The second Tara had a hand on Lydia's sword. Lydia realized she had lost it. She abandoned the sword and leaped back, narrowly avoiding her blow. Tara ripped the sword from her side and then put it into her inventory ring, locking Lydia from getting it. I wonder how many blades you have left, Tara asked innocently. Even though Lydia had a few spare blades, that was her best. If she used one of the others, Lydia foresaw the other woman using similar tricks to get all of them. Once she was out of weapons, Lydia wouldn't be able to fight any longer. Tara had determined Lydia's greatest weakness, whether it was Celeste, Xiao, or Miki. All 3 of them could fight without weapons. Lydia's only strength came from her sword. Admit defeat, Tara declared. You have no more weapons? I haven't lost yet, Lydia cried out, and her body began to morph. Tara paled slightly as she saw Lydia take on her beast form. Her body didn't just become stronger, faster, and more agile. She also grew long claws on her hands that could substitute for weapons. Each attack would cause even more damage to Tara than the swords. I didn't want to have to use this since it's still in the prototype stage, but you've given me no choice, Tara cried out. She suddenly pulled something out of her ring. It looked like a golem. However, when it appeared before her, she jumped into it. Suddenly, the golem began to rearrange itself, the back sealing tight. With a rumbling sound, the creature began to stand up. and the eyes began to glow with light. What is that?" Lydia took a step back, staring at the 7-foot-tall golem in shock. "I worried I might not be able to keep up with the rest of you after you all showed your abilities to change. Xiao's demon lord form, your beast form, and Celeste's wind form. So I built my own. Master calls it a mech golem. I composed it of adamantine recovered from the wilderness. Its defense cannot be understated." The golem was solid rock, smoothed on the outside, with hulking shoulders and a round dome head and 2 glowing eyes. Even if your defense is better, you still won't be able to stop me? The thing is, I didn't build it for defense. I built it to increase my offense. Now, we can see who is stronger, my brains or your brawn. Then I won't hold back." Lydia let out a roar that sounded like a tiger, causing the hearts of those nearby to tighten. Tara slammed her fists together, creating a sound like to boulders being smashed. Lydia began to run full sprint at Tara, even going to 4 legs before leaping up at her face. Tara lumbered forward, each step causing the earth to shake. The 2 collided, each strike causing booming sounds to fill the air as they battled. Chapter 981. While Tara and Lydia's fight became increasingly brutal. Most of the other fights actually ended rather quickly. There was a brief flash of brilliance, and then one or the other was defeated. Perhaps Celeste and Astria's had lasted the longest. During this time, 2 people had been facing each other, feeling each other out, but not moving to attack. Those 2 were Xiao and Alea. Xiao was a skilled assassin, capable of dealing a killing blow from the shadows, where Alea was an undead sorceress who could cast powerful spells. "Xiao, you may have some talent as a demon lord, but I killed demon lords since before you were born." "Correction," Xiao shot back. "You failed to kill demon lords before I was born." "You?" A dark miasma began to flow from Alaya. "Good. Then you'll excuse me if I no longer act nicely. I was once called the maid hero. You might be a good assassin, but direct confrontations are not your strength. The outcome has already been decided, little girl. It's time to die." Miki. "Holy smite! Jegajejij!" Alea collapsed to the ground as sizzling sounds filled the air. "Miki? What are you doing? We're on the same side." "Ah, are we?" Miki asked innocently. "We are," I shouted back at her. "Well, excuse me for getting confused, Master," Miki shot back. "I will forgive this for now. Divine purification." Judge. Alea had to create a layer of miasma to protect herself, as that attack might have seriously hurt her. What Carmen was that you? We're on the same side too." "Sorry, I saw an evil being and reacted on impulse." "It won't happen again," Carmen responded, not looking apologetic at all. "Are you all bullying me? This is bullying me?" Alea looked around as she got hostile looks from both sides. Isn't this all your fault? Several wind blades shot out and Alea needed to roll away to keep from losing her head? Me. What did I do? You encouraged Master to fight himself? Miki cried out. You went to the dungeon and convinced them to become hostile, Carmen added. You also forced people to take sides, and even made my mother do so, Celeste shot out. Your mom? That's right. Alea's expression brightened as she turned to the tattered woman. Astria, Astria, help me. The children are bullying me. I love my daughter, Astria cried out, holding Celeste. I'll follow her. You are changing sides. I won't accept that. You won't have access to your precious miasma. That trick won't work on me anymore, Astria shot back. Celeste said Master talked to the dungeon master, and she won't interfere in our conflict. Shin said that even she betrays me. My own woman. Why would she do such a thing, after I tied her up and made her do this and that? Ah. Is it because I went overboard, Shin? Is this getting revenge for me? Playing to rough Shin wasn't there to answer? But the answer was probably yes. So, I will stay on my daughter's side, Astria declared. Mom? Celeste looked at her mom with teary eyes. Daughter! Astria looked back. Can you please stop squeezing my breasts? Only if you stop fondling my butt? Fine. You can continue. What is with this mother-daughter duo? Alea cried out. They were distracting you. A voice came from behind Alea. Shadow decimation. Oh. Alea didn't have time to react because Xiao had already attacked. While the others attacked her and ridiculed her, she had let her guard drop. Xiao had used that time and her shadow magic to bridge the gap between them. A shadow clone where she had been standing only just started to lose her appearance as she infused her blade with a vicious shadow attack and slammed it into Alea's back. Destructive energy was breaking through her body. If it happened to someone like Deke, he might have used white mage spells and had been able to remain alive. However, Alea's largest weakness was that despite all of her magic, her body was pretty fragile. Fragile was a relative thing when talking about a powerful sorceress, but it was enough for Xiao to take care of with a direct backstab. You got me, Alea said tightly. Under the cold gazes of the girls, Alea's body slowly turned to ash. Her eyes looked up at the sun as she turned into nothing. The gentle breeze took her body away until there was not a single speck of her remaining. We know you are not dead. Miki crossed her arms angrily. Stop being melodramatic. A few meters away, the ash spontaneously reformed in half a second, where her death scene had taken nearly 30 seconds. Tiesk. No fun. Fine. I concede. I can tell I am not wanted here. Alea turned to the Deeks. Shall we, G? While the other girls' fights were winding down, Deke and Didi had reached the final phases of their own battle too. Chapter 982. So, it comes to just you and me, Didi said, pulling a sword from her inventory. You can't be serious, I responded dismissively. What do you think you are going to do with that? What did you say? I mean, no offense, but when I cut my soul, I cut away my weaknesses. That's you. You are the weakest part of me. Even if we have the same stats, you can't possibly hope to defeat me. Your soul. So, you've come to accept that I am in fact Deke. I shook my head. There is only one Deke. You may not be controlled by the Demon Lord, but you are ultimately not me either. There is only a sliver of my soul that makes you who you are. You are as much me as Cilicia is the original girl. Or Leia is the hero queen. There might be similarities, but the fundamentals have changed. One could say the same about you. Without me, you are not you. I disagree. I'd say that without you, I am more me than I have ever been before. I responded. I see. Well, I figured from the beginning you were too hot-headed to see any reason. My only choice will be to defeat you. Dee Dee narrowed her eyes. That was my plan from the beginning. I finally pulled out my own blade. I could have pulled out the Sylve Thrill blade and attacked her with that. But I only wanted to use it in emergencies. If I attempted to attack her with it, and I somehow lost it, I definitely wouldn't be happy. I did have a plan for this just in case. If I used the Sylve Thrill blade, it should destroy all of her karma soul. Once she dies and the karma is removed, I'd absorb the rest of her soul into me. That would allow me to regain everything I lost. Well, that was just one of my plans. I hadn't necessarily decided which to choose at this moment. With the pair of us facing each other and the rest of the girls already engaging in their battles, there didn't seem to be any need to continue to speak. I wanted to test her out and see exactly what I was dealing with here. Once I knew, I could more accurately deal with her. Thus, I made the first attack, coming at her with my blade. It was one of several I had acquired in the Twilight Dungeon. It didn't have any name or magical effect, but it was a solid and well-built sword. As my sword struck hers, I could tell that her sword was made out of auric alchemy. It looked like Garnet had done a good job being able to form that metal. She was a full magic blacksmith now. Of course, if there was a kill switch in this weapon to cause it to weaken or self-destruct as I wanted, I wasn't going to trigger it now and reveal everything. That would come later. I was a bit surprised at the ferocity of Dee Dee's attacks. As soon as our weapons met, she attacked back. Her sword was ablaze, trying to depend on speed to fluster me. However, I had already prepared for these inevitabilities and was able to meet her strike after strike. If anything, her attacks were much more ferocious than mine, and she used that impulsive nature to overcome her weaknesses. Meanwhile, my attacks were much more reserved and cautious. This was part of the plan too. As she gave everything she could, I held back, waiting for an opportune time to take her down. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 983. Although Deke thought I was weaker, that couldn't be farther from the truth. There might have once been a time when I couldn't keep up with Deke? But since I rebuilt my soul using a dungeon and absorbed all of that miasma, my strength was every bit as strong as his own. I attacked him outright. After all, he was someone who carried through with what he started. As long as I kept pushing him, his so-called plans would eventually run out. And when it came to thinking on the spot, I'd have the advantage. I used Quick Attack, Fireball, Dark Slash, Spectral Shadow, and still more skills, attempting to catch Deke off guard. He managed to catch every spell, blocking it, or when he had to, taking it, and then recovering. Although I caused damage, he'd just heal immediately after. When he caused damage, I'd heal immediately after. It became increasingly clear that he was a lot like the clone I had to fight in the Widow's dungeon. Except where that thing didn't know skills I didn't have before, Deke had every skill that I had. "You are more formidable than I thought," Deke said, panting. "I still have more," I responded, throwing my hair back. The pair of us fought, and anyone watching would say it was like an elegant dance. In most fights, you had to predict what another person would do, and how you responded wouldn't always fit with how they attacked. A lot of movies would make this mistake when they'd come up with fight choreography. The battle would be so completely scripted that it didn't even really look like we were fighting. But dancing across the battlefield, when you knew every action that you'd take and every action your opponent took, it looked just the same. No matter how fast or aggressive one of us acted, the other acted in kind, and it ended up in a smooth, yet strangely beautiful dance. The sounds of our swords colliding made a rhythmic clanging that filled the air, and every move looked smooth, like we had planned this fight and practiced it 100 times. The spectators looking on could only stare at such a scene and say that it looked beautiful. If things kept going this way, there would never be a resolution to our battle. Most of the girls had already fought, and the other side had either been defeated or stood down. Thankfully, there had been no deaths. Just because I had ordered the girls to kill if necessary didn't mean I had wanted that outcome. It was best if they were just knocked out. The only fight that had lasted as long as our own was Lydia and Tara. Both women were going all out. It seemed to be a fight that went beyond their desire to impress either of us. It was almost like a clash of ideology, Tara's reserved personality versus Lydia's sexual revolution. Neither side was willing to let up, and Tara's golem had taken numerous bits of damage, as had Lydia. Although I hurt more for Lydia's wounds, they'd heal a lot quicker than the time it'd take to repair the golem. Thus, I made a spur-of-the-moment decision. We had to end this fight now. If the other girls started fighting or Lydia and Tara continued, someone might end up hurt. If I wanted to defeat Deke, I realized I'd have to do something that Deke would never do. It was an attack he never would have accounted for. Self-destruct. I cried out. Since I couldn't defeat Deke on my own, I'd take us both down. Chapter 984. "What do you think you are doing?" I cried out in surprise. Dee Dee had suddenly activated a skill I never would have expected her to use. It was a destructive spell that used herself to cause extreme damage. The worrisome thing about the self-destructive skill is that it actually was self-destructive. It was a monster tamer skill intended to be used on a monster as a last resort. Dee Dee was not a monster, but she was still going to use the ability on herself. There was no saying how much damage it would do. It was nothing like the final blow. Final blow used all of your life into a strike. It left you extremely weak. But you were still alive. Self-destruct was exploding your body to do massive damage, and that explosion was not contained. Furthermore, it'd do some damage to the soul as well. You could still be resurrected, but compared to other death spells like being crushed by a meteor, it'd be more damaging. However, if she did do this, she'd give me a chance. If I leaned on last chance to survive it, I could wipe her out for good. As she launched self-destruct, I cast Protect and then summoned the Sylve Thrill Sword. Final blow! My hit would land just as her self-destruct triggered. It'd be a hair's breadth of time to decide who was the winner. We'd both die. But only one of us would be able to be resurrected after this. As she saw the glowing sword in my hand, her eyes widened as she realized her mistake. She had thought I wouldn't account for a kamikaze attack, but she was wrong. "Stop!" A voice boomed out just as we were about to hit each other. A suppressive force slammed down on us, and the wind blew between us, shoving us apart. The skills were seemingly interrupted, causing us both to experience backlashes as we were tossed away, spitting out blood. The backlashes were less destructive than had the skills landed, so I was able to get back to my feet. I immediately cast Heal, planning to attack again. Dee Dee was no different. She jumped back up as well. "No!" As I took a step forward, Lydia Carmen. And Miki suddenly jumped in my way. The group grabbed onto me, hugging me tightly and keeping me from taking another step forward. As Dee Dee tried to do the same, Tara, Celeste, and shouted the same to her. The fight between the two had seemingly stopped as quickly as it started, and they raced to stop us. I glared at Dee Dee, and she glared back, but the girls wouldn't let us move. "Just stop fighting!" Lydia cried into my chest as she hugged me tightly. "We don't want it anymore," Tara cried at Dee Dee. I lowered my head. And so did Dee Dee. The girls looked on hopefully. Perhaps we'd finally unite. "I've changed my mind." Dee Dee spoke out loud enough I could hear. "Take Deeksville. It won't be so easy claiming Chum, though." This was never going to be settled with one-on-one fights. There is a reason kingdoms make decisions with wars, not duels. The expressions on the girls' faces dropped when they realized nothing changed. Then, "Bring your army. I'll take you on." The fate of Chom will be decided on the battlefield. I won't even hide in the city. I'll come out to meet you, Dee Dee declared. "Hey, your arrogance will be your downfall." "Very well. Then I will tell you when. 1 week from now. In 1 week, we will meet outside of Chom, and we will have our final confrontation." In the end, the fate of Chom will be decided. I see. Then we're in agreement. This ends there. There will only be one Deke. You are mistaken. I shook my head. There is only one Deke. She grinned. We'll see. She raised her hand and created a portal before turning to the citizens of Dekesville. Let him into the city and do as he says for now. She stepped through the portal, and the girls on her side had no choice but to leave. As Astria started joining them, Alea frowned. You are switching sides, Alea demanded. Does it matter which side I am on? I'll be on my daughter's side from now on. She looked at me and then bowed. I am sorry, Master. Just go. Her loyalty had already been cut off earlier during the battle. When their portal closed, everything was quiet. This skirmish was over, but in 1 week, the true battle would begin. Chapter 9, 85. An army moved across the plains of West Aberys. Animals and people alike fled when they saw them approaching. The knights wore the armor of Aberys, but there was something wrong with the people sitting within that armor. Their skin was pale like death, and their eyes were black. They had demonic grins on their faces like they had lost all sanity. Life was right to flee because these creatures senselessly slaughtered any creature that got too close. Behind the army of knights, there were ogres, trolls, and other creatures that had spawned in the uninhabited mountains and wilderness. How these creatures were tamed and turned into soldiers for the army was anyone's guess. A certain demon, shrouded in darkness, rode up Alanquin carried by various slaves. The slaves were encouraged to keep up. If one of them fell behind and was no longer able to do their duty, their fate was to be eaten by the monsters following behind. Is this true? The man asked, seemingly talking to the air. After a few moments of general silence, he burst into laughter. This caused the slaves moving forward to feel like ice was sliding up their spines. The man they were carrying along laughed horrendously for some time before finally settling down. What is it? A woman kneeling at his feet finally asked. Normally, he would have kicked her for speaking. But the man was still giggling to himself, and the news was much too juicy for him to just ignore. It would appear that Deke Deekson has returned to Chalm. The woman raised an eyebrow. You already know as much. No, you misunderstand. It isn't the woman known as Dee Dee. It's the man I met in Twilight Dungeon. Her eyes widened in shock. He escaped him. I thought him and his soul would have been shredded in the abyss. To think that he'd have a means of returning to this universe. It makes me very curious to unlock all of his secrets. Isn't this bad, though? You already had enough trouble facing one Deke. How will you be able to face two? He sneered. I didn't even bother to put out my full ability the last time we met. He could throw out 100 Dekes, and it wouldn't be enough to harm me. You should have realized that by now. She lowered her head. Besides, I said, Dick returned, but it turns out the two consider themselves enemies. My spies have already confirmed their hatred for each other. The two plan to fight just about the time I get there. I'll be able to watch them battle each other to the death, and then I'll clean up the remains. Really? They barely even care about my presence. Perhaps they don't think me a threat. Fools. They will suffer and die. Perhaps I will torture and rape the female. That will be amusing for a bit. That can't be why you are so happy. As you said, you'd win even if they were combined. True? He nodded thoughtfully. The reason I am happy is because the sword appeared. The Silvthrill sword I went to so much trouble to obtain. I thought it had been lost. It had truly ruined my mood. However, it seems that Deke has it. No, rather, he's conveniently brought it to this world for me. I had only regained just a bit of my happiness when you came and tried to kill me. This Malacrum dagger you've delivered was the only reason I've been able to maintain my calm. I should thank you, Mother. As he spoke up, he pulled out the dagger, dancing it back and forth in his hands. Calypso looked at it longingly. But she was now enslaved to him, and he had given her many orders. Taking those 2 steps and snatching it would be completely impossible. She lowered her head. Her last bit of hope had been Didi. Perhaps she could pull off a miracle. However, now some man had interfered, and it seemed like they were too busy fighting themselves to understand the true threat. Soon, I will have both a Malacrum dagger and a Silvthrill sword. He spoke, almost to himself. At that point, the world will be mine. Chapter 986. While I couldn't see the Demon Lord or anything like that, I was looking at the armies of deranged knights walking forward. What is wrong with them? I asked. Miasma. Astria spoke up. The same thing that turned me into a dark fairy has infected these men. That is the risk one faces when using miasma as a weapon. It's a powerful weapon, but it also corrupts the mind and body. It warps people until they are barely recognizable as people. I had once let it happen to myself. Is miasma so dangerous? Should I be worried? I had never realized just how deadly it was. I had always wondered why the people of this world stayed away from the stuff. If it could just be used like any other mana, why was it so heavily vilified? I had a karmic soul constructed from miasma, and several of my girls used miasma. Were they going to end up like this? You don't need to worry. Astria shook her head. This is simply what happens to most normal people. Miasma rots the soul and body. If your soul is bound to your body, and the miasma enters your body and does its damage, you will rot from the inside. You don't need to worry about this happening. Your karmic soul protects you from this, as does Celicia, Alaya, and myself. As for Shao, demons seem to have an unusually high resistance to miasma. It's part of why they've been so successful up until now. Well, even before you had a karmic soul, that blessing would have protected you as well. That's why you can stand jobs like Dark Priest and Demon Knight without losing your mind. Even Dark Priest would have caused problems. I cried out in surprise. I had gotten the job, Dark Priest, Before I had protection against miasma, the first time I had used it was against Shao. And shortly after I had gained the blessing that protected me from miasma. Yes. If you had been leveling it and using those skills, yes. Astria sighed. It is well known that dark priests tend to be eccentric and crazy. Calypso might have even been a normal woman once. I see. I let out a light laugh while wiping my forehead of sweat. I had come dangerously close to making a fatal mistake. Thankfully, I hadn't spent any major time on Dark Priest. Then again, you are a white mage. You are also extremely resilient toward miasma. Paladins are as well. It allows them to fight in dungeons for very long periods. It is well known dungeon divers need to be purified regularly. It likely never would have been an issue for you. That's true. In the end, it seemed like I had many protections against miasma. For me, the path I had taken felt like an inevitability. But for the people of this world, dungeons were difficult to handle. Master Shao asked, "Close the image. Come home." Yes. The image of the marching army disappeared, and a minute later a portal opened and Shao appeared in front of me. This had been her spying on the approaching army. Shao. What's the report? I asked. Master? They are about a week out, Shao announced. Their forces are about twice the size of our own. I see. Good to know. Does this change your mind? Astria asked. Master, if we teamed up with Deke... No, I snapped. Although I had ordered them to spy on the army and let me know the size and distance of their army, that didn't mean I didn't have my own plans. They seemed to think I would drop everything just because of this looming threat. Master, this has only told me we need to take care of Deke quickly before they arrive. We have 1 week. The girls looked at each other but didn't say anything. I began to give out orders as we prepared for war. Chapter 987. My lord, the army is ready. But are you sure we should be dealing with this Didi? Wouldn't it be better to ally with her? The time for that has already passed. I responded irritably. Just focused on preparation. A week had passed by quickly. I had Miki making potions. Lydia was running drills. Alea, I had sent on a special task that only she could accomplish. We were just about ready. But if I had to say where everyone's mind was at, their morale had reached an all-time low. After seeing the fighting capabilities of the girls, the soldiers had immediately recognized them as the generals of the army. Prior to that, they had been almost dismissive and condescending toward them. But after seeing such a brutal fight that would have wiped out all of them if they had joined, the men wouldn't dare disrespect the women of their lord. Previously, they had respected me, but now they feared me too. Each of the girls now had a position of leadership. That was what I was hoping for, but it had also served to demoralize them. After all, the other side had women just as strong. How could someone march into a battle of giants when they were a mere human and feel easy? Knowing the strength of the girls they faced, This caused them to not have a good feeling. Furthermore, the girls, or maybe the residents of Deeksville, had seemed to leak what was going on regards to Dee Dee. They now knew that we were going to be fighting Chom, not the Demon Lord, first. This had made a lot of them unhappy. I had received numerous complaints, but I had ignored them all. Instead, I had prepared them for the battle. I explained and revealed all of Dee Dee and her army's weaknesses. They understood the army we were going to face intimately. They knew exactly how to fight them, and that was what I wanted. I had already gazed upon Abaris's army. The men were practically zombies, demon knights corrupted with miasma. Then, the monsters were dumb trolls and giants from the northern mountains, who Abaris had likely tamed somehow. Simply put, they were an army of brute strength, and there was no sense in understanding them. Rather, they were truly easy to understand. They hated life and wanted to eliminate it. I had contacted the property in Alarith to fight out the state. Lord Rain had stayed behind, although many citizens had gone missing, nearly half. And the city was full of unrest and nearly crumbling. Those citizens were likely used as food for monsters and slaves for the knights. Abaris had spent 20 years stripping Alarith of resources to build his army in secret, and now he had finally moved. All that was left of the city was destitute, starving, and beaten people. At least, that's how I saw it. Alarith would have to wait. My focus had to be on Dee Dee right now. First, her, then I'd defeat the Demon Lord. And then finally we could conquer the West. All right. I stood up, standing before an army of knights, paladins, priests, and conscripts. We'll begin, Master. Lydia looked over at me worriedly. I smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. Do you trust me? Lydia met my eyes, and then, without hesitation, she nodded. I do. Then trust in me this once. I know what I am doing. Oh, okay. I opened up a portal. Move out. At the end of the day, there would only be one victor. Chapter 988. A week passed, and I led an army composed of recruits from Chom out onto the battlefield. I'd like to say that the mood was good, but the honest truth was that their morale was exceptionally low. Rumors had spread across the army about the fight in Deeksville. At this point, everyone knew how strong the girls were. And at least half of them were on the opposing side. More than that, they knew they were fighting an army supported by Prince Abaris and opposing a man who looked like Deke. The only reason I even got the army out here was because of their desire to protect their city, their trust in me, and their uncertainty regarding these events. It would have to be enough. Once the battle started, there was no going back. As we stood out on the field that I had spent a great deal of time preparing beforehand, a portal opened on the other side. Deke and his armies began to walk through. Maybe I could have stormed him with our army rather than letting them prepare. But this wasn't that kind of battle. After all, Deke could have just as easily opened a portal into the middle of the city and taken the fight to the streets. We both knew what the other was capable of. We needed to fight fair, because if we allowed ourselves to cheat, no one would win. Ultimately, we both cared about Chom, and that was why we started down this path. I just hoped that things went according to plan. After his army finished lining up, I surveyed the field, only noticing a group in the distance. "Who is that?" I asked, pointing at the group standing in the distance, almost like spectators. "That's him." Bernice spoke breathily. "That's the demon lord Aberes." "I see. I thought his army was currently in the gorge. That's the most defensible position." "They are, my lord. However, it looks like he came out to observe things." Astria sighed. "It's worse than that. Look." Sho pointed. "He has Calypso!" "And right next to her, Siti?" What I looked harder in that direction, and I could see that the group did include the two of them. Calypso appeared to be in chains, kneeling at his feet like a dog. Meanwhile, Siti was standing behind him, no expression on her face. "This is bad," Astria hissed. "He's had a blue mage all this time. That entire march was just an intimidation tactic. He could have shown upon our doorstep 2 weeks ago if he had wanted. Then let's be glad that he didn't." I sighed. "You don't understand, Master." Astria shook her head. "After your battle with Deke is over, he can open up a portal and bring the army over to finish you off. The gorge was half a day away, we thought, at the very least. After this battle, we'd have a day to prepare for a battle with Aberes. Now, he can attack as soon as we are at our weakest." As she stated this, all of the other girls began grumbling. "This doesn't change anything," I responded in a low voice. "But..." The next part I gave as a slave communication. "You will have to trust me. I know what I am doing. Spread out in the army and take control of your individual units. When the time comes, we charge their forces. You do what I do. You attack who I attack. This order is absolute. Do you understand?" The girls all looked at me tearfully but nodded. "Yes, Master." As the girls rode away, I muttered under my breath, "This better work." Chapter 989. It's the Demon Lord. Siti is a blue mage. She can make a portal for him. Lydia cried out. "This doesn't change anything," I sighed. "All of you, listen. Take control of your respective units. Follow me. Do as I do. That is a slave order. Anyone who doesn't follow my orders will be severely punished." In truth, the morale of the troops was at an all-time low. They were going into a battle they didn't want to face. Even the arrogant and prideful nobles saw this battle against civilians to be pointless. It wasn't that they didn't think they'd win. It was just that they felt the entire battle was a waste of resources, especially with the real enemy on our doorsteps. The girls gave me pleading eyes, and I could only shake my head. "You're just going to have to trust me." Although my voice wasn't convincing, they all nodded and returned to their spots. I reached out and grabbed the horse offered to me by a knight. I could see Didi similarly mounting a horse. basic horse riding had appeared in Hero at some point. After all, how could you have a hero ride on a white steed if he didn't know how to ride at the very least? It was enough that I wouldn't embarrass myself. She'd have the exact same riding skill as me. With my eyes locked on her and her eyes on me, the pair of us lifted our hands as one. Gay. The girls had tried to convince both of us to stop numerous times over the last week. Yet, we still had ended up here. This was just part of the plan. Attack! Go! I heard her yell as well. Both of us dropped our hands at the same time and then kicked our horses. The armies wouldn't march against each other if we didn't lead by example. So it turned out we were riding out in front of everyone else. The rest started moving forward, one step at a time. However, as we started to pull away from the main army, they started to quicken their pace. Still, the acceleration was slow. And it soon looked like Dee and I would face off long before everyone else. One last thing. I messaged the girls. If I should fall in battle, do not seek out vengeance. Immediately join Dee. It was an order I had forgotten to give earlier. It was the only concession I could offer. Now, I just had to reach Dee. The sooner I got to her, the sooner this battle would turn, and the less harm would come to everyone else. Behind me, I could hear shouting and roaring. With the heat of battle in front of them, the army was finally growing more animated. This may not be a battle any one of them wanted to be a part of, but this was a battle their leader had asked them to fight. Our horses would reach each other first. I pulled out my sword. She did as well. Our eyes met, and the pair of us nodded to each other. It was time to make our move. Chapter 990, Deke's horse veered to the side, and mine followed. "They're going to battle side by side on horseback!" Celeste cried out, with the two armies racing toward each other. The leaders suddenly veered to the side, riding alongside each other as they slowly merged. We got closer together. 30 feet. 20 feet. 10 feet. We were riding right next to each other. "Hiya!" Deke snapped his reins, and the horse began to speed up. Laughing, I kicked and increased my speed as well. The momentum of the armies, which had already been reserved, slowed a bit as everyone stared in confusion. Both leaders were riding out of the battle, seemingly ignoring each other. No, they weren't ignoring each other. They were riding together. Did they expect the girls to fight without them? Then a specific order exploded in their mind. It was the last order both had given them. "Follow me. Do as I do." "Turn!" Lydia bellowed out. "Follow them!" Celeste's melodic voice boomed with the help of her wind magic, making sure it reached every ear. The confused army started to turn, but as their eyes fell on a target, a burst of understanding flowed through them. Morale was an interesting thing. It could flip on a dime, and sometimes the lowest lows would generate the greatest highs. An unwilling army being forced to fight their own allies had reached an all-time low suddenly. The battle was flipped on its head, and instead of fighting friends, a clear foe was presented before them. As the armies merged, Forces that were fighting against each other a moment before were now fighting side by side. They also came to another realization. They knew each other intimately. For weeks. Their leaders had stressed that they learned everything about their opponents. They knew their weaknesses. And they had concentrated on making the other army's weaknesses their strengths. The two sides complemented each other perfectly. And with the guidance of the girls now riding alongside each other, the army seemed to snap together like clockwork. Two incomplete armies had suddenly formed a whole. Directly in front of them was an enemy army. They didn't know how it had gotten there. They didn't know when it appeared. However, the darkness and evil of this army radiated from it. There wasn't a single familiar face among them. This was the demon Lord Aboris's army. There were monsters and demonic knights, and they all looked shocked. Just as suddenly as they had appeared before their charging army, the charging army had suddenly appeared in front of them. While the demonic army was filled with confusion over what just happened, Deke's army wasn't confused at all. Follow him. Do as he does. Trust him. That led them to this moment, facing an enemy they could all agree on. Their excitement surged, and their speed amplified. Their excitement, their bloodlust, and their excitement grew more and more. Thursday, that's the gorge. Lydia called out as they approached the enemy army in a flood. How? How is that possible? Tara shouted. It's nearly a half a day away. Space? Astria's eyes widened. We're in bent space. When Shin closed up the dungeon, she rearranged it. It stretches under our feet now. He did like Calypso did, making it horizontal instead of vertical. Then, Didi used the dungeon to compress space, causing this surprise attack. This was his plan all along. Chapter 991. Two people with the same mind. They thought exactly alike. While their personalities might have differed, they were essentially the same person. Deke and Didi? Didi and Deke? The pair rode in tandem. Their goal was the demon Lord Aberes. How difficult will it be to destroy him? I once asked. Very, Alaya admitted. With Shin and I at our prime, we barely managed to defeat him the first time. Then, he had held back and used it to reincarnate. It stands to reason that the reason he waited so long to make another move was to make sure such a thing didn't happen again. He is likely much stronger now, even if you can deal with his army. Defeating him completely without him slipping away again would require a perfect trap. Even the Demon King failed to destroy him. That was what Elia had once said to us when we asked such a question. Thus, we used everything we had to lure that man into a trap. What we had were two of ourselves. Of course, we had never discussed things. A lot of our interactions filled with anger and frustration weren't deception at all. However, we both had the same mind, and we both could think, and independently. We realized that our only chance to blindside Lord Aberes was to do what he'd never expected. We had to do what no one would expect. We did what we couldn't have managed alone. While Didi took care of Chom, setting up the battlefield and preparing the conscripts we had been training, Deke went to the capital where he gathered and recruited an even larger army. Had the two armies been allowed to unite right away, tensions would assuredly rise. The pompous nobles and church would have caused issues with the free people of Chom. By the time Demon Lord Aberys arrived, we'd be struggling to keep them united as much as we'd be preparing to fight Aberys. The nobles who had once fled from threats to their lives would remember that they had no investment in Chom, and it wasn't worth dying for. The people of Chom would lose help. If we were dropped into a siege, they would see the horrifying army of the Demon Lord. They'd remember how this country was once under his iron fist, and they would begin to lose all faith in being able to succeed. Deke had accounted for all of this. By putting them against each other, they began to feel a reluctance to fight with each other. We distracted them with a pointless conflict, all while secretly preparing them for the real one. We guessed what the other would do, all while maintaining appearances to everyone, even our girls. The Demon Lord had to have spies. After Cilicia, we realized even a slave could unknowingly reveal things they shouldn't. It wasn't that I didn't trust my girls. Rather, it was that I wasn't sure of myself. Thus, we met at Deeksville. The conflict didn't matter. What mattered was that we had a chance to test each other. Had either of us found the other to be lacking, then perhaps we would have killed them and become the only Deke. However, we were both just as strong and determined. We had made our decisions then. This battlefield, this day. Deke had sent Elia to the dungeon, where she aided Shin in this project. Estria had also needed to help them on the fairy spring side. Didi had spent weeks growing the mana springs so that the dungeon would have the power to do this. But it took Astria to move all that power to the dungeon. Even then, we barely had the strength to reach the gorge and bend space. Bringing their army to us? How do you like the battlefield I've created? Didi asked, her eyes shining. Great. What about my army? They're all right? But watch this. Didi raised her hand and snapped. Explosions erupted, and the gorge suddenly started to collapse, just as the demonic army was desperately trying to line up. Avalanches came down from both sides. Well, it made sense. There never was a gorge. Didi had made it using the golems. It actually would have served as a path through a hilly terrain to make travel between Chom and Deeksville easier. Incomplete as it was, it made the perfect defensible position a day's ride from Chom that Lord Aberys couldn't help but put his army at. It also made a perfect trap. 100 golems self-destructed, causing rockslide after rockslide. In mere minutes, the unprepared army was retreating from the collapsing gorge and running toward our army. As the survivors left the safety of the gorge, it suddenly disappeared, the magic bending space finally failing, leaving only 1/3 of the army left in a completely disordered state. At this exact moment, text appeared across our eyes. You have entered the dungeon, Demon's Demis. It looked like our dungeon finally gained a name. Chapter 992. Wait, what are they doing? Lord Aberys frowned as the two horses turned to the side. First, he watched with curiosity, but then his eyes flashed in shock as the entire army turned toward him. His group only consisted of the slaves holding his palanquin, one of his generals, Calypso, and the convenient blue mage CT. Blue mages weren't that rare, but they often had a lot of limitations. For example, most needed to draw extensive runes on the ground. Few had reached a level where they could casually make a portal, let alone one large enough and long enough to move an entire army. Finding her had nearly changed everything for Lord Aberys. With her assistance, conquering Aberys would be much easier. Back in his age, artifacts that blocked portals were extremely common. It was likely true that up in the Imperial Cloud Metho, that such artifacts protected every major city. The same was not true down here, where the number of blue mages of CT's ability could probably be counted on one hand. Well, finding any higher-tiered people in Aberys was rare. Even that grand magician that was considered the best in Aberys was only mediocre compared to some of the mages of the past. It was the dungeon curses. Once, humanity had been good about destroying them, but they stopped being able to do so. The more dungeons, the more mana got eaten. The less mana, the harder it was to level. Only by going into dungeons could someone level rapidly, and few people were willing to truly risk their lives doing this. Where death was permanent, this only led to more dungeons, less mana, and eventually a population that had a lower average level than they once had. It was once considered normal for people to reach level 100. The system had been created with the idea that a normal artisan, living their entire life, would reach level 100. A master, in whatever field they excelled in, by the point they died. That alone should show how much the human realm had declined due to dungeons. Most laughably, none of them had any clue. This was the reason. And likely didn't even remember a period where third-tier and fourth-tier jobs were far more common. To Lord Aberys, these people were nothing but worms. That's why he glared at them with disdain. Making such a display just to fool me, they are the fools. Our position is defensible, even with both armies. They won't be able to harm us. What is he even charging for? Does he want to make me run like I am afraid? Well, anyone would leave when facing a literal army solo. Your little display only exhausts your men. You would have been better off hiding in your city. CT, return us to the gorge. We need to prepare. Master. I don't think. Aberys spun angrily. You dare defy me, I'll have you whipped. Open up the porta. His voice caught in his throat as he caught something in his peripheral vision. He slowly turned, only to see the gorge behind him. His army was right there, but they had bunkered down in their camps, awaiting his orders. They were only just starting to realize an army was charging them, and they were scrambling to put together defenses. Wah! Just as he was about to ask what was going on, there were numerous explosions. His vision caught rockmen scattered through the gorge. They had literally been hiding as rocks until they suddenly stood up and then exploded. Most of them were strategically placed, causing the gorge to turn into a death trap. Rock rained down in landslides. The army, at least those smart enough to live, raced out of the gorge in his direction. Upon seeing their master, they began to charge to this place, fleeing the collapsing gorge in the process. When the majority had left, the gorge vanished like it was a lie. Compressed space. This is high-end blue magic. Even I couldn't do that. Seti spoke with her mouth open. Master, orders, the general cried out. Looking back and forth between the decimated army and the charging army. Attack them! Kill them! Block them! Lord Aberys cried out, backing up. A voice suddenly burst out laughing. Aberys looked down to see Calypso bent over with tears rolling down her eyes. You... Shut it! She looked up and grinned. We're in his dungeon. It looks like there is a new master in town. Aberys frowned, and then began to feel the space around them close. She was right. They were in a dungeon. You may think you've trapped me. Deeks. However, you've only trapped yourself in with me. It's time I showed you the true power of a demon lord. His body began to erupt with power. Even Calypso could only gasp in shock as the horns on his head grew. And his body became more demonic. He had just gone into Demon Lord mode. Chapter 993. The two armies collided. Our army was at the peak of morale, having just doubled in size. As we approached them, their army was scattered and heavily damaged. The knights and soldiers didn't even have time to dwell on the horrifying visage of the miasma-filled knights, the giants, the Orclis, and the other monsters that made up the Demon Lord's army. They were already fighting before they had time to think about it. And men who might have faltered and bent over as giants, mowed them down like wheat with their mighty clubs, now leapt onto those same confused giants' backs and cut them apart with brutality. Even we were shocked by how successful it worked. Although we had planned all of this out, we had feared many things going wrong. Perhaps the groups would fight each other anyway. Perhaps they'd just stop losing all momentum. In the end, everything had worked perfectly, and the army flooded forward and fought. Not everyone lived, but this was my dungeon, so their souls would be safely collected, and we'd resurrect them when time permitted. As for the dungeon, Shin and Elia had told us they would be tapped out after their little stunt. Astria would also be out of commission. After reconfiguring the dungeon so that it stretched out under this land, bending space so that the forge appeared right in front of us, and then expanding the dungeon to prevent the Demon Lord from escaping. The three had already done something that could be considered a miracle. Perhaps they felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't personally battle Lord Aberys in the end. But they seemed at peace with their roles. I once failed to finish him off for good. Alea sighed. Let it be the heroes of this age that finally put him down for good. That was our mission. All girls on me? Although the girls had led men into battle as generals, that was only to facilitate the merging of the army. Naturally, while galloping, we had explained everything that we could over slave communication as the girls excitedly all spoke at once. As we started the battle, the two of us went to find Lord Aberys, and all of the girls would be necessary for that fight. One of the key reasons we went to this extent was exactly because we'd need to focus on taking him down. The army had to be blown through because Lord Aberys alone was just that much of a threat. Finally, I located the man. He was standing neither near the front nor the back. I had feared he might try to hide, but he picked a small hill. I could see large horns on his head and wings on his back. In his hands were 2 daggers. One was the Malacrum dagger he must have taken from Calypso. The other was a massive demon sword that shimmered with miasma. It looked like we didn't want to be cut by either one. He truly looked like a ferocious demon. "Deke!" he bellowed as his eyes locked on ours, fury on his face. "You've disrupted my plans for the last time. You should have been divided. The two would have been better off killing each other." "Why are there 2 of you? You haven't heard?" Deke asked. "There is only 1 Deke." Dee finished. We attacked as one. Chapter 994. The demon Lord Aberys let out a roar and lunged forward. The pair of us leaped from our horses, landing on either side of him and attacking in a pincer attack. He had to turn in an awkward direction to avoid getting hit. However, his speed could not be underestimated, and he was able to spin back and avoid the attack with ease. The 2 of us came at him again, using quick attacks and burning skills as we tried to catch him in a trap time and time again. Neither of us was the same Deke that he had forced into a dead end several weeks ago. We were both stronger now. But more than that, we were together. It wasn't just like to people who were familiar with each other fighting together. We thought exactly alike and anticipated each other's moves. Our attacks occurred in tandem without thought. Dee made up for Deke's weaknesses, and Deke filled Dee's shortcomings. The 2 moved fluidly like a single person. Although it was a single person who could detach and reattach themselves, who had 2 minds, 4 arms, 4 legs, and so on. It made us much harder for the Demon Lord to deal with. Of course, even with all of that, to win this fight, we had to take every advantage. That included stacking all of the best dungeon skills. We no longer concerned ourselves with experience, opting for fast thinking, explosive movement, and various other battle-enhancing traits. We had even consumed a few of Miki's strength and speed enhancement potions, pushing our bodies to the limit. "Fools!" Lord Aberys shouted, his body blurring suddenly as his speed increased. Up until this point, he hadn't used any skills. Using our skills and fighting together while taking every advantage. We had only been able to fight on par with him doing nothing. That was the gap between our abilities. He launched an attack. heading toward Didi. He had picked a perfect moment where I was too far away to compensate. I let out a shout. We had both been prepared to die in this fight. That was why our final orders had been for the girls to follow the one who lived so there was no issue. That didn't mean I wanted her dying so quickly. Back off! A boom sounded as a woman attacked, forcing the demon lord to leap back. Why don't you fight someone your own size? Right in front of Didi appeared Tara, staring at him defiantly. Of course, Demon Lord Aberis had grown when he reached his demon form, so he was a lot taller and more imposing, while Tara was a small girl in stature who only came up to my chest. Even at his normal size, she would have been short. He looked down on her like an ant, but she looked back just as fiercely. You think one more will change the outcome of this fight? He sneered. How about all of us? Lydia slashed with her sword, forcing him back again. Two bangs sounded out, and he suddenly threw out a miasma shield blocking 2 bullets. At that moment, a dozen wind blades came from the other direction, which he also blocked with his spare hand. Got you? Xiao used that instant to try to stab him in the back. She had activated her demon lord form, using all of her talents to try to get a stab at Aberis. Her strike wasn't intended to kill him. Aberis definitely couldn't be defeated by a single strike. Rather, it was intended to wound him in a way that would affect his combat potential. If we could wound him early, it'd be far easier to slowly weaken him. No? I got you! He disappeared like smoke. Watch out! Carmen leaped in front of Xiao forcefully as an attack came seemingly from nowhere. Carmen managed to block the attack. Although it flung her back, she should have slammed into Xiao, but Xiao wasn't behind her anymore. Xiao had completely vanished. And so had Aberis. It seemed like the attack had been a feint. Well, look at that. Isn't this a big reunion? Lord Aberis was floating in the sky 20 feet away, looking down at all of us. The group of us gasped because he had Xiao's throat in his claws. She was struggling, trying to pry at his claws helplessly as he choked her. Even though she had used her demon lord form, he was handling her like a child. Let her go. Why should I, Aberis? Asked Kakali. You are the one who made her your slave. Why, freeing her from you could be called liberation. Would you like to be free? Let me go. You bastard! She cursed desperately. Don't be like that. If I am a bastard, then you surely are too. Isn't that right? Little Sister, Chapter 995. Sister Lydia asked out loud, the words swirling in everyone's heads. Oh! Don't tell me you don't know. Demon Lord Aberis spoke in a condescending voice. Shut up! Idi, don't even know you. Xiao spoke in a strangled voice while still unsuccessfully trying to kick him. It's true. He nodded thoughtfully. I was banished long before we could meet. However, my father could pop out a baby anytime he wanted. I have many brothers and sisters. They just all choose to be pawns under father, running his empire in the north. I thought I had heard whispers of a demon princess being born not too long ago, but they went quiet shortly after starting. You must be her. Thursday! That's not true! She gasped angrily. You can't deny it now. The demon lord shrugged. I barely noticed you before, but now that you've called on your true demon bloodline, your identity is as clear as day. Don't tell me that you didn't know. Only the Demon King and his children have the true demon bloodline. Only we can transform. Xiao still glared at him, but she had stopped kicking, and it was clear she had been shocked by his words. We had seen through Xiao's eyes. We knew for a fact that she had appeared from our world. Then again, that world only contained humans, and Xiao was a demon. Was the current Xiao physically different from the Xiao from Earth we didn't know? And neither did she. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that her entire history from my world was a bit clouded. Like, did she come from our time or a few decades before we didn't know? Our memory of Earth was crystal clear, but her memory was foggy. We used to think this was because Xiao had experienced all of that abuse. She had been kidnapped, enslaved, and forced to fight for her life. That was why Xiao couldn't remember well, right? What if? She was reincarnated. What if? She only remembered her past life later. The pair of us looked at each other with equally shocked expressions. What if we were the reason she remembered when we absorbed her life force while giving her our own? Perhaps our memories triggered the retrieval of her memories from her previous life. That would explain part of the reason her personality had suddenly changed so drastically after that event. Then again, maybe it was turning into a demon lord that triggered it. We just couldn't confirm any of it. Especially with her in the grasp of the demon lord. Come on, fight us! We shouted together. Let her go. Oh, you want me to release her? He asked, a smile growing on his face and a bad feeling growing within our hearts. Then, I will happily oblige. He squeezed, and there was a sickening snap. He broke Shou's neck. Her eyes popped. And she kicked a few more times, but these were closer to death spasms. Only then did he drop her. And her corpse flopped to the ground dead. No! Celeste shouted. Xiao! Miki took a step forward. But then a dark blade shot out at her, forcing her to jump back. Ha 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 ha! Aberrus laughed. What are you surprised I tried to kill my father? Remember, once you are all dead, I might resurrect her. She can be my plaything. He stopped as he noticed everyone around him had gone silent. Tara pulled out her mech suit, newly repaired and improved, and jumped into it. Lydia's body transformed, turning into her beast form. An eruption sounded out as Celeste shed her body, going into full attack mode. DD? My male half spoke up. MM? I asked coolly. He dies. My male half's voice was filled with rage. I threw back my hair. Agreed. Everyone attacked at once. Chapter 996. Everyone had their own role in this battle. The Tybolts were responsible for managing the army. Astria, Elia, and Shin were managing the dungeon. Raisa had her own duties as well. Those involved in taking out the demon lord were Lydia, Celeste, Tara, Xiao, Miki, Bernice, Celicia, Carmen, and the two of us. We had already lost one, and we were just getting started. The demon lord Aberis was extremely slippery. When we engaged him together, we were able to keep up, but that was because he had been focusing on us specifically. Now, he'd constantly move from person to person, effectively fighting everyone as he leaped around. He'd strike randomly and without warning, and his attacks were usually just as one of us let our guard slip slightly. The girls took strike after strike, but thankfully nothing was lethal. We were able to heal them. We'd like to say that this meant the fight was even, but the truth was that we were slowly being beaten down. The girls were accumulating wounds and exhaustion, and the fight had been going on for nearly 15 minutes. The battle in the background had reached the apex, and now it was a matter of our army finishing off theirs. But none of that would mean much if Aboris survived. He was powerful enough at the moment to single-handedly take over Chum and declare himself king. Once I am defeated, nothing would stand in his way of conquering Western Aboris. The army was more a formality and a means of hiding his existence rather than a source of power. To exude control, you needed loyal minions. Destroying his army would definitely set him back, but he could build more. Aren't you the one who makes plans? Make a plan? My female half cursed. Me, I stick to the plan. The plan's not working. Aren't you the impulsive one come up with something? Why don't you both put your heads together and do something? Miki shot both of us a look. Of all the girls, Miki had been the only one who hadn't used her unique ability, the Nine Tails, and launched her full attack at Demon Lord Aberis. There were several reasons for that. The primary one was that of everyone. She had the weakest defense. Xiao's defense was limited too, but it was higher in her Demon Lord form. That didn't save her from being killed in a single hit. If Miki tried to show her true potential, she'd be killed just as quickly. Thus, she had mostly remained back, keeping her attacks limited. I had considered sending her away entirely and having her resurrect Xiao, but that had its complications. This was because we needed her present. One could say that she was the ace up our sleeve. Miki could control souls. This meant she could contain souls. She was our only assurance that Aboris's death this time would be permanent. Thus, the main combat was being taken care of by Lydia, Tara, Bernice, Celeste, Celicia, and Carmen. We'd also fight, but also provided support and healing. Master. Xiao is already dead. It's only a matter of time before someone else falls. At that point, will we even have a chance? Miki asked. The pair of us glanced at each other, and somehow it all seemed to click at once. We weren't going to be able to wear him down. We weren't going to be able to weaken him. Our only chance was to attack him with everything we had. A combined attack that would overwhelm and defeat him, whatever the cost. So, it's come to this. My female half sighed. It's time we go for broke. I nodded. Chapter 997. Celeste, ground him. We ordered. Yes, master. Celeste created a wind flow that tampered with Abaris's wings. With her concentrating on making his time in the air miserable, he had no choice but to remain grounded. Tara, Carmen, restrain his movements. Yes, I will. Tara began to crack the ground under him, causing the earth to become soft. He started to sink into the ground. He was able to keep fighting, but it was like he was fighting on sand. Carmen appeared on one side and Tara on the other, creating shields not made to protect themselves, but to box him in. Cilicia, Lydia. Keep him in place. Bernice. Lock his movements. Cilicia lifted her hand, causing streams of darkness to rise and try to bind him. Meanwhile, Lydia went in close, tying up his movements. From a distance, Bernice sniped his hands, forcing him to divert some of the attention away from fighting Lydia's rapid close movements. At this point, he was no longer able to move, being forced to confront Lydia. He let out an enraged noise. Meanwhile, we accessed the stores, causing our blessings to glow as we changed things up. It was time to go all out. The sky darkened, and the pair of us attacked in a pincer style. Miki, lock down his soul. Yes, even though he was in a dungeon. He was far too tricky, and only under Miki's management could we ensure that he would die. Her body started to glow, and all 9 glorious foxtails exploded out like a rainbow. When Abaris saw this, his eyes went wide for a moment, and for the first time since we had attacked him, he started to feel a bit of fear. He immediately went all out, trying to take down Miki. However, the attack was already launched. Final blow! Both of us shouted. Both of us launched one of our strongest attacks, both hitting consecutively. He let out a screech and exploded with power just as both attacks landed. The impact was so explosive that it knocked down everyone still standing on the battlefield. Even the remaining giants stumbled to their knees. Our entire party was tossed back. Miki flew back. But she was caught and righted by Celeste, so she could continue to focus on restraining his soul. The group of us slowly stood up. We were both extremely weak, so we healed each other, quickly recovering a lot of the strength we had sacrificed for that blow. Both attacks had landed successfully. That had to be a devastating attack. However, as the dust cleared and we surveyed the land, Demon Lord Abaris was still standing there. He was panting now, and his clothing was disordered, but that was the extent of it. Did you think things would end any other way, everyone? Lock him down! Everyone raced at him, repeating the same actions as before. This time, he looked upward and laughed. You think you can defeat me that way, you fool? The meteor my female half had summoned right before the attack was only about 20 seconds from hitting. If we could keep him at this point, it should be enough to wipe him out. It was our final plan to take him out. If Meteor couldn't bring him down, then we didn't know what could. He threw his hands up, and a massive beam not dissimilar to what Cilicia used, but many levels stronger, exploded out and up. It struck the meteor. There was resistance for a second, but then the meteor began to break away until it became nothing but ashes. Chapter 998. Demon Lord Aberes had defeated our strongest attacks. However, we couldn't give up just yet. As he was taking care of the meteor, Terra attacked, using the full weight of the golem to slam down on him. He caught her hands just as he finished disintegrating the meteor. There was a booming sound as they collided. But Aberes managed to hold back the golem. His feet sunk into the loose ground, but he otherwise held her back. Attack! Lydia led the charge. A dark shield suddenly formed around them, and as everyone's attacks landed, they were deflected. Cracks started to form on Terra's golem. They rose from her arms and started spreading across her body. He suddenly spun, throwing Terra towards several of the other girls, forcing them to dive away. The shield dissipated, and he exploded out. His direction was Miki. "You'll die first!" he shouted, his voice sounding crazed. "No!" the girls cried out. "The fastest one!" And closest to Miki was Celeste. She let out a cry, and then her wind-like body started to spin. Her body erupted with power, and she flew at Aberes like a spear. "Out of my way!" He slashed down with his blade. It cut through Celeste, but her body still slammed into him. The demon lord was blown back 20 feet. He landed, kneeling slightly. He spat out blood, his clothing torn in several spots. Celeste's body tried to reform, but it seemed like it just couldn't do it. "I am sorry, Master. That's all I have." Celeste's weak voice could be heard. Fairies were made out of mana. Once they consumed all mana, it was the same as death. Celeste had put everything into that one attack, even her life. Although her soul would live on, her body slowly faded away. All of the girls looked at the demon lord, conviction forming in their expressions. The demon lord raced forward again. "Protect Miki!" Lydia cried out. Terra and Carmen jumped in front of her, while the others launched attacks on Aberes. He sneered at them like they were nothing. Lydia attacked first, using a sword attack I had never seen before. It seemed to be extremely powerful. And she plunged at Lord Aberes. She struck him, but he struck out at the same time. It wasn't until she suddenly stumbled away, holding her stomach, that what he had struck with was revealed. No. It was the Malacrum dagger. He had stabbed Lydia with it. This was a soul-reaving dagger. While Celeste and Xiao could be reincarnated when the time came, if Lydia died to this dagger, then her death would be permanent. The black infection began to spread from her wound, and she collapsed to the ground. The girls all let out shouts and began to race at him. They were wary of his dagger now, so Cilicia and Bernice kept her distance, and Terra and Carmen were much more difficult to cut through. "We have to end this now." Dee Dee spoke up. "You mean..." That I cried out. It looks like. You'll have to carry on from here, Dee Dee declared. I am going for it. Go. Try to help Lydia. I pulled out the sword and handed it to her. As the bright sword shone in the darkened sky, Aberys grinned. Chapter 999. As Dee Dee went to fight the demon Lord Aberys, I went to Lydia's side. The battle had already fallen far outside my expectations. All of our careful planning had been cut through by him one after another. Now, there was only one more option we had. I kneeled next to Lydia, healing before I even got there. I feared the worst, that she was already dead, but to my surprise, her condition was okay. Even more surprising, as I healed her, the dark attribute quickly dissipated. From what I had heard, Dee Dee had been lightly scrapped by the dagger and had nearly died. Lydia had no strong affinities against miasma, and her wound was many times worse, but I had a feeling like she'd pull through. It made no sense. Just as I was about to open my mouth, a dagger fell next to my side. I looked over to it, only to see the Malachrum dagger. My eyes slowly rose to see Calypso standing there. She'll be fine. I only imbued that dagger with a little bit of my miasmic attribute. It makes a good copy. But it ultimately lacks the punch of a Malachrum dagger. Don't get me wrong, it is a soul-reaving dagger. A fatal strike would kill someone's soul permanently. Your girl here probably has some soul damage, but a wound like that. And a white mage like you, she'll be fine. You tricked the demon lord Aberys Humph. I am very good. Even he can't see through my tricks. Is that why you got captured? Well, it's not like I was planning to get captured. She snorted. I had thought if I could stab him with the Malachrum knife, he'd die. I succeeded, by the way. The assassination worked perfectly. I was going to replace him, and his armies would have become my own. It didn't work. He's resistant to it. It hurt him a little, but he didn't get sick like you. I think it's because his soul is only half mana. Half mana. He's managed to somehow keep his soul in a state half mana, half miasma. It makes him resistant to both weapons, but perhaps if you strike simultaneously. I nodded slowly, and then I looked up at her. Join us. Me? She asked in an amused voice. Why, so I can become one of your slaves. Do you want me in your harem? Deke, no. It's just to defeat him. I blushed. She laughed softly. It took me enough effort to destroy one slave bond. I don't plan to jump into another. If you weren't distracting him so well, I never would have managed. Don't make a mistake, though. I am just repaying the favor and helping you accomplish what I want. We aren't allies. I am also not convinced you can win. If you all fail, then I still have a chance to eventually get my revenge. So, you are leaving like that. Don't say you are growing attached to me. She smirked. I'll tell you what. I'll leave her behind. She gestured to a woman who was lying unconscious on the floor. CTY, I asked suspiciously. Don't worry. She has been freed from her restraints. I don't have any desire to spy on you." Calypso chuckled. "My reasoning for giving her up is rather simple. She's not gay." I blinked. What? Calypso gave an innocent shrug. "She doesn't like women. Believe me or not, but I don't like forcing women against their will. I prefer to taste a confused woman and unlock their true hidden desires. Dee Dee, for example, would have been a fun girl to taste. She really likes women." Her eyes fell on my other half, who was currently preparing for a final attack while the remaining party desperately held the Demon Lord Aberrus down. "It's too bad I'll never get to taste her. Perhaps I'll just have to eat you instead." Her last words sounded right next to my ear. I spun back to look at her, but she had somehow disappeared. Calypso had left the battlefield, but she had given me a key to victory. I had Aberrus's knife. Chapter 1000. With the Malachrum dagger in my hand, I didn't immediately join the attack. Instead, I waited for the right moment. As I did so, I activated my dungeon points and rearranged my skills once again. I warned the girls that the knife in his hand wouldn't kill them, allowing them to act more boldly. The message quickly spread to the girls on Dee Dee's side as well. While I was setting us up for victory, Dee Dee had finally made her move. With the sword in her hands, Demon Lord Aberrus had become much more interested in her presence. His eyes were focused on her, an insolent grin on his face. To her credit, Dee Dee kept a calm demeanor that seemed unaffected by his dark gaze. She threw back her glare and gazed at him defiantly. It looked rather cool. I wish I knew how she did that. Aberrus attacked, and the two exchanged several blows. With the pressure and restraint of the other girls, though, his movements were limited, and she was able to keep up with him. That momentum could change in an instant. They were just feeling each other out again. Once skills started flying, it was anyone's guess where things would go. The entire battle could flip in an instant. We had already lost 3 girls. Celeste and Xiao were dead, while Lydia was out of commission. I touched her and used spatial magic to send her a distance away. Where Raisa was, we didn't allow Raisa to be in the battle. She was pregnant with my kid, after all. While the Tybolts ran the army, Raisa's job was corpse collection. She had plenty of sneaking skills. She was no assassin like Xiao, but she was a survivor. She went out where the fighting had ended and fetched back people, who could then be resurrected. Although a resurrected person couldn't rejoin the fight immediately as Calypso had managed with her dungeon, they could rest behind the walls of Chom, and if push came to shove, add to the defense of the city. If, for example, we managed to kill Aberrus, but his army survived, those extra reinforcements could give the city time to hold out. It was just one of the many possibilities we had to prepare for. Either way, we had learned from Calypso as well as overseas that the potential to resurrect allies was a powerful gift in winning a war. And I intended to use that gift to its fullest. Dee Dee finally pulled out her ultimate weapon. I finished up with what I was doing and then prepared to lend my aid. We also sent slave communications, letting the other girls know what was coming next. The truth was that we weren't certain what was about to happen. It was another untested attack with an unknown result. It could kill Dee Dee. It might even destroy her soul. It had been some time since I had last played with combination skills. Any skill you currently had could be mixed with external mana, and it'd cause it to form a new skill. Any individual only had the power to do this once, per M on a type. However, the girls had discovered that if you used multiple external mana sources, then you can create still other skills. We had access to Spirit Fire, Miasma, Fairy Dust, and Gaia. There might be other sources, but I hadn't discovered them yet. For the strongest ability, one could combine all four. That's what Dee Dee pulled out right then. It was a set of all form Ana sources which were gathered prior. She broke open the containers and immediately pooled the mana into her strike. That strike was Final Blow. There was no saying what Final Blow, one of the most sacrificing attacks of the true hero, would do when supported by 4 different mana sources. Death Strike? Dee Dee cried out as she gave her attack.